Get 'em Jimmy, where low shack at. The bottle's getting nippy up the Kraken. We stacking chips, all of it's what I want. Plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone. I prefer elevated pub sports radio. Time to get educated, get produced. Leave the juice, letting loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call a truce. They getting slaughtered. Can't forget Jeff and low baggers in the chat. That's a lethal weapon 'cause we be pubbing.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy opening day of the MLB season. How exciting is this? Happy Thursday, March 28th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. For those of you keeping track at home, it was 37 hours straight, and then I slept for 5 hours. I feel much, much better than yesterday. I feel more relaxed, feel a little more calm, but I'm still really pumped up. I'm so pumped up! Opening day, baby. Let's go. It was extremely enjoyable capping this card. Taxing. And I'm going to need the help of the friends who are joining me on screen and my friends and colleagues in the chat to guide us appropriately. This is a huge card today. And we handle these huge cards fine. We handle them just fine. Let's get to work. We have an enormous amount of work ahead of us, so let's get right after it. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. We got Viper MB in the house. Has taken easy first week, but on Baltimore -1, Florida -1, and Toronto -1 in NHL. I'm going to copy and paste that. So we are going to start with NHL. And I know that's going to bother some people. The 1 p.m. game was canceled. And so we start at 3 p.m. Eastern for Major League Baseball. And, our show is about doing due diligence. We love all North American sports, and we do due diligence within them. And we'll have more people joining us, when it gets a little later on the West Coast anyways. Billy Friedrich in the house. Pig Milk play today. San Diego State plus 11.5. Looking to get back on track. I mean, imagine that. You just started disgusting, out of control. Still 14-7 plus 7.79 units. You're a monster, Billy Friedrich. Morgan Spooner is on the Kansas City Royals money line. I've made just one bet in NHL. I found the card very difficult. A couple of the plays I wanted to make, a couple of the bets I wanted to make, I couldn't pull the trigger. There was enough that made me uncomfortable. We're coming off a winning day, Slight isn't going to take us to the next level, but 1-0 in NHL, Lightning cashed easily, 2-1 in college basketball, and then 2-3 in NBA. Which is, it was not exactly what I was hoping for, but still a positive day. Oldie says, how about those Magic? Yes, another situation where, 86% of the tickets, 99% of cash earlier in the day. I couldn't pull the trigger on the Orlando Magic. Why was the line moving towards the Warriors? It just didn't fit the criteria. I mean, look at the two catchers I had. Wizards plus 3.5, Bulls plus 3. They were sort of the ugly ducklings of the card. But the under in the Charlotte game threw me for a loop. I mean, then 33 points were scored in the fourth quarter. That's what we were looking for throughout the game. And shout out to Troy Torrence, who got in live on them under 235 and cashed it. Now, you could have got a live under 250. I went in live at under 223, and that threw me for a loop. Not enough of a loop to get my money back on the Clippers game. Again, the Clippers wasn't even a spot that I would have generally been on. There was too much money on the Clippers, and there's nothing enjoyable about that. From a market analysis, we didn't like the 2.5 point move to 3 with the Bulls in the afternoon. My colleagues and friends that I talked to, through text message, we didn't like that move. I mean, that wasn't a move that inspires confidence. Now I moved on them at plus 3, but still the lack of money on them, all the cash on the Pacers is exactly where I want to be. Serious business in the house, ready to get to work. Every time I say serious business, I lock in. Johnny Gunn's ready to go. Says, can we do a friends and family parlay today? Johnny Gunn's, we have 6 guests. Well, I mean, Jose's not a guest. Jose is going to be our baseball expert and star throughout the season. But we have Mr. Gogster for NHL. Then Daby Cab's giving us a best bet, and he's going to stay around for NCAA basketball. Then we have Mikey Money and picks from Dave. So we have Dave Rogers. The four of us are going to cap those huge basketball games in college basketball, those 4 games, and then move right over to NBA with Troy Torrence. So I don't know exactly how we could do that. I mean, we could start compiling best bets, but I mean, that might just be too many. Let me know what you think, Johnny Guns. And we have college basketball spot is North Carolina -4.5. Second favorite place, Iowa State money line. That is copied and pasted. Now, I'm just going to copy and paste all of these up at top. I'm not going to look for the right game to put them in. That will make it a little more difficult, but we got to get right to work. Stacks play today, Astros over 8.5. There is our guy, Razor Sharp picks. That under was a thing of beauty. Now, I only moved on that first half under, but you guys were, you're in good company when you're rolling with Razor Sharp picks. Kong's clips ready to go. Joe T in the house. Huge ass card today. Best bets are Cards, Dodgers over 9, Twins, Royals over 8. Copy and paste that. Let's go. Kong's clip says no time to be late today. I guess the show maybe started about 45 seconds late, maybe a minute late, but I'll tell you, I spent every single second other than 5 hours of sleep capping this card, every single second to the last available second. It's not like I'm in a shower, sudsing up. Now I'm more relaxed, so I'm gonna stay calm here. But what do you think's happening when I'm 45 seconds late? Do you think I took a dog for a walk? You think I have a dog? Nordy in the house here. Why? Can someone tell me what time Walking Dead is? Sharpie, Walking Dead is at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. It's a special time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern for our guy Sharpie today on his channel. There's Wine Time Sports ready to get to work. Gerald Jones, Subhuman Gaucho, the Dapper Capper, Big Scott, Joey Harb, yesterday's winner of our horse race. Shout out to Joey Harb, Philly Eagle Flyer, Darren Turner back in business. I love to see it. Jake Flanagan, Jason Eastler ready to go. North Ender, there is Slatsy ready to eat. Slatsy says that there are too many sporting events on, beautiful and overwhelming all at the same time. Big Scott, Old E, Mr. Vape, Kent Davies wearing his Dunedin Blue Jay hat last Wednesday. Yeah, that was dope, man. It's a beautiful hat. Great to see all of you guys. Slatsy, yes, I moved on the Blues around 1:32 in the morning. No, I guess I was probably asleep. So maybe about 12:45. I couldn't understand the -127 at BetOnline. You guys didn't know I've just been using Pinnacle and Bet365 for the last little while, but I loaded up the BetOnline account, pretty heavily, pretty robustly for our Pubapalooza. So I still have got a bunch of cash in there. So I hammered away there. Sammy Comer ready to get to work. There's Gifted Cartel, Rocco Rogers, Mikey Money. What a great, great group. Kelly McKinnon says, did you say the 1 p.m. game? It's still available on Bet365. Come on. Tell me that there's a 1 o'clock baseball game. Okay. Look again. It's okay. I gotta stay focused. It's definitely not available at Bet365. We've known that it was canceled for 18 hours, 20 hours. Jay Smooth balls play today. Mitch Keller under 4.5 strikeouts for Jay Smooth. Suck not seeing you at Pubapalooza, my friend. Williams Wrestling. There isn't a better way to kick it off with Vancouver's finest, Jimmy Bag. Thank you. Thank you for connecting me with Vancouver. I get too much Toronto here, and I'm a Vancouver guy. I'll always be through and through. North Ender, Orange Juice, Octopus, Gifted Cartel says Kings, Bulls, Rockets +6.5. That was a great move. And the idea that Troy proposed about the number should have been at 9.5. Why was it at 6.5, 7? The market was middling itself for the possible Shea Gilgeous-Alexander not playing. And then it moved to 4.5. Maybe I should have still bet it. I get a little jealous and angry when I have friends who have a better line than me. And that's the only time I get jealous. Only time. I swear. I want my friends to have the greatest life. I want them to make all the money. I want them to have the most beautiful women. The only time I get jealous is when they get a better line than me. I get jealous, and it's a problem. And I have to go, I have to get over it because it cost me money in the long run. The Rockets were the right play. It's great to see all you guys. We got to get to work. There is Nilo in the house. Yes, I'm back from San Antonio one piece. Came back pretty unscathed. Yes, Sky Dragon. That reverse sweep Ramon says, glad that era is over. I pushed that yesterday. That's not how we start the MLB season. I pushed that. I'm right with you on that. Right with you. Okay, so Kong's Clip says, gather everybody's best bets and let us choose which ones to put in our parlay. That makes sense to me. Victor A in the house says, liking the Rays today with Eflin. I can't wait to talk about that, and I've already gone too long. So I'm sorry that I didn't give all of you guys the shout-out that you deserve. D. Jenkins, it's so great to see you. Derek Parra, BT. Hunter Engelhart in the house. Rodney Barton, Equinimus. Crystal Craig, it's so great to see you, Crystal Craig. And Crystal Craig, I saw your reply, and Dennis Garcia also gave me, and I did get him, but that was, about 20 minutes before your reply. I just had too much work to do to prepare properly for the card, but I will give you a thoughtful reply as soon as I get a chance and I can sit with my show over. Okay, here we go. Thank you guys for being here. Let's get to work. Now, I know we're all so excited about baseball, but we are going to move through this 14-game NHL card first. Then we're going to move on to MLB. We've started with NHL for years and years. People know that's where we start. And with no 1 o'clock game, there's no need to change that. Now, when there's 1 o'clock games and 12 o'clock games, we will change that. We'll have baseball first. I promise you that. And I know it's opening day and that might frustrate some of you guys, but we're going to rock through this NHL card right now. Please welcome from Belleville, Ontario, a man who lit up Pubapalooza. As always, he's just so much fun to hang out with. Very thankful for his friendship. Please welcome Mr. Gogster to the show. Gogster, how are you, my friend?
Doing good, Jamie. Glad to be back, brother. What a time. 14 games, MLB starting, guys. The golf, you name the sport, it's going on. Let's get to the hockey, buddy. Can't wait.
Let's roll right now. And so a lot of time had to be put into the MLB card, of course. And then we have NBA and college. So I asked Gogster. So after I do the setup, Gogster's going to hit us with injuries right after the setup. And then he's going to go into his plan, but he's going to handle the injuries here for right now. There's our guy TJ, says opening day. Let's go. You're going to see a lot more of TJ, star of the gift play of the day. You're going to see a lot more of him throughout the baseball season, rolling with us here on Betting with the Bag as well. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Washington Capitals 36-26-9, 16-15-4 on the road at the Toronto Maple Leafs 40-22-9, 19-13-3 at home, Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, Ontario. We saw what this Leafs team looks like without Morgan Rielly, without two of their top defensemen. At that point, I was, trying to prepare properly. I didn't understand. I was so dehydrated from Pubapalooza. I was such a mess in the beginning, the throes of insomnia and all that. I didn't get the information that Morgan Rielly was out as well. Can we start right there, right now? Who is injured for the Toronto Maple Leafs?
So, we got Rielly day-to-day, but I don't think he's going. Jim Marner, he's still out. He's not going to at least.
And we've seen what's happened to that power play without Mitch Marner. Morgan Rielly's a huge piece to it now, but Mitch Marner, keep rolling. Yeah,
Edmondson, too. Those are the two main pieces there. Edmondson's been out for a little bit there. Then Yarncroc, he's still going to be out. But Rielly, you have to start beside. I expect him to be out there. I'm trying to get a little update here. David Alters, some of the other beat writers here. No update quite yet, but they're saying, here we go. Here's some big news. Sheldon Keefe, 5 minutes ago. Austin Matthews is a game-time decision with an illness.
Wow.
That's big right there.
Wow.
And that's going to affect maybe one of my plays too. So
yes. Let's roll into this. So right now, Pinnacle moved it to minus 165, not on the basis of that information. Maybe it was. Maybe this came out earlier because it was a move at about 10:28 a.m. So about 45 minutes ago, there was a move towards the Washington Capitals. So at this point, there's been a 13-cent move. Well, 13-cent move away from the Leafs, from minus 178 to minus 165. From a total side of things here, there is a 6.5 at minus 118. And now that was the Leafs injuries. I know we're going to talk about the Caps injuries, but the main thing is the Tom Wilson suspension. He's out now. He's got the 6-game suspension. Look, I was wrong about the Capitals. And what changed with the Capitals? Their power play went from 12% to 21.1%. Ovechkin went from being an afterthought, maybe he should retire, to almost eclipsing the great Mike Gartner. They each have 17 30-goal seasons, and I believe Ovechkin now has 26. Ovechkin and the power play have drastically changed this, but I won't go back. Yes, I was wrong about how bad the Capitals expected them to be. Yes, But that doesn't mean that I support them and want to back them. I've got Kemper listed. Is there a chance that Kemper will be in net?
I had Lindgren possibly listed here, not confirmed yet, Jimmy, but
and then do you have Joseph Wall in between the pipes?
Yes,
for the
I
Leafs?
do.
Okay,
yes,
so Wall, 2.96 goals against average, 908 save percentage. When I'm done this quick setup, if you could touch on what Wall has done since he's returned from injury. So Washington power play now at 21.1%, penalty killing at 79.1%. The fact that Washington's special teams are now right in line with Toronto's is the reason for their comeuppance, and of course the Great Eight. The Capitals coming off their third straight win, 4-3 at home in overtime over the Wings on Tuesday. That completed a 4-game homestand. That first game of the homestand, the Leafs went in there and beat them badly, 7-3. This is a different Leaf squad dealing with injuries and now dealing with illness. The Leafs coming off their second straight loss, 6-3 at home to the Devils on Tuesday night. Now, I don't bet based on illness, but I certainly am interested. And I don't think I've backed the Capitals once all season. And this is a Leafs team that always has stepped up when they lose star players. Take it away, Gogster.
Well, it's a question mark now because I took the over. I tweeted out the over here. Was not aware of the Matthews absent. And then Marner could be placeholding. So, and then Riley's not going to be in too. So there's going to be no Riley, McCabe, Lindgren, Brody, Liz, Labushkinin, Bennett, Benoit, and Timmins. You know what? More I'm thinking about this. If they got Lindgren going, I want Lindgren to be in net. That's another question. He does have an 896. And quickly talking about Wall before I go to Lindgren, Jim, he's got an 871 Wall. He's been a little bit shaky there, 365 goals against in his last 5. So if there's a chance for Washington, who's playing well right now, 32% power play since the All-Star break. Both teams' penalty kills below 77%. I wouldn't talk anyone off Washington just in this situation here. Let's just quickly just see. Yeah, they're playing good. That one loss was to Toronto when they lost 7-3. But other than that, they've won 6 in a row despite that one loss. And Toronto's coming off 2 L's against New Jersey and Carolina. So I would be leaning towards Washington in this game. I did give out the over 6.5 at plus 105, guys. I'm still going to fire it. I'm not going to take the other side, Jim. I'll expect, the other players here. We got, I know Peter Loshek here. He'd love taking this guy, McCann. McCann should be stepping up here. I see he's on the second line. So, and Bertuzzi is another guy who's been scoring a lot, but without Matthews will be a question mark. And then Marner, he could possibly be in here. So there's a lot of questions with this Toronto lineup. I'm still going to take the over 6.5 at Washington. I think Jimmy is live.
Washington is so live that I'm going to bet them. Now, I haven't bet them. I don't believe I've backed them once all season. And this is more, the Leafs missing defensemen and missing Marner. And just like our guy, the Sky Dragon, saying, don't expect Marner to be back for at least, he's not coming back this week.
I don't think so.
Who knows exactly with that high ankle sprain right now. And Occupancy, a great NHL capper, says he's been making good money on watching this month. Well, I would like to be involved. So I'm going to move on Washington. And Dan Kelly, you had me laughing many times yesterday, and you already got me today. Okay, so Washington, I'm going to bet this during the show too. I would like to get ahead of this market move that I expect will be forthcoming. We move on. 7 p.m. Eastern, Philadelphia Flyers 36-27-10, 17-12-7 on the road at the Montreal Canadiens, 27-32-12, 13-17-4 at home. We're at the Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec. So this is why capping is so much fun. How in the world would anybody, and this is also why I love model cappers. I respect them. We highlight Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play today for a reason. But I like the psychology behind action, psychology behind betting. I always am gravitating towards it. And who in their right mind would want to back the Canadiens after going into Seattle in game 4 of 5-game road trip, destroying them, and then going into Colorado and stopping their, I believe, 9-game winning streak? Nobody. But Martin St. Louis will be back behind the bench, and he was there for Colorado. He's going to be back at home for the fans. What happened was his youngest son, Mason, got hurt in a hockey game, and he had to be hospitalized. There were complications from the injury that arose a week later, and he's now in stable condition. So it was touch and go. So the fans are going to support him in an enormous way. That doesn't mean I'm going to back the Montreal Canadiens, but I think it's going to get me off of the Philadelphia Flyers. The Flyers coming off their second straight loss and third in 4 games, 6-5 in overtime with the Rangers on Tuesday. Let's go on to the line history here right now. We have the total sitting under 6 at -112. And if this wasn't involved, this Martin St. Louis thing, I would be all over Philadelphia in this spot. Philadelphia opening up at -152. They're now -148. There's been really no movement in the marketplace. Take it away, Gogster.
Yeah, Montreal, they're since the return, I think it's going to boost them here. Quickly, though, guys, talk about Philadelphia. They're coming off 2 losses. The Rangers in Florida I have here. Win against Boston. They're again, I was talking about the show earlier. They're a 1-goal team. Actually, both these teams I'm seeing here, they're first and second against the spread. So they do cover the puck line a lot just because they're underdogs, so frequently, Jim. Goaltending's been a little bit shaky, but just in this spot, I think, no Roy for Montreal. They do have pretty much a healthy team here. Sealer, I believe Sealer, I want to say he's on defense there, Jim. He's day-to-day. Drysdale, we know Drysdale.
He's a shot-blocking monster.
Yeah, he's a big boy, isn't he? Yeah.
He blocks so many shots. The Flyers lead the league in shot blocks. The Flyers have the worst power play in the NHL, but man, do they have character and heart. I despise Tortorella, but man, does this team have character. Sorry, keep going.
So both of these power plays, we got 13%, 12%, 80%, 83%. All these stats, guys, are going to be since the All-Star break, okay? So guys, the way I see this game going is going to be a lower scoring game. I know these stats from these goaltenders have been a little bit shaky, but we got 2 teams for the most part. I'm not expecting a lot of offense here. I think it's going to be more of just going to be a tighter hockey game. I don't think 1-goal game, 3-2, maybe 4-2. But where I'm going here, guys, I do think it's going to be an under. I already fired on this. I actually doubled down. First period under 1.5 plus 105, in the full game under 6 -110. Just the 2 styles of hockey that we're going to see here. And these goalies, I'm just expecting a better performance from both these goalies. Montembeault at home, Jim, that's who I'm expecting to be going here. He's a much stronger goalie at home. And then the spot here, I expect defensively Montreal should be sound. And then Philly, they are missing some defense. But, Montreal, they are healthy. But I'm going to expect Flyers defense and their goalie and company here to be able to hold things down. So give me the unders here, both full game and first period.
And we got to keep moving briskly. So I'm just going to review your tweet at this point. So let me know when I need to add anything to the worksheet that's not on your tweet. This is, I'm just going to be off of this game. But so Slatsy talking about those 4 losses on the road. Now I don't have them in front of me and I could pull them up, or you could. That first loss was 7-0 against Tampa, and that was just a debacle, right? Tortorella got bounced. It was just a debacle. They're down 4. The other 3 losses are against the best teams in the league, and all, I believe, either in like overtime or by a goal. So I didn't put too much in the 4-game road losing streak, honestly. What I've seen from this Flyers team is a ton of character. I mean, fading them nonstop, and they've got a ton of character. Okay, we're going to roll on here. And Nordy's saying Flyers just came off one of the toughest 7-game stretches. They might be gassed. I think when you step foot on Bell Center ice in Montreal, Quebec, that nobody is, it's a dream come true. I mean, I know it's not the Forum, but it's a special, special place. Urson, Montembeault, 2 power plays that are weak, and then Philadelphia star penalty killing, which is no longer the best in the league, which has struggled a little bit of late because they're missing defensemen. Can you go over the defensemen the Philadelphia Flyers are missing right now?
So we got Sealer, Drysdale, and Ristolainen. I can tell you who they got in here really quickly if we got time here. Just one sec. York, we got Cam York, Travis Steinham. We got Adam Ginning, Attard, Zumala, and Eric Johnson. So they got a couple guys from Lehigh. This Attard guy, though, I think he's I've seen him, on the stat sheet before. So it's more of a stay-home defense for sure. You're not going to see a lot of, no Drysdale, Ristolainen. Those are the 2 guys that are going to be on your power play doing more. So this feels like an under. Montreal, too, they actually have been trending quite a lot. They've been really trending to the under. 3-2 loss to Edmonton, 4-1 to Montreal, to Vancouver, 2-1 to Colorado, 2-1 to Boston. So I think Montreal is live here, and I do think the under's in play.
Okay, we gotta speed this up, but North Ender says the Montreal Canadiens the greatest franchise in the history of hockey. 23 Stanley Cups.
La plus grande franchise dans la histoire du hockey.
Not always making the best personnel decisions. All right, we move on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Chicago Blackhawks. That's right. Sorry, Chicago Blackhawks. We got to speed this up. 21-46-5, 6-28-1 on the road at the Ottawa Senators. 30-36-4, 19-16-2 at home at Canadian Tire Center in Ottawa, Ontario. I've got Mrazek, Forsberg. Gogster will let me know if that's not correct at this point. Mrazek 17-26-4, 3.07 goals against average, 906 save percentage, one shutout. I know his stats are dropping, and I don't believe that's him coming down to earth. I think that's just based on the players in front of him more than anything. I still think he's been pretty strong all year. Anton Forsberg, 12-12, no, 3.42 goals against average, 885 save percentage, one shutout. There is no excuse for him. Chicago, 16.2% power play, 77.1% penalty killing. Ottawa power play 17.6%, power play 73.2% penalty killing. I'm starting to smile because I went off on what Shane Pinto has done in 29 games, now 30. I went off yesterday on Shane Pinto and Cruikshank and Angus Cruikshank. Shane Pinto was spectacular. He was absolutely spectacular yesterday. I thought that game was filled with volatility. I said it then, if I had a free bet for some game, I would put on Ottawa. But shout out to Shane Pinto. Shout out to Angus Cruikshank. We're getting some Vancouver hockey players with heart. And it's nice to see because we've all watched Ryan Johansson for way too long. Chicago comes in off their second straight win, 3-1 at home versus the Flames on Tuesday. The Senators on the second half of back-to-back after winning at Buffalo 6-2 last night. Look, I don't want Ottawa after playing spectacular hockey. But again, we talked about the missing centerman that they have injured and who is stepping up. The Stutzler line did nothing last night. It was all Pinto all the time. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Ottawa minus 188 at Pinnacle. They opened up at minus 190, or now minus 186. So there's been a 4-cent move away from them. And from a total side of things here. And I know that we'd be going a little long, and I promise you that we'll speed things up. And I can't get the total for some reason here. Let me see if I can. Okay. I don't know why that's happening. I'll fix this in a second. But if you could touch on the total as well, take it away, Gogster.
All right, so quickly here, guys, Shabbat, he's not going to be playing here. He got injured last night, so they called up my guy here in Belleville, Clevin, Notre Dame prospect, first rounder. He's been playing really well here. He's going to be getting the start here. For this Ottawa team, guys, I like their offense for the most part. Cruikshank got a little banged up last night too. Dirty hit from our guy Bowen Byram there, just kind of caught him after the play. But he should be still going here in the lineup there. You brought up Pinto. He's been playing great, especially Batherson, actually. Batherson since the new coach, he's been playing really good hockey. So I think there's enough offense, short and sweet, guys, here to see some goals. It's going to be tough, I think. Clevin, he should be getting some minutes tonight, but going up against Bedard, he's going to be in trouble here. And with Forsberg too, he hasn't had a start, Jim, in a while. They've been going with our guy Korpisalo a lot, and he's been playing really good hockey. So with Forsberg going into his back-to-back last night, I wouldn't talk anyone off Chicago. Now, I didn't fire on Chicago. Blackwood's day-to-day. Reece Johnson's out. Murphy's out, but there's quite a bit of players out for the Senators, especially on defense now with no Shabbat Norris, like we said. 69% penalty kill too for Ottawa is going to be they're in trouble here. Chicago team total over feels very live here. Actually, more I'm thinking about it, like a Chicago 2.5, maybe minus 120, guys. But what I actually played was the full game over 5.5, along with the first period over 1.5. So you tie both those together, comes out to plus 125 here, Jim.
I love it. I love it. I like not being involved in it. Like not being involved in it. So let's roll on. I'm having a problem pulling up my line moves on the total. I got kind of used to one site. I'm going to work on a little bit more, but if you could do the total for the next game and I'll find out. Oh, and I just moved on the Capitals at plus 145. Pinnacle offered a plus 148, but I sent it in with my local at plus 145 instead. It's not that big of a difference here, and I just prefer that situation right now. Okay, so let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the New York Islanders 30-20. I haven't tweeted it out yet. I'll get to that at some point. 30-26-15, 14-16-5 on the road at the Florida Panthers, 46-21-5, 21-12-2 at home at Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. I cannot believe, after all the horrible things I've said about the Capitals this year, that I'm backing them without Tom Wilson in the lineup. It's nuts. Varlamov 8-7-4, 2.86 goals against average, 9-10 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Do you have Varlamov in net here?
I do, confirmed.
And this is because he has taken over the starting job from Sorokin.
Yeah.
And I said when Patrick Waugh took over, I was like, watch Varlamov step up here. That's a lot of pressure. We saw what the Coyotes looked like with Wayne Gretzky as their head coach. Varlamov going up against Bobrovsky, 32-16-3, 2.41 goals against average, 914 save percentage, 4 shutouts. New York Islanders power play at 20.9%, penalty killing at 71.9%. Florida power play 25.9%, penalty killing 81.8%. We have two teams here that are stacking else. And we haven't said that about the Panthers in a long time. Surprisingly stacking else. Islanders coming off their 7th loss in 8 games, 4-0 at home versus the Devils on Sunday. This was Islanders to make the playoffs bet that I sent in that I was very confident in. I'm certainly not anymore. They've been shut out in 3 of those 7 losses. Florida comes in off their 5th loss in 6 games, 4-3 at home to the Bruins on Tuesday. That was game 1 of a 3-game homestand. I really like tracking homestands, and so that was game 1. I would imagine they're very, very dangerous here. Very, very dangerous here. So, but I've never felt comfortable fading the Islanders. I really haven't. And maybe I'm a little higher on them than I should be. But the Panthers open up at minus 193. They're now minus 179. So I'm not involved here. If you could touch on the total here and take it away.
Okay, so the total, let's see here. Total, so it looks like it was 6.5, and it's money's coming on the under from what I'm seeing here, Jim. But just seeing the goalies here, there's been a change. Stolarz is confirmed for Florida. So Stolarz quickly, he's got a 932 save percentage in his last 5 games, 1.94 goals against. So Bobrovsky had that heavy start in the road. I like what they're doing here going to Stolarz. Should be a lower scoring game more I'm thinking about this. Varlamov, he's 896, but he's got a 2.82 goals against. Other than Mayfield, is the only player out for the Islanders, guys. Gadjevich, and then Ekblad's actually day-to-day here. I have a start beside him. Same with Gadjevich. So I wouldn't talk anyone off the Islanders here at first period. I actually had a question mark. I leaned towards the Islanders in the first. Might fire on that. Could get them just come back off that road trip. And Stolarz is going to be going. He hasn't played in a while, but even at home, he's got a 911 save percentage, 2.35 goals against. Special teams is going to favor quite heavily Florida here. But I would be leaning to an under here, full game under. I kind of see why that's where the money I believe has been moving towards. So Islanders first period and the under, but I haven't fired on that, guys. That's kind of where I'm looking though.
Slatsy's saying Ekblad is back for the Panthers tonight, so that is just in. And I'm starting to think more about this Capitals Leafs spot. I can't do it, but I'm imagining that the Leafs aren't going to score much. I wonder if. Okay, sorry. I'm wondering if that's going to be if the under is the spot there. So we're going to figure this all out as we go here, and we got to keep a brisk pace as MLB is of course the focal point today. So let's keep rolling here. I know you moved on the over 6.5, but your trepidation makes sense. There's our guy Bo Jackson in the house. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, we have the 7 p.m. Eastern, the Columbus Blue Jackets 23, 37, and 12, 10, 19, and 7 on the road. I talked about what this team looked like without Chinnikov and without Alex Nylander, without Sean Corrali, without Adam Fantilli, because the Goodrow is just, I don't want to start saying horrible things about these men. But the team that the Blue Jackets were rolling with that second line, that Russian line, that tough group of men. Goodrow, fucking child. Elvis Merzlikins as being not very good. 12, 17, and 8, 3.47 goals against average, 8.97 save percentage, 1 shutout. Tarasov likely. I remember that too. Kent Davies says, are Penguins on a smash spot today? Blue Jackets traveling from the West Coast. This is the first game of a home and home too. They're coming off. Jackets are coming off their 5th straight loss in 8 to 9 games. Pittsburgh snapped their 3-game losing streak with an impressive 4-1 win at home over Carolina, and Nedeljkovic is confirmed. Well, touch on what you think of Needles of late, and why don't you just take over the spot here? Because I don't have action at this point, and I don't know if I want to trust Needles. And what is Pittsburgh going to roll off 10 or 11 to shut down the season? They got to win these 2 games of the home and home. Maybe they are a smash spot. Let's just touch on the line movement here. Touch on the line movement here quickly. We have I mean, at what? I mean, this Columbus team is just battered and bruised. But does anybody want Pittsburgh at minus 224? They opened up at minus 222. There was just a 13-cent move back to Columbus. Take it away, Gogster.
Yeah, Tarasov and Nettle. Actually, Tarasov's been okay of late. He's faced 40 pucks, 3 of his last 5 games. So defensively, he's not getting a lot of help there. So he's doing actually decent. He's got a 934 I have here, Jim. Last 5 games, 2.46, 900 save percentage on the road, 913 goals against. And then on the other side, Ned, he's been decent. He's actually been better than Yari's been his last 5. He's got a 919, 2.45 goals against, even a 923 save percentage at home. So whenever you get those 920s, even 910s these days, that's a good sign for the goaltenders here. And then Nylander, Alex Nylander, the brother of Willie there, he's day to day. Bouquett as well. Shinnikov, Corrali's out. Ken Johnson, now he's out for the rest of the year. So a lot of their offense has been it's taken a hit, and they're calling up a lot of guys from the Monsters. Shout out to Schnitzel, his Cleveland Monsters. Power plays are quite weak right now. It's going to be a no play. Kind of lean to the under. Just the goaltenders are playing well right now. You got a pretty banged up team, especially on Columbus. Travel spot's not good. Ned's been better of late, and he's got a decent record at home. We'll see how Needles does, but I like the under. If anything, it's going to be a no play, but I lean to the under, Jim.
You know what? Slatsy saying smash spot for Penguins. Kent Davies asking if it's a smash spot.
Okay.
You know, the Penguins have 2 games in hand on the Capitals, and they're on the Flyers, and they're 10 points back. These 2 games are against the Jackets. But if Montreal could win and help out the Flyers, could you possibly be 6 points back? And a team with Sidney Crosby on it just doesn't let go. No, I'm interested in the Penguins on the puck line here. I'm going to spend. Billy Freezer says, I can't trust the Pens with his line way too wide. Look, I agree that it is. But Columbus is absolutely shattered. I mean, how would you lose this bet? Tarasov stands on his head and stops 45 shots, and the Jackets are outshot 45-20, and what, the Penguins win 2-1?
I agree.
Billy Freezer, especially coming off that big win at home versus Canes. But now remember, this is not game 45. This is game 72. And a team with Crosby is going to be accountable. I'm going to need to spend a little bit more time on that here. And of course, that under in Toronto, Washington. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Red Wings, 36-29, 7-15-18-2 on the road at Carolina Hurricanes, 45-21-7, 24-9-4 at home. We're in PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. I've got Alex Lyon versus Frederik Andersen. Lions come back to earth, and it's sad when a aging journeyman goaltender comes back to earth. But sorry, man. That's why you were in the A for so long. But we still cheer for you. Freddie Andersen I have on the other side. Do you have Freddie Andersen for the Hurricanes?
I do have where are we here? Sorry, Jim. Yeah, I got Anderson. I got Reimer on with the Red Wings. Not confirmed.
There's our guy Moose Money in the house. I got to copy and paste our guy Moose Money's action. Moose, we love you, man. We love you. And,
Reimer's confirmed, Jim.
Reimer is confirmed. Wow. And I don't mean to wax because we got to get into MLB, but if it's the most valuable player to your team, then Dylan Larkin should be nominated. That's how important he is to this Red Wings team. Detroit power play at 23%, penalty killing 80.4%. Great special teams. Carolina power play 26.2%, penalty killing 85.5%. Red Wings coming off their second straight loss 4-3 in overtime at the Capitals on Tuesday. Hurricanes coming off their second loss in 3 games 4-1 at Pittsburgh on Tuesday. Look, I imagine. Oh, and I got the totals back up, so we're going to go. I imagine that the Hurricanes are going to take care of business, but at what price? This is a team that's in the playoffs right now. I mean, at what price? This opened up at 6. It got up to 6.5 for a little bit, but and it was at 6.5 at Pinnacle for, 12
under
14 hours. So it's not for a little bit of time. And then from a money line standpoint here, we have Carolina right now at minus 261. Look, they opened up minus 240. I'm they're a phenomenal hockey team. They're so good. They're going to be they could easily represent the Eastern Conference in the Stanley Cup Finals. But at this price, I don't know if I want them. Scotty says, Nerfy season is here, boys. I can't wait to see Scotty. But take it away, Gogster, Red Wings, Hurricanes.
Shout out to Nerfy season. I love my old Nerfies. This game here, Jim. I think the goalies, again, I'm kind of leaning to the under here. Anderson's been unbelievable. 949 save percentage since he's returned. Last 5 games, 1.4 goals against. The team in front of him right now, we've talked about this team a lot in the past, Jim, with winning the cup. You know, they seem I have a hard time not seeing them in the Final Four this year right now. I think they're just going to start getting there, just not allowing teams to score a lot. I expect them to hold this Red Wings team to under 3 goals here. Despite them, they got a pretty healthy hockey team and they have been scoring, but just the way Carolina's been playing, guys, they're one of the toughest teams right now to score against, I'd say. So lean to the under. It's going to be a no play here. I got in red. So I don't know if Detroit's going to win this one. Just Carolina, guys, they're playing so well. They have clinched. Have they clinched first, Jim? Do they got first or?
No, there's been no clinching at this point. Carolina's 3 points. I mean, they've clinched a spot in the playoffs. Carolina's at 3 points back of the Rangers. Rangers are the first team to clinch the playoffs in the entire NHL.
Yeah, they're 3 back on the Rangers. Then the next team behind them's 15 is the Flyers. So they're going to be in the top 2 at least. But yeah, I expect them just to kind of hold teams down, guys. Lower scoring game. Tough for me to take Detroit though tonight.
Oh yeah, I can't take Detroit under no circumstances. But at what price do I want Carolina? Philly Eagle Flyer. Keep an eye on what Philly Eagle Flyers. We talk about having to listen, how important, not having to, just how important it is. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want. You have autonomy with how you cap. But Philly Eagle Flyer, watch what he does with tied after 2 innings at these huge plus prices.
Okay.
He's one of these guys I'd love to have on the show so I could cap it nonstop. Track it nonstop. But okay, let's roll on. Here we go, Slatsy. 8 p.m. Eastern, Calgary Flames 33-33 and 5, 15-16-4 on the road at St. Louis Blues, 38-30 and 4, 21-12 and 2 home. Enterprise Center, St. Louis, Missouri. As hard as this card was, there were obviously 2 plays that slapped me in the face, being the Blues and the Predators. Now, I've not moved on the Predators, and we'll break that one down. And I was just like, I don't get it. So you guys know my respect for the anonymous gambler who runs my bookie. And so he opened this. Now, maybe he was saying I made a mistake. I'm trying to figure out what the psychological, what these guys are thinking with their line moves. He is now challenging Bet Online now. He's challenging everybody. He's going to be first to the market, which is really exciting. And so what I decided now, Slatsy helped me. I sent Slatsy a text message about 1:45 because I couldn't figure out why this line would be at -135 at Bet365. And then just beyond comprehension that it was at -27 at Bet Online. And I took the -1 line because the puck line was at +200. Now we'll go over the line movements now. So Slatsy said, they can make mistakes because my bookie opened it at -150 and moved it down to -135. Was -150 not enough? I tell you what, put a fork in these Flames. Don't eat them, but put a fork in them. They're done. And is Markstrom going to be in that, or is Dustin Wolf going to be in that? Binner is playing really good hockey, and he's going to have to because Hofer is a hell of a goaltender behind him. St. Louis had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 2-1 overtime loss at home to the Knights on Monday. The Knights were in playoff mode. The Blues played great. We were traveling at the time. We got the late goal by Brandon Saad. We got the penalty shot with 30 seconds left with Buchnevich. We're off the airplane. We have the penalty shot, and it misses. And I hate when you miss those opportunities because you kind of have an idea of what's going to happen to your bet. And then, the Knights scored 19 seconds later. This Blues team has been a bet-on team all year, but they've been a bet-on team at home. Bet-on team at home all year, but they've been a bet-on team on the road. Excuse me. God, sorry. I'm 5 hours sleep in 2 or 3 days. They've been a bet-on team as a home dog. I know people don't want them as a favorite at home, but this is nuts to me. This is absolutely nuts to me, this line. So let's take a look at the line history and see if there's been any changes. I'm very curious to see what Bet Online has done. I'm going to refresh my money line page here right now as well, so I can just see exactly what's going on here. So right now, St. Louis is at -133 at Bet Online. Okay, that's good. It's at -132 at Pinnacle. So look, if this was another sport, or if I had more action, if I had more stuff that I loved on this card, I found a different card, I wouldn't bet the Blues. because this just doesn't make sense to me. Now, if you look at, the Flames road record, just 15-16-4, the Blues 21-12-2, or you look at their overall records, maybe this line makes sense. There has been a 5-cent move at St. Louis, for St. Louis at Bet365. All said and done, I had to bet St. Louis Blues here. I had to bet them. Do I want the Flames coming off 4 straight losses? No. They're on the road. That's it when teams come together, and they lost 3-1 to Blackhawks on Tuesday. It's embarrassing. But look, I had to fucking bet them. I had to bet them. Gogster, take it away.
I don't got much on this one, Jim. It's a tough game for me. I think Wolf's going to be in net. 930 save percentage, 2.12 goals against last 5. Banner's been fine, like you said, and just a healthy team in Calgary too. Krug's day-to-day. So Spunkvist, he's going to be out for the rest of the year now. Yeah, he's out for the rest of the year now. Penalty kills are about 80% apiece. Slight advantage towards St. Louis with a 22% power play since the break, 16% for Calgary. I lean to the under, but I would expect St. Louis to get this one done. But yeah, the line was kind of fishy here. But I'm not going to talk anyone off St. Louis. It's just.
Yeah, it's a fishy line. But I always talk about the gifts in NHL, that they're actual gifts. And I'm starting to get away with it because of the other sports getting in my head, get away from it. But I'm sitting there, alone in the dark, and I'm sitting there staring, going over it, and I can't get off the game. And so, I bet it. But I understand it's a fishy line. Brian Watson, it was a really fun breakdown. Gogster did a great job. He got information that had just come out 5 minutes before on Austin Matthews being day-to-day with an illness. They already have the defensive injuries, and I'm betting the Washington Capitals for the first time all year, plus 145. And Oldie says, when in doubt, fade the Flames. That's perfectly put, Oldie. Okay, let's move on. Next up, 8 p.m. Eastern, San Jose Sharks 16-47-8, 6-26-4 on the road at Minnesota. Oh, we got Tom Miggins action too, so I got to copy and paste this. Tom Miggins levels play today. Just a great capper. Thank you for dropping your action here, Tom. We're going to get an MLB here very soon. Our pace has sped up. XL Energy Center in St. Paul, Minnesota. I've got Mackenzie Blackwood, 9-20-3, 3.57 goals against. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay.
Mackenzie, 8.96% one shutout. Marc-Andre Fleury, 16-12-5, 2.85 goals against. Average 8.99 save percentage, 2 shutouts. San Jose power play, 20.9%. Penalty killing at 74.6%. If you look at the Sharks roster and see how much better their power play is than the Pittsburgh Penguins roster, you should put on a ski mask and go up to Kyle Dubas's office. And actually, I got to stop doing all that stuff. But stop him from managing. How about that? There we go. I don't need to say these horrifying things, but Marc-Andre Fleury, you have Fleury confirmed?
Yes, I do.
Minnesota power play 21. He's a little boy. Dubas is a little child. I would have more confidence in Carter coming in, and Carter's 3.
Yes.
Minnesota power play 21.4, just with his finger pointing at that, because I could help direct Carter. I don't know if Dubas would listen to me. He sure likes to kiss Jason Spezza on the mouth. 74.4% penalty killing. Sharks coming off their 8th straight loss, 6-3 at home to Dallas on Tuesday. The Wild coming off their 3rd loss in 4 games, 5-4 in overtime at home to St. Louis on Saturday. I'm really not high on this Minnesota team at all. I haven't been all year. And the fact that they go from minus 350 to minus 383, what is the explanation? If are they a hungry hockey team that's trying to get into the playoffs? Because they have no chance, like 0 chance. There's no chance at all to get into the playoffs. So, is Eriksson Ek still out? Can you touch on that? Oh no, and start saying Eriksson Ek back tonight on the first line with Kaprizov. I don't want Minnesota at this price ever. Take it away, Coach.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky play here. I did take Minnesota on the money line. I just think San Jose is dead right now. I think they got too many injuries. Blackwood on the road hasn't really won any games. Yeah, Minnesota, they're pretty far away here. In a tough division, that Central. You got 4 teams with 90 points. Yeah, they got 77. They're gonna have to start winning some games if they want any chance. They have 71 played, so they got at least they got a couple games. I don't see them slipping up here, guys. I'm throwing them in the money line parlay. I know it's a lot. I got another team tied in here. It's pretty much I wanted this pretty much just help the juice on this other game we're gonna get to here coming up over in the West Coast, but I don't see Minnesota slipping up here.
Okay, let's roll on, and let me just get Tom Miggins MLB copied and pasted. Again, the 1 p.m. game is postponed, so we don't start till 3 p.m. So we're gonna have a lot of time to cap MLB. Let's roll on. Let's roll on here. Next up for us is the Vegas Golden Knights, 39-25 and 8, 16-14 and 6 on the road at the Winnipeg Jets, 44-22 and 6, 23-9 and 3 at home. Canada Life Center, Winnipeg, Manitoba. We have Logan Thompson and Connor Hellebuck. The Golden Knights have this magical sprinkle dust that they sprinkle on goaltenders and make them spectacular. I don't get how it works, but Logan just stepped up, with Aiden Hill being out. Hellebuck has okay. I'm very interested in backing the Winnipeg Jets here. We know Vegas is in playoff mode now. Like, we know that that's the case. And I think that Vegas wants to be in second place in the wild card. I think that if I was picking a team to play, I would much rather play the Vancouver Canucks than the Dallas Stars or Colorado Avalanche. So I expect Dallas Stars or Avalanche to take that number 1 seed. So if we're taking it to that level, now Slide says something's not right in Winnipeg. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. So I don't think something's wrong with the Winnipeg Jets. I thought they looked great coming back home. I know that they've lost 4 straight. So take it away here, my man. Nick, Red Sox, look, you don't need to be here, but you're welcome to say anything negative about me all you want. But you just remember that you're choosing to be here, and that nobody asked you to be here, and nobody wants you to be here. Okay, so Vegas had their 3-game winning streak snapped in that 5-4 overtime loss in Nashville on Tuesday. I mean, they look spectacular until the third period. So take it away, my man. Golden Knights, Winnipeg Jets. And just before you do, let's just touch on the line history here. We have Winnipeg now at minus 121. They opened up at minus 120. Now minus 115. Just a huge move towards Vegas. Is something wrong? I didn't think there was against the Oilers. But take it away, my man.
Yeah, not too sure, to be honest. I'm not going to think twice. Like, watching this Winnipeg team, yeah, they've lost these games. This is like not a make or break game, but it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we got here? We got 5 home games coming up, guys. Their last one, the first game back off the road trip, was against the Edmonton. They lost that 4-3. Put up a good effort there, in my opinion. They just lost it in 4-3. This game here, the line's low. I think they're basing it off kind of what they're doing. They think Winnipeg's kind of a dead team. Their penalty kill 74% since the break. But if you're giving me Hellebuck, I don't care if his numbers right now are 906 save percentage the last 5 games. He's got a 923 still, his save percentage at home on the year with a 2.31 goals against. You guys have been watching the show. I've been praising Hellebuck all year. Him and Demko. I'm not going to think twice about this one. I think it's a bad spot for the Golden Knights too. I got Carrier, Pietrangelo is going to be day-to-day. Hurdle, he's not coming back anytime soon. And I'm not going to trust Thompson. Like, he's played okay, but I know him on the road. He's been susceptible in the past, and he does have an 892 save percentage on the road, 3.29 goals against. I'm taking the Winnipeg Jets, guys. I got minus 124. It's been dropping. I'm taking the Jets, guys, to get this one done. Let's go Winnipeg.
I think I join you.
Hurry up and Jet. Let's go.
I think I join you. I don't need to move on it now, but I think I join you. I just don't see enough motivation for Vegas to very, very, because Vegas is in playoff mode. There's no doubt about it. But with Rick Bowness behind the bench, I mean,
it's a playoff game for them too. I think
it's a playoff game. It's an absolute playoff game. Yes. Yeah, I think I'm going to join you. Okay, let's move on. Next spot on the board, 9 p.m. Eastern. New York Rangers 48-24, 22-11-4 on the road at Colorado Avalanche 46-21 and 5, 28-7. And Caden Primo confirmed for the Habs. I was not expecting that. We have Shesterkin and Georgiev. Shesterkin 31-15 and 2, 2.65 goals against average, 9-11 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Georgiev 37-15 and 3, 2.82 goals against average, 9-3 save percentage, and 2 shutouts. I told you guys when these two Russian goaltenders face each other that they step up. They step up. The last time these two teams played, it might be the time before, but when these two goalies went up against each other in New York, it was a very low-scoring game. We cashed on the under. I don't know if that's going to happen here. And the Avalanche had their 9-game winning streak snap in a 2-1 loss versus Montreal on Tuesday. Are they going to come out firing? Rangers coming off their 3rd straight win, 6-5 in overtime at home over the Flyers on Tuesday. I thought a lot about the Avalanche, but what do you ever want to fade the New York Rangers? Seriously, is there ever a time you want to fade the New York Rangers? This total is at 6.5. It's at -109 to the under. I understand that move towards the under. I guess it hasn't moved to the under. I guess it's opened that number. And then from a money line standpoint here, we have the Avalanche at -149, opening up -157, now -149. This is tough. I want to back the Avalanche, and maybe I should. Take it away.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm about to go to. I think Avs are alive here, Jim. Shesterkin, his last few games here, he's allowed 5, 3, 3, 2, and 5. And his shots against here, like he's only like 22 of 27, 25 of 27, 23 of 26, 37 of 42 against Philly. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Quick goes here. I don't know if maybe if they throw Quick in the mix here. You know, he's played quite a bit of late. I don't know, like what coach probably sees these numbers. I'd put Quick in here, and then on the other side, you're gonna have Gorgie, a former team here. He's been playing a lot better too. 923 of the last save percentage, last 5, 2.14 goals against. Kiviranta's day-to-day. Sammy Girard, I have here day-to-day, and same with Nichushkinin. So. Those are some pretty big names there for Colorado too. So, we gotta see what their injury report's going to be. So
yeah, I can't. I would have to take the Avalanche on the -1 line. I'm not going to do that. I mean, the only other thing I could do is take the under.
I almost want Quick. I'd rather have Quick, honestly. Like, I haven't checked his numbers there yet, guys, but Jonathan Quick, he hasn't played as many games. As of late, in going up against a team like Colorado, on the road, that tough, 6-5, barely beat the Philly last game. I feel like the Avs are alive here at home. Maybe in a money line there, could go to overtime, but I expect Avalanche to get it done. The injuries do concern me a little bit, though.
Maybe the under. I'll take a little bit more time in a little bit. Shout out to Ilya Katz. Great to see Ilya Katz says, I'm back. What's good, family? Respect. Great to see you with $10 donate to bless our action. Thank you, Ilya Katz. Respect. And TJ says, I hope you realize the Rangers are not just going to fold here. They want to prove a point. They're fighting. Absolutely. There's absolutely. Avalanche off a loss is pretty appealing with the way they've been playing, but I'm not going to go there. Okay, let's roll on. We have 4 games left here, and we can get through them quick. I know everybody excited about MLB. 9 p.m. Eastern, LA Kings 38, 22, and 11, 21, 11, and 4 on the road. At the Edmonton Oilers 43, 23, and 4.
Can I do a quick timeout? Sorry, timeout here. Nichushkinin is out, and then it looks like Girard and Kiviranta are sick too. So, and that's kind of why the under. So they recalled Jean-Luc Foudy, AHL special. Like, he's a smaller player. He's probably not going to do much here. The under feels like it could be very live here, but those injuries do hurt Colorado tonight.
Yeah, they do. Sorry, they do. Yeah, they do. Maybe I don't think I could flip, but I think that TJ's right about the Rangers wanting to send a message to everybody. Rogers plays in Edmonton, Alberta. Cam Talbot, 23, 16, and 6, 2.42 goals against average, 917 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Going up against Stuart Skinner, 32, 14, and 4, 2.66 goals against average, 905 save percentage, 2 shutouts. LA Kings, 22.1% power play, 85.7% penalty killing. Edmonton, 27.5% power play, 79.7% penalty killing. All right, let's take a look at the line history here in this one. Look, you guys know I'm very high on the Kings, and I'm, very uncomfortable fading the Oilers ever. This was a total that opened up at 6, got up 6.5 for a little bit. It's right back at 6. And when we get to the money line here in this spot, we have it sitting right now with the Oilers -151. These teams have had playoff type battles against each other over the last month. Take it away, Gogster, Kings, Oilers.
Yeah, this is 4 more games left, guys. We'll be quick. This game here, I just think the Kings are starting to play better hockey right now. Grundstrom, Turcotte, that I would like them in the lineup, but Talbot, he's got a 922 last 5 games. We're starting to see what Talbot was beginning of the year when this team was just a wagon on the road. 203 goals against, and then Skinner. They got to rely on their top goal, their goal scorers, Kane, Hyman, Draisaitl, and McDavid. He's got 892, but 3.46 goals against his last 5 games. Still an 899 save percentage at home. Power plays are about identical, if anything, Jim. 24, 28% just since the All-Star break. And then advantage to the LA Kings as well. 82% penalty kills since the break, 73% for Edmonton. So what I did here is I think Kings are going to be fired up, as anyone is playing Edmonton. I think first period, they're 15-7 guys since the All-Star break. This team's playing a lot better since they fired coach there. So give me a first period LA Kings money line, Jim, plus 130 tonight.
I get it. I get it. I completely get it. I'm going to stay off of that spot. Let's move on to Dallas Stars, 45-19-9, 23-9-5 on the road at Vancouver Canucks, 45-19-8, 24-8-4 at home. We're at Rogers Arena in Vancouver, BC. Dallas, 23.4% power play, 81.1% penalty killing. Vancouver, 22.1% power play, 79.7% penalty killing. It's DeSmith. You're going to get DeSmith now. They put long-term injury for Thatcher. These knuckleheads just lost at home to the Los Angeles Kings. This has been a really long homestand where they haven't looked very good. And now they have a very tough Dallas Stars team coming to town. This isn't the end of the homestand, which is so important. I mean, this is a 10-gamer. So they have Anaheim on Sunday. I know that Slatsy's high on backing Dallas here, and I get it. I still fear fading the Canucks at home. The Stars have gone from -104 to -108 at Pinnacle, and I get that. From a total side, we have this sitting at a 6. It's plus 100 to the under. It opened with -106 to the under, so there's been a slight move to the over. Take it away, Gogster, my man.
For sure. Just quick update, guys, with Washington game. Lindgren is the first goalie off the ice, so it looks like he's going to be in net for Washington. This Dallas-Vancouver team, I just think Dallas has Vancouver at the right time, Jim. Lindholm was also, I have here day-to-day, so possibly no Elias Lindholm. Dakota Joshua has still been out. And this Dallas team's, for the most part, if I'm not wrong here, Sagan's day-to-day, Hakanpää day-to-day, Dadonov's been out. But you know what? I'm going to trust Ottinger here. Ottinger-Demko would have been a great spot, a good goalie matchup here. But as these games go on for Casey DeSmith, guys, I don't think it's a good recipe for him here. 15% power play too for Vancouver since the break, 24% for Dallas, and then both penalty kills are around 77-79%. I'm not going to think too much about this, guys. I think this is a good playoff test for Dallas here. If anything, I would worry about them on the next game against Anaheim, Seattle, you said, a down spot. But tonight, Ottinger, I have here, I believe is confirmed here tonight too. So give me Dallas, guys, money line, -108. I already fired on it. Good spot for them. I expect them to bring it too.
Maybe this is the time to fade the Nucks. I'm going to have to look at that a little more afterwards with both you and Slatsy on them. All right, let's move on. Second to last game here on the NHL card. We have the Nashville Predators 43-25-4, 22-10-3 on the road at the Arizona Coyotes 30-37-5, 19-7-0 home or at Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona. We have UC Saros 32-21-4, 2.75 goals against average, 909 save percentage, 3 shutouts. He has played much better, and the team has followed suit. Connor Ingram in between the pipes. This was obviously a bet that must have screamed at everybody. It screamed at me, and I'll tell you why I don't really want it. This total, the overs at 6 at -109, and maybe they do smash, and maybe I leave money on the table, but this is a really good spot for Arizona. I know they're coming off a big win, but they're also on the 6th game of an 8-game homestand. And why is this line not moving towards Nashville? I mean, they opened up -165, they're now -166. I went through the rosters, and obviously this Predators roster is better, but the Predators are missing very important defensemen. Now, I know you'd say, well, Yossi and McDonough and Luke Schenn are there. Schenn's only playing 15 minutes a game. You don't want him to play more. You don't want McDonough playing more than 20 minutes a game, but with Carrier out, and Gogster will go over the 3 defensemen that are out right now, he's playing 25 minutes a game, and you really don't want that. And Carrier's, I might have messed up his name here, so we'll let you go over all the defense, but he's playing 18 minutes a game, 18 and a half minutes a game. You're missing defensemen that are playing, blocking shots and playing high minutes and causing McDonough to play too much. And it's the 6th game of an 8-game homestand for Arizona. I know the Predators have got a point in 18 straight. They've won 6 straight or something like that. They're playing incredible hockey, but they have the Avalanche on Saturday night coming up. Would you be a little worried about looking ahead of the Avalanche and playing in Mullet Arena in front of 5,000 people? Take it away for us here, Gogster. We have the Predators, Coyotes.
Yeah, that's a great point with the Colorado game on deck. And in that game against Vegas, I think on the show, Jim, I took him regulation. I said, there's a chance I could lose this in overtime. It was an unbelievable comeback. This team, guys, since the All-Star break, they haven't lost. They've only lost 2 games, Jim, in regulation. They're 17-2 wins, losses since the break. It's unbelievable, really. Saros has been playing stellar, 931 save percentage, 1.8 goals against, just quietly, this Nashville team has just been mowing down teams. And then the Coyotes here, 909 save percentage for Ingram, 301. They're a tough team to trust, I find. Just Arizona, they're sometimes I don't know if they're going to get up for this guy. I would expect them to get up for this game, but they're just so hit and miss sometimes here. 7-15 since the All-Star break, so they're losing a lot more than they're winning. 72% penalty kills since the break too. 25% power play for Nashville. I wouldn't talk anyone off. I had Nashville team total over 3.5 written down. It's going to be a no play here. I wouldn't be. More I'm thinking about, Jim. I know they got some injuries too. Fabro too. He's out as well in the defense for Nashville. But McDonough, Yossi, Lazan, Shen, Del Gazoy. I don't really know him. Tyson Berry. They're just, and the coach, just quickly here, Andrew Burnett. Shout out to Andrew Burnett, right? Like this guy, he was on Florida, took him to the promised land, lost the first playoffs. They got rid of him. Now Nashville has pretty much picked this guy up. And
do you want Tyson Berry playing 20 minutes a game? I mean, he's a huge defensive liability. He is. Fabro and Carrier out. I
just shout out to Andrew Burnett there. In this game, Jim, I would lean towards Nashville here. It's gonna be a no play, but I wouldn't talk anyone off Nashville here.
All right, let's roll on to the final spot on the board. And remember, we are all cut from Loshak's cloth. So, you can say anything. Welcome. Please talk about me and not my friend Dave, first off. But he can say anything he wants if it's not, racist or sexist or, spamming. He did almost spam with saying the same thing 3 times in a row, which was close, but he can say anything he wants. It's all good. It's all good here. Say anything you would like, and please focus on me. 10 p.m. Eastern, Anaheim Ducks 24-44-4, 13-22 on the road at the Seattle Kraken, 29-29, 13-15, 16-6 at home at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. We have John Gibson going up against Joey Decord. John Gibson 30-25 and 13-25 and 2, 3.41 goals against average, 891 save percentage. Decord 18-15-11, 2.42 goals against average, 917 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Anaheim power play 17.8%, penalty killing 73.4. Seattle 21.2%, power play 79.6% penalty killing. Seattle has cost me money, and I don't care how good they looked against Anaheim. Mm-hmm. They're a soft group, and they're terrible without Vince Dunn. So they just beat Anaheim 4-0, completely dominated them. Is Anaheim going to show some heart here? Again, the injury issues are plentiful. The Ducks are getting healthier now, though, which is important. And, Seattle just playing out the string. How does Anaheim not show heart in this spot? I don't want to trust Anaheim. I certainly don't want to trust them. This total is sitting here at 5.5, minus 108 to the under. Opened up at minus 101 to the under, so we've had to move towards the under. And from a money line standpoint here, we have Seattle at minus 226. They opened up at minus 223. I want no involvement in this hockey game.
Yeah, more I'm thinking about this game. They just played, on Tuesday, 4-0 win. It's just this. You know what? If anything, I am taking Seattle here. They're losing to. I know they lost to Montreal that one game too, but I feel like they're going to beat the Ducks. I just think the Ducks are just that bad, guys. I have Dostal possibly confirmed here. 916 save percentage, 2.43 goals against. Both these teams are pretty bad. But what I did is if you guys remember, I brought in Minnesota money line. I'm tying it in with the Seattle money line. It's only going to be minus 124. I'm still going to take that one, guys. It stood out to me. Decord has been a little bit shaky in his last few games, but overall, I don't think there's much wrong with it. He's got an 895 quickly save percentage, guys, but a 2.08 goals against. That low goals against, like that, I like seeing that. That 895 just means he's facing, in my opinion, a lot of shots. And then he's got a 912 save percentage at home overall. So no Dunn. That's hurt this team a little bit. Vince Dunn, he comes back, then they should just roll this game. But I still trust Seattle, guys. Put him in the money line parlay, in my opinion.
Seattle, Minnesota money line parlay for Gogster at minus 124. He's on Dallas money line at minus 108. The Kings first period money line at plus 130. Winnipeg Jets money line minus 124. That line's moved against them, but that hasn't taken my interest away. Montreal, Philadelphia full game under 6 at minus 110. Montreal, Philadelphia first period under 1.5 at plus 105. Chicago, Ottawa first period over 1.5 and full game over 5.5 at plus 120. And Washington, Toronto over 6.5 at plus 105. I came in here with only action on the Blues. Live with you, I bet Washington. And now I have interest in the under. I really do. And now Matthews could get announced out before I'm able to do that. Hopefully it's just a game time decision. Then for me, next up, I do have interest that it is a Penguin smash spot on the -1.5 line. And joining you with the Jets, I'm interested in the Rangers, Colorado under. And I've got to spend more time with you fading the knuckleheads with the Dallas Stars. But it's not a lot of action for me. I found this to be a tricky NHL card. And that is a 14-game breakdown. Perfect. I had hoped that we could be done by 12:15. It's 12:12. Excellent work, Gogster. That's not an easy task, my friend. Thank you for rocking with us. Get that cash, my friend. Sure. And are you looking at anything on the diamond today?
On the diamond, I'm going to be listening in to, listen to Sharpie and everybody else here that's just jumping on, yourself too, Jimmy. Quickly with the golf, they're in Houston this week, guys. Always good with the golf picks. We got 3 outrights. Sahith Theegala hasn't teed off yet, same with Alex Noren, so you can still get those guys outright first-round leaders as well. And then I got Zell, Taurus, old Oxygen, and energy drinks. He's I think he's +1 right now, so he could be doing a little bit better. But always got the golf and the hockey, Thursdays with Jimmy, and then also have the golf Thursdays. I look forward to it as always, Jim. Be good, get that cash, and everyone else. We'll see you next time.
I love it, Mr. Gogster. Get that cash, my friend. There you go. That was 14 games in NHL. We are on a nice pace here on today's show. Again, the 1 o'clock game was postponed, so we are just a little under 3 hours away from the first pitch on North American soil of the Major League Baseball season. And we bring in the star of Say Hey Plays of the day to join us right now. He is off to a winning start in Major League Baseball, and let's pray to our baseball gods that this continues, and we are off to a great season. Is there anything better than opening day in North America? Please welcome from San Antonio, Texas, young Jose Bouquett to the show. Jose, how are you?
Jimmy, I'm doing great. I'd argue that opening day in Korea is just as good, just because we went 2-0 there, so that was nice.
Sure.
But it's nice to see you, and shout out to everyone in the chat as always. I'm glad that particularly excited for the baseball today. I hope we can keep this energy for the full 162. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. I have 4 plays. I'm trying to keep the volume down as fucking best I can this year, Jimmy. I think the volume of baseball is what eats me up at times, and I'm trying to keep that down. And I have 7, 8 spots that I like, 4 that I think I'm going to bet. And, I'm going to be the king of waffles, I guess, depending on how good the record is, because I'll be, shouting out all those plays that I like. But it's an exciting time, obviously. I can't wait. And I am wearing a Rangers hat because they got me in the bottom mouth last year. Congratulations to the Rangers. But I do have my team as well, Jimmy, that definitively will not win the World Series this year, and I'm fading them today, and I can't wait.
Well, I can't wait to talk about that because I only made one future bet myself. Look at TJ's numbers from last year: 883 wagers on MLB, plus 89.56 units with ROI 4.5%. Billy Friedrich says, our guy Jose suffered a stroke. You do seem pretty calm. I guess you're just very focused.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full 162. You can't get too excited, I am pumped, obviously. And by the way, Jimmy, I have, my gambling laws that I have established for myself now. As you know, for example, I don't bet props. I will not be betting props this year. I will not be betting -1s, run lines. I will not be betting any of those this year, as an example. And I will not be betting on the Red Sox this year. Jose Bouquett, will not be betting on the Red Sox this year.
And explain exactly what you did to come to the realization, not for the Red Sox, but for, well, even though that was part of it, but just before we get into all these breakdowns, what analysis did you do in the offseason that led you there?
Yeah, so I hear you talking all the time, obviously.
And TJ says, what about the 300 dogs? You did not touch that.
I do need to bet that consistently. Okay. You're right about that, TJ. So you're 100% on that. But basically, I just went over we last 2 years of Say Hey plays. We cataloged all our bets, and I do a decent job of being able to separate them between run line, first five, et cetera, and seeing where I'm succeeding and where I'm not. And I did the totals for the last 2 years, and I basically came out to seeing what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. For example, in 2022. I was plus 26 units on money line bets. I don't know why. What happened that year? In 2023, I was minus 19. I was like, holy shit. So I was still up 8 units or 7.5 who want to be, 7.45 who want to be exact. But that was cool. And then I did my run lines 2022. Minus 18, disgusting. 2023, minus 24. And I was in 2023 is when I really started to bet them more and more and more. And minus 42 units combined. So I've just, you know what? I'm done here. I'm out. Props the same way. I don't bet them often, but when I do, I lose. Minus 30 units in 2 years of betting props. So I'm like, I can't bet them. I can't bet them. There's some that I like. Excuse me. Shout out to Daby Cab. He's on the Corey Seager prop, and I like that. He smashes lefties. He's really good, but I can't bet it because I'm not good at betting them. So, and maybe it's a thing I've obviously watched you not do as well, and you do it every bips and bops, but I've just refused now. Now you guys are asking, I've given all the shit numbers. Is there a good number? Yeah, I'm up 20 units in 2 years betting team totals. Wherever Nutflush Allen is, he's fucking smiling right now, I'm sure, because he hears team totals and his brain tickles. I'm up 11 units on full game totals, and I told you I'm up 7 for money lines in the last 2 years all. So hopefully we'll stick to that stuff more often. I will say I do have all that stuff circled, and I do have a lot of dogs, or a decent amount of dogs that I like today. So it's gonna be a fun day, hopefully.
I love it. Yeah.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Razor for pointing out the Martin Drexler horse yesterday. Fucking won. I was like, why do I have $115 in my account now? I was like, oh, fuck yeah, Marty. And of course, I bet his horse today as well. The last race at Gulfstream. So shout out to him.
Who claims 6 and 8-year-old, 9-year-old horses, but a cheater and named Martin Drexler. Great job.
Dang.
Great job. Okay, I love what you've done. It's so important to track your action, go back and see what is working, what isn't working, and focus on what's working. It's so crucial and great breakdown. So let's roll, my friend. We have a huge MLB card in front of you. Now, as you guys know, MLB, we have Daby Cab, who is going for 60+% in college basketball over the season, and he's going to do the same thing on this show. That works for him, and we need to win. So he's just going to come on for best bet. So he's got 2 spots on today's card that he is attacking, which will happen a little bit later on in this.
Well, I don't know what they are. I purposely insulate myself from everyone's picks, and I love seeing them all in the chat now. But I can tell you, 1, the Rangers play today, so I wonder who he's going for there. And 2, Yu Darvish also pitches today. So I'm just going to roll my dice and say those are it again. So we'll see what Daby Cab, where he pops up, but I'm excited to see it.
Well, let's roll. We start at 3:05 p.m. Eastern. We have the Los Angeles Angels, 73-89, 35-46 on the road last season at the Baltimore Orioles, who went 101-61, 49-32 at home, made us a lot of money for their division win, and then flamed out in the playoffs. We also were betting them heavier than our other action every single day, and it was very, very successful. And I got in a little late, too. I got in late.
That was fun. I remember
paid
that
out
now.
Wonderfully. And Poe Buddy's Nervic says, is Jimmy the Bag batting behind Vladdy Jr. today? We're excited about the Blue Jays. We're excited about Vladdy and Varsho having bounce back seasons. My only future bet was $500 on the under 87.5 wins at even money.
Oh, on the Blue Jays?
On the Blue Jays. Notice that the Bet365 had that at plus 100 because of all the Canadiens that have always used the Bet365 account. You go to Pinnacle, which is trying to find their footing here in Canada, and it's a minus 119 or something on the under. So people hammering that over. Let's role because I was going to move on the Orioles to win the division and the Orioles to win the AL. I was surprised at where they were ranked by Fangraphs for their starting rotation. Did you see what their starting rotation is ranked at?
No, I didn't actually.
What would you guess adding Corbin Burns to the Orioles, knowing that Bradish and Means are hurt right now? But, Grayson Rodriguez, Dean Kramer.
So are there projections with the two guys that are hurt?
The projections are with how long they're going to be hurt for, but yes, the injuries are included.
Oh, really? I would say they're probably top 10 still. So I would say like 8.
They have the 15th ranked starting rotation.
Yeah.
Not that was what got me off of it, but I was surprised. I was surprised.
Yeah. It makes sense. Without those two guys, it makes sense.
Let me ask you this. What do you think what would you guess their bullpen is ranked?
Oh, their bullpen has to be, that's their biggest question mark for me, but I think they always find it together. I would say they have a top 10 bullpen as well. I'd say like 7th again.
Their bullpen is...
Jesus, he's scrolling.
Is ranked 28th.
Wow.
In Major League Baseball.
Really? That's so interesting. Yeah, I trust the Orioles to find those pitchers just like I would trust the Rays. They have a really good farm system nonetheless, but very interesting. Very interesting.
It is very interesting. Now, TJ says he's personally starting the season with a nice Baltimore on the -1 line. I can't do it. Let's go over the line history. We're going to be using Pinnacle lines here. Baltimore right now is at -174. They opened up at -173. This has fluctuated all over the place. This got up to -190. It went down to -165. This has been absolutely all over the place. From a cash flow standpoint, we are sitting here with 91% of the tickets on the Baltimore Orioles and 42% of the cash on the Baltimore Orioles. Markel saying this line dropping for my Orioles. Patrick Sandoval last year, 7-13, 4.11 ERA, 1.51 WHIP, 144 and 2/3, 128 Ks, 74 walks. It was surprising. I didn't know how to. All I remembered was what happened in 2022 when he had a 2.91 ERA and we thought he was going to be an absolute monster. Corbin Burns, 10-8, 3.39 ERA, 1.07 WHIP last year, 193 and 2/3, 200 Ks, 66 walks. He looked really good in his last spring start against the Toronto Blue Jays. We have for a lineup, and this could be postponed due to rain, 69% chance of rain. We have the wind 13 miles per hour left to right. I don't know if Swish is up because it wasn't when we were talking. So this is all from Roto Wire. Rengifo, Shenwell, Trout, Rendon, Ward, Drury, O'Hop, Moniak, Nito, Henderson, Rutschman, Santander, Mountcastle, O'Hearn, Hayes, Mullins, Westberg, and Urias. When I looked at that Orioles lineup, I was like, plus 550 to win the AL, 12-1 to win the World Series. Look, I know how much money we made on them last year, but I don't want to start the year fading them. Let's take a look at the total here. I've got that set up right now. The total right now at Pinnacle is sitting at 7.5. It's juiced to the over. This opened up at 8 and it dropped to 7.5. It dropped to 7.5 at 11:13 a.m. an hour and 12 minutes ago. Jose Bouquett, our first game that we are capping on North American soil. Take it away. The Orioles at home to the Angels.
Yeah, so I don't bet futures anymore either. It affects my day-to-day capping, I think. But I'll say this. I don't think the Orioles win this division. I think this is a New York Yankees year. I before the Garrett Cole injury, I thought this was the best Yankees team in quite a little bit. The team that I've actually been like, oh, fuck. Looking at them like, oh, this team might actually, do something that's a little concerning. But I think the Orioles make it in the wild card, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be close. It's the Orioles aren't going to run away with the division this year. This is, maybe the synopsis of all this. But personally, Jim, I do want to fade the Orioles here. The line's moving down towards the Angels. I guess you can call it sharp money on the Angels as well. Bigger bets. I also was like, I mean, who's really betting the money line in this situation? If you're betting the Orioles,
That's true.
You
Do you want to
know,
talk
so
about what it is on the run line?
no, I don't bet those. I don't bet those. I
I
mean,
know,
that's
but do you want to
scary.
just get an idea of if it's any
Sure.
different? Uh,
Yeah.
89% of the tickets and 81% of the cash. So
On the Angels.
no, on the Orioles on the -1.5 line.
Yeah, and it's still just turning
Because
down to the Angels.
that's another important point. A professional gambler would take the Angels on the money line. Wouldn't
Yeah.
take the Angels plus 1.5. You don't turn a
What's
dog
the
into
point?
a favorite. Yeah.
Yeah. I like the Angels here though a lot. Now we'll talk about this because there's a theme of the day here kind of going, and I'm gonna do my best Mike M impression as well today, so I might be a little long winded, but I took a shitload of notes. I started right after we finished the show and it ended at like midnight as well, and that was with a dinner with Nasty Nate in there as well. Shout out to Nasty Nate. I hope he enjoys. He's delayed right now in San Antonio as well. But let's talk about Patrick Sandoval as well. I'm a Patrick Sandoval guy. I like him a lot. He pitched really well in the WBC, and then is kind of just stuck on a shitty Angel situation. So I'm sure the motivation to pitch well and do the extra work and all that stuff isn't really there, especially because of how bad this Angels team is going to be. But it's very interesting. So his team record against the Orioles is 1-2. I looked at his spring training stats. He pitched pretty well in the last one, I should say. The last two before that, it was 7 runs and 4 earned runs specifically. But I've kind of gone back and forth of how I feel about spring training earned run stats. And I guess we'll find out how all that hashes out today. But Sandoval against the Orioles, 5 innings, 7 hits, 7 runs, 4 of them earned. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 10 Ks, 2 walks. The first one was in September of last year. The second was in September of 22. So, maybe a little different there. And in 21, he saw them again. 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 earned runs there. It's very interesting in all these starts. He's only given up 1 extra base hit, and it was a double. So they just kind of single him to death. And I just think that they don't see him all that well. Now, again, we've talked about this. Last year against lefties, the Orioles smashed lefties. It ended up being 9th, 112 weighted runs created plus, but that's still good. I'm a weighted runs created plus guy, as everyone here probably knows this. 100's average. Everything above that's good. Everything below that's bad. So keep that in mind. But the real question is trusting the Angels offense against Corbin Burns. He's very good, but I don't know. Mike Trout sees him well, I'll say that. So if it's anyone's going to do it, it'll probably be Mike Trout. If I was going to be on anything, I'd be on Angels first 5 here, plus 150. I considered taking a team total as well over 3.5 because, again, you talked about it. That bullpen's going to be a question for them all year, and that's the thing. It's going to be Kimbrel and Cano in the back end, and then from then on, I think they can piece it together. But Fangraphs obviously think it's a shit bullpen. So me personally, it's Angels or pass, and I've been pretty close to the Angels, truthfully. So I don't know if I'm not gonna move on it yet, but we'll talk about it and see how the line moves, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, Angels for me or nothing.
A fascinating breakdown to get started. Nicholas, I'm right. It's so hard for me to get there. It was so hard for me to get off the Kraken, like it was so hard for me to get off the Orioles. It's very difficult when you have a plan in the offseason to get off of it. But I did. Let's roll on. 4:10 p.m. Eastern, my Detroit Tigers, 78-84, 41-40 on the road at Chicago White Sox. They were 61-101 last year, 31-50 at home. We're at Guaranteed Rate Field, Chicago, Illinois. We have, it's 48 Fahrenheit, so it's not warm. The wind's going 10 miles per hour right to left. Let me know if Swish is up. Did Swish come up with? Is it because it was all NA there? But let me know if Swish is up now. This is a White Sox lineup that I don't think is that bad. I mean, we know what Robert can do, or Luis Robert, but we know what he can do. Benintendi, Moncada, Jimenez. It's a pretty nice start. You got Vaughn. I mean, Vaughn could be a beast. Now, the bottom half of the lineup is very, very weak. And what the hell? Every year we're waiting for this Detroit lineup to have all their, these studs that they've been drafting to look tough. Yeah. I mean, this does not look like a tough lineup to me at all. I mean, I don't know what Colt Keith is going to give them. He could give them more than I imagine. And Torkelson and Riley Green and Meadows, they got to step up. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. And then what the hell do we do with Garrett Crochet? I mean, there's no sample size of statistics. What we know is he's a 6'6" lefty, 11th overall pick in the 2020 draft, had Tommy John surgery in 2022. He threw 12 1/3 in AA and AAA combined in 2023. That's it. And then he threw 12 2/3 in Major League Baseball in 2023. That's it. He didn't allow a run in his first 4 appearances in spring training. He, on March 21st against the Royals, that was his last spring training performance, 5 hits, 3 earned runs over 3 2/3. So I love Tariq Skubal, and he looked very good in his last start of spring training. Skubal 80 1/3 last year, 2.80 ERA, 0.90 whip. I mean, this guy is, I think he's so ready to go. 102 strikeouts, 14 walks. I mean, he's not taxed. He's dealt with injuries, so this isn't a taxed arm. Now, maybe because of the fact that he was dealing with injuries. So, look, I couldn't quite understand where to place Crochet. And maybe, you know, he should just be faded. I wonder, you know, Matty Ice, and this isn't his first ever, you know, appearance or anything like that, but with these young guys, I know Matty Ice likes to fade them. I had a great difficulty figuring out what to do with Crochet. And this line didn't help. You know, Skubal opening up and the Tigers opening up at -173. They're now -156. Now, I don't expect the market to be that sharp in game 1 of the regular season, but I found that you know, threw me for an absolute loop. You have this total now at 8 at Pinnacle. Now I know it opened at 8, but it was at 7.5 for a long time. Then it comes back to 8, you know, on a cold day. This is just extremely. 86% of the tickets and 96% of the cash are on the Detroit Tigers. I mean, it's just not the way I want to start out the season. And I bet you that Skubal's spectacular. Maybe they get to Crochet enough to get paid. I just can't do it. Take it away for us here, Jose. We have Tigers, White Sox at guaranteed rate field.
Yeah, so Razor likes the under in this game, and I agree with him. I like the under in this game. I actually wrote down first 5 under 4.5 here as well. And shout out to Razor for being a member for 14 months. Appreciate you, my man. But yeah, I think Garrett Crochet is going to pitch well here, Jimmy. I mean, you mentioned it. This Tigers lineup is not fearsome. Does not put a shiver down your spine. And you mentioned some of his spring training starts. I wrote down everyone's spring training starts for some for unknown reason. I wrote
didn't
down
write them
everyone.
all down, but I went over them all.
No, I don't know why. I literally wrote them all down. As you know, I handwrite my notes for whatever reason. I mean, he dominated. First 1 2/3, 2 hits, no earned runs. 2 innings, no hits. 2 1/3, 3 hits, no earned runs. 3 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs. And then that last one you mentioned, 3 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned runs on a home run there. I mean, I just think he went out there and just earned this start. Now, it's interesting. Here's your fun fact of the day. The last player to make his first career start on opening day, Tanner Shepherds in 2014. I don't know how to say his name. Before that, it was Fernando Valenzuela in 1981. So there you go. I think he pitches well. I think it'll be a good, you know, opening day atmosphere in Chicago. Actually, I think it will be a good one. It'll be one of the rare ones they have this year because opening day gets everyone jazzed up. And you mentioned it. Skubal's the guy this year. Jimmy, you know, fun fact, if I had to take a future this year in one of these flyers, it would be Skubal to win AL Cy Young. I mean, I think it'll be out there for the taking with Cole being bedridden for a month. And, you know, if the Tigers end up being a competitive ball club, I think they can do it. And even if they don't, Blake Snell won it last year on a fucking shit Padres team. So, yeah, I wouldn't hate those people that put, you know, pizza money on Skubal to win a Cy Young. I do like the under in this game, and I was close to moving on the first 5 under here. 4 -125 is what I saw, but no action yet.
Yeah, I get maybe the under is the spot. You know, at this point, we don't have any cash information. We just have it 50-50 split. I know that Skubal is going to be good, and my concern is that Crochet could be great. So it's interesting, Earl saying Skubal or Ragans. Uh, I I think Dragons. Now this we'll get to it. It's our next.
Everyone always falls to the Royals trap. There's one person at Pub Sports Radio that comes to the Royals, man. The Royals are always that team that sucks everyone here in at Pub Sports Radio. I don't know why. They're addicting, and I do like them too. I mean, my guy Matthews is a big Royals fan, so I talk about them often. But we'll talk about them here soon.
Well, maybe then it has to be a first 5 under.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you like the under as well, honestly. You think Scooble dominates, and then you don't know what to do with Crochet, but you talked about the Tigers' shit offense, so.
I wouldn't call it a shit offense yet, but it's just every year we're waiting for these studs that they've been drafting to fill out the lineup, and every year we're like, oh, this is it? We got to wait another year?
Johnny Guns asked a good question here, saying who's in your rotation this year. Obviously, Scooble is in it to start. God will only know when we find out on this season. It'll take like 2-3 weeks to figure all this out, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the Royals trap is something that I fall in, and the White Sox, both of them I fall for. Let's move on. But I think that first 5 under could end up on my card. I do want to do whatever I can to stay away from the White Sox bullpen, and quite possibly stay away from the Tigers bullpen. The White Sox bullpen, of course, last in Major League Baseball. Detroit's bullpen right now is ranked 7th worst by Fangraphs.
You said 7th. I was like, oh my God. That would have been crazy. By the way, Minnesota Twins again for this here division. That's what I think.
Well, let's roll into this game here with the Minnesota Twins. 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Minnesota Twins 87-75, 40-41 on the road at the Kansas City Royals, 56-106, 33-48 at home last year. We're in Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri, and I've always loved the stadium. I know that they're in the process of building all new, but it's the fountains. It's always been kind of a majestic place, especially in video games.
Who's the first Royals player you think of when you think of the stadium?
Well, it's just Bo Jackson.
Yeah, it's Bo Jackson. Yeah. It's Bo Jackson.
I want to say Dan Quisenberry or something cool, but okay. Let's roll on here. Minnesota lineup. How dangerous could they be? They could be dynamite.
Just stay healthy, please.
If Buxton stays healthy, Correa stays healthy, we know they won't. Jeffers, the catcher, batting 5th. Kepler, Margot, and Kirilloff. For Kansas City, I love that they signed Bobby Witt, and I don't think that Hunter Renfroe and Adam Frazier are bad players. We know what Sal Perez can do. He's just a phenomenal catcher. It's 16-mile-per-hour winds out. Earl Sport Bet says Royals first 5 -1-4 says in Dragons we trust.
Yeah.
So this is my thought process. First off, we have Pablo Lopez, 11-8, 3.66 ERA, 1.15 WHIP. He had 234 strikeouts in 194 innings last year. He was spectacular. Cole Ragans was not good for the Texas Rangers. 2-3, 5.92 ERA, 1.4 WHIP. Now that was just 24 and a third. The sample size was small. 24 Ks and 14 walks. The K to walk ratio was a mess. He goes to Kansas City and he lights up. 5-2, 2.64 ERA, 1.07 WHIP. 89 Ks and 71 2/3, and just 27 walks. He completely changed. Now, he got lit up during the spring. He got lit up, as you know, I'm sure, 13 earned runs over his last 3 spring starts.
Yeah, and then that's the big one. It's like, do these earned run stats matter? I don't know.
I don't think they do. And I don't think we should get too involved in them. But I kind of want to have an idea of what a pitcher's plan was, and I know that we shouldn't get caught up in them, and I'm going to keep pushing us not to. I'm going to keep pushing us, not to.
This game's one of those games that will really determine that, I think, in my mindset, because Pablo is on the same trajectory, was on the same earn run course as fucking Ragans was.
Well, there's been a huge move towards the Minnesota. Well, no, there's been a legit move to the Minnesota Twins. They've gone from -112 to -124. They got up to -126 a few times, a bunch of times. They'd always kind of sneak back down. And I think that Cole Ragans is not going to get off to a good start. Now that I fear him, I fear him, so I'm not sitting here like planning how to bet the Twins, but maybe I should. The wins obviously caused havoc here. This total's gone from 7.5 all the way up to 8.5. And then from a cash flow standpoint here, we have 92% of the tickets on the under and 96% of the cash on the under. And it's just gone up to 8.5. And I can understand people taking I can understand people taking the wind and weather too far. And I've done that. That's been a mistake for me. Putting too much emphasis on it. The Twins have 49% of the tickets, 69% of the cash. TJ saying I'm personally backing Ragans at home as a dog all year. And Hunter Engelhardt says Ragans walks bad with Minnesota top 5 in walks per game, but Ragans has plus K stuff, and Minnesota was top in Ks per game last year, so who knows? I think I should just not talk it. I think I should bet it. I'd like to fade Cole Ragans here to start the season off. Expecting him not to be nearly as good as he was last year. We've seen this so often where the hype of a pitcher who throws 71 innings for a new team, it feels like he's an ace all offseason. I'm almost there. Take it away, Jose.
Yeah, I can't bet him in this start either. Now, again, I think the Twins win this division. But Pablo Lopez is just really good. Now, I think this is an over game. Shockingly enough, this was the game that was so obviously under that it goes over, and now the wind obviously helps with that information as well. But I don't know. I'm just a little concerned about those spring training numbers. You mentioned it. Ragans 3 2/3, 6 hits, 4 earned runs. 4 2/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs. 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 earned runs. Now, the strikeout to walk numbers are pretty good. It was 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 strikeout, 1 walks, and 5 Ks, 3 walks there in that last spot. So that's nice. But, I mean, Pablo Lopez hasn't been doing spectacular either. I mean, on his side, last start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 4 home runs allowed, 6 Ks, no walks. Now, maybe he was just trying to locate and figure out his fastball.
I don't need that from a veteran. I don't need it from a veteran.
Yeah, and I guess you're right. I mean, he is a veteran. This is his 3rd year of being really good at this point.
What if he threw no, off speed?
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things. It's concerning, but 4 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs before that. 3 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs there, and a home run. It's concerning. So I honestly leaned over in this game. Shockingly enough, the line movement is worrisome. Again, is that win related? You mentioned 98% of the money on the under, everyone betting the under, and it's the line's going up. It's gone up to 8.5. I mean, yeah, I think both these guys could get touched up here today. And by the way, it's interesting. The numbers against Pablo Lopez aren't great. He's pitched against the Royals obviously 3 times last year. Complete game shutout 1 time, 12 Ks, no walks. Another time, 6 innings, 8 hits, 6 earned runs, and an 8-6 win. I remember betting him that start, actually. And Bobby Witt doesn't hit him. 1 for 9, 4 Ks. So I can see, a guy like Bobby Witt seeing his numbers against Pablo and being 1 for 9. I'm gonna really lock in here. I think this game does go over. I don't have a side or anything on it yet. But yeah, I do like the over in this game.
Well, I like the Twins, and I'm trying to keep my volume low. Now, I've only come in with 2 bets, but I would be adding 2 here on that first 5 under in the Tigers, White Sox, and then the Twins money line, which I'm okay with. Let's move on. 4:10 p.m. Eastern with the New York Yankees, 82-80, 40-41 on the road at the Houston Astros, 90-72, 39-42 at home. We're at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. We have Nestor Cortez, 5-2, 4.97 ERA, 1.25 WHIP last year. He only threw 63 1/3, 67 Ks, and 20 walks. So, he only threw 7 1/3 in spring training. Maybe, and he's a confident dude. To be his height and to make the majors as a pitcher is, unheard of. So he's a confident dude. He allowed 9 earned runs over his last 7 1/3 in spring training. Over, over his last 7 1/3. Sorry, that was it. Sorry. So how many innings? Sorry, I messed that up. How many innings did Nestor throw overall in spring training?
That's a great question. I can give you his starts because I can't math here, as you know, Jimmy. 4 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs on a home run, 3 Ks, 2 walks. And his last one, 3 1/3, 9 hits, 6 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk. 4 innings, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, 1 walk. And then at the start, 2 2/3, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, no walks.
So, yeah, he allowed 9 earned runs over his last 7 1/3. So Framber Valdez, he threw 5 1/3 spring training innings. He allowed 7 earned runs, and he hasn't thrown, in a exhibition game since March 17th. But I don't need the big dog. I don't need the big dog to go out there sweating his balls off. I don't need him to.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the roof would be closed too, but I don't know.
So I don't need that from Framber Valdez, where I wouldn't mind seeing it from Nestor Cortez. Collins Clip says his best bet today is Yankees money line. Well, let's set this up for you guys because this is a big one. I don't think this Yankees lineup is that daunting.
Really?
I think Rizzo, Volpe, Verdugo, Trevino, and Cabrera are the 5 through 9. I mean, all you got to do is get past Stanton, and I know he's slimmed down, but who knows what Stanton's going to give you this year? I don't. Yeah. I know that Soto, Judge 2-3. I mean, that's insane. Look, I get it, but I don't find I don't know why. Of course, it's the first game of the year. It's not an easy spot to sit here with a ton of confidence on anything. This total is 8.5 minus 114 to the over. Open at minus 117 to the over. So we've had a very slight 3-cent move to the under. And then from a money line perspective, we are sitting here with Houston at minus 150. They opened up at now it's minus 144. So open up minus 149, now minus 4. We know that there's a Yankees tax on everything. Saturated says Rizzo will only be healthy for 3 at-bats anyways all year. TJ says this game was tough, will be an interesting watch, but certainly no action for him. And Stanton over 1.5 bases at plus 143 for Justin McKelvey. And Cesario also with the Yankees at plus 125 here.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
So let's just take a look at the cash flow and then hand it over to Jose. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 43% of the tickets and 54% of the cash on the New York Yankees. And we have 77% of the tickets on the under, and we don't have any cash flow. Take it away. Yankees, Astros, Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, so I took a page of Sharpie's book last year, and I wrote down just all the pitchers that I like this year. I wrote them down on a sheet of paper to see who I like, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, Framber Valdez is one of my guys that I like this year and, I've liked for the last 2 years. And I wrote down some pitchers that I wanted to fade as well. Obviously on that list, Tubby Alec Manoah is on that list, who I think he started the year on the IL. I saw that right.
Yeah.
But Nestor Cortez is also on that list. I want to fade him this year, but I don't think I can here. And I actually think I'd like the Yankees in this spot. Again, I don't like saying this. I think this is a really good Yankees team. I think Carlos Rodon and those guys can bounce back. And in my head, I was like, if I think Carlos Rodon can bounce back, why can Nestor not bounce back as well here? Some interesting notes, and shout out to Justin McElvey for that Stanton prop. Mike Stanton against good old Framber Valdez, 4 for 8, a double, a home run, 3 RBIs, and only 2 Ks for Mike Stanton. That's pretty shocking. He's healthy right now, so I like that. Judge obviously hasn't done shit against him, and Soto's only 1 for 3. But I just think this is a kind of an inflated price for the Yankees. I think the Astros are might be a little worse than they are in the previous years. And what's funny, when I was doing my research on these games last night, I forget when it was. I didn't write down the time for this one. I started writing down times when I realized when I looked at the prices for this and stuff. All the early money was on the Astros. And then I'm assuming just everyone woke up this morning and all the Yankees fans out there said, let's go Yankees, and threw their money on the Yankees immediately. So I admittedly did like the Yankees money line and team total, but I think I'm just going to end up staying off this game as well. You know, we've hit some of the spots where I've liked, you know, the spots, but didn't love them enough to bet it. It's 3 of them actually in the White Sox under, the Angels and the Yankees so far. I do like them here. And I think Framber can get touched up. You know, I think he's a big game pitcher. And I know, you know, opening day, pomp and circumstance, but he's done okay against the Yankees in his career. 6 innings, 2 hits, 3 earned runs in his last start at the Yankees. 4 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. And then 3 and a third, 4 hits, 5 earned runs against the Yankees, 2 home runs allowed. So, any Yankees bets today I like. I don't know if I can move on it yet, but I do think the Yankees can win this game.
What is your guess where Fangraphs has the Yankees bullpen ranked?
I do like this game. I've just been shit at it so far. I expect them to have it like a 3. I expect them to be like ridiculously high.
They're 19th.
Wow. This
Worst
is crazy.
bullpen they've had in 6 years at least.
Good. Well, I mean, good. I hope they suffer in sadness this year, but I do think this is a good Yankees team.
One of the things from Pete asking me these questions is, you know, that it's a surprise, right?
Yeah.
Like that's one of the tricks of it all. So if you just,
but I give you my honest guess here, Jimmy. I'm giving you my honest guess.
I would have thought the same thing. I was shocked to see it, but then when I read further, I was like, okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard me say that Clay Holmes is overrated so many times. I don't think he's a good closer at all. Just he's in the same vein as Jordan Romano for me, overrated closers here. But hey, it's just a faith that the Yankees will find those fucking arms. They've done it for the last few years. So, but I think this is a good Yankee squad offensively.
Here we go. Now I'm interested in the Astros, but I'd be comfortable not pulling the trigger.
And by the way, good mention by Rocco. Martin Maldonado, who's been on the fucking Astros since I was fucking born, it seems. Gone now, and he was huge for their pitching staff. Now they have a young catcher in there, so we'll see how all that works. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, I do, like I said, I like the Yankees, but go on.
And Doug, Doug says look for Torres to have a monster season. He better at the top of that lineup. All right, let's move on. For the first time all year, we get to talk about Helen Mitch Keller. And
she in?
Yeah.
Of course. There. She never leaves. She never leaves.
We keep her there. Helen Mitch Keller, what a season she had. 13-9, 4.21 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 200.
Had some money bags on that.
Strikeouts, 210 strikeouts over 194 and a third with 55 walks. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Pirates and Miami Marlins next. Pirates 76-86, 37-44 on the road. Kelly McKinnon says looks like Trudeau. At Miami Marlins, 84-78, 46-35 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. And Jesus Luzardo on the other side, 10-10, 3.58 ERA last year, 1.21 WHIP. I didn't realize he threw 178 and 2/3. He had a great season.
I would have broken off one of my fucking legs for the Red Sox to trade for this guy.
He is a keeper. Let's talk about the line history here for this one. We have Miami opening up at -133. They're now -122. So we have a legit move to these Pittsburgh Pirates. And from a total standpoint, we are sitting here with a 7.5, -105 to the under. Now this opened at 7. This opened at 7, at Pinnacle 2 days ago in the morning, and it took, 36 hours for it to move to 7.5. And it was not a real 7.5. Now it's a real 7.5. So let's take a look at the lineup and cash flow here for this one. From a cash flow standpoint here to get us rolling, we have 92% of tickets on the under. And this has gone from the 7 to the 7.5, which is wild. Then on the money line, we have 33% of the tickets and 43% of the cash on the Pittsburgh Pirates. I know I'm trying so hard to stay away from weighted coin flips, but this one does interest me. It really does interest me. McCutch, you got Kutch at 5 and Rowdy Tellez at 6. And I'm not entirely sure what Henry Davis is going to give you behind the plate. And Jared Triolo, I mean, there's question marks in this lineup, but O'Neill, Cruz to Reynolds, Hayes, Sawinski. I mean, that it could be dynamite on top. You have Arise, who's phenomenal, leading the way, but Josh Bell batting 2. I don't know. Tim Anderson now applying his trade with the Fish. Very interested to hear your thoughts of these two teams and whether you think that Earl Sports says, Jose, we need to raise it. Very interesting to hear. Interested to hear your thoughts. Take it away.
Yes. So I am actually in full lockstep with ye old Earl brother in there. And by the way, again, shout out to the ECU Pirates for getting fucking just dominated by UTSA last weekend. Fucking dominated them in baseball. Dominated them. But I'm in lockstep with them right now. This Miami Marlins team is going to be the last place team in the NL East. They're going to be fucking garbage. And I think this is just going to be like a rebuild year for them. And that being said, I'm reaching down.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm grabbing, I'm dusting her off.
Okay.
The Pirates team total over 3.5 minus 110 for me official. I'm on it now. I've just betted. I love Jesus Luzardo. I think he's going to be great. Like I just said, I think the Red Sox wanted the Red Sox to trade for him. But weird line movement in this game. You mentioned it. I believe, let me double check here again, but earlier in the days, all the money was on the Marlins. Everyone, it's 68% of the bets, 58% of the money. Interesting. Line has moved towards the Pittsburgh Pirates in that situation. Pirates have their full lineup back. One of my baby boys. I can't say that on this program, actually. One of my favorite people.
Thank you.
O'Neill Cruz is back from his shattered fibula or whatever the fuck he did, his ankle. He's going to be amazing. And he hits the piss shit out of the ball. So I'm excited to watch him do his thing this year. I'm on the Pirates. You mentioned the under, the money on the under there, and it moved up to the over. That makes me feel like there's going to be some surprising runs in this game. So it's very interesting. And why am I not betting the money line, as TJ says in the chat? It's because I'm a pussy, TJ. So I understand. I believe in Mitch Keller. I think that the Marlins will probably be unsuccessful hitting him as well. But I'm on Pirates team to over 3.5.
I think the Pirates money line is going to be on my card. Their bullpen also ranked 4th in Major League Baseball. And we've always believed in how they handle a pitching staff. We've always believed in their pitching coach. And and
they've got one of the best closers in baseball as well in Bednar. That's not something you can say very often with the Pirates.
And takes all the pressure off of Aroldis Chapman.
Oh, I forgot he was there. You just reminded me that he was there. Shout out to him. I hope he had a good offseason of grabbing his mom's boobs.
So we move on. My card is coming together. It's going to be a sweaty afternoon, dude. Okay. My first bet that I locked in is in our next game, 4:10 p.m. Eastern. The San Francisco Giants, 79-83, 34-47 on the road. At San Diego Padres, 82-80, 44-37 at home. We're at Petco Park in San Diego, California. It is 63 Fahrenheit. It's beautiful. The wind's 14 miles per hour left to right, according to RotoWire. Bogarts, Tatis, Cronenworth, Machado, Hassan Kim, Profar, Campusano, Tyler Wade, and Merrill is the Padres lineup. And look, I'm excited to see Young Hoo Lee. You got Estrada. I'm excited to see what Lamont Wade does this year. Jorge Soler was a good pickup. Conforto, I'm not sure what he's going to give you. And Matt Chapman, I hope if he's healthy, he's going to start out. It was that hand injury that slowed him down. Yastrzemski, Bailey, and Nick Ahmed. But what I'm doing here, and we'll see if this, costs me. But I'm backing you, Darvish, first 5. And it's not even me backing you, Darvish. It's that I know that Logan Webb got absolutely destroyed. destroyed all spring. And look, he's proved himself. It doesn't matter. But 23 earned runs over his last 16 and a third.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that much. But Logan Webb had to be picked. You had to be very selective when to back him on the road. And there's our guy Piker in the house. You have to be very selective when to back him on the road. And is this the spot? And look, I know that there's Good in the house. What up, Good? We got Piker. Great to see you guys. Baseball's back. Cheshire Cat ready to go. Earl Sports, JoJo Rich. Great to see all you guys. I think that Darvish. So I moved on him first 5. I got a great line. It was very cheap. It was minus 104, and maybe I wanted to take Darvish over Webb here. With Darvish having that start in Korea under his belt, it's going to be a much easier lineup to face and less pressure. And so I moved on it. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. This total is sitting at 7.5. It's quite heavily juiced to the under. It opened at under 7.5 minus 107. Now it's under 7.5 minus 117. When we get to the money line here with this spot, we have the Padres at minus 102. They opened up at minus 111. There's been a move to the San Francisco Giants that makes me nervous. When we take a look at what the first 5 line is done, this is going to make me nervous here. It's going to take a second to load. So here it's loaded. So they're not giving me the Pinnacle first 5 line. I should have Pinnacle up here. I cut it off so I didn't have too many things up. I'll grab it. Let's see what my bookie has done with this. They got minus 110 on each side. But this opened up at minus 115. Look, I like Darvish here, and I like the Padres here, and I think they have a better lineup. And I'm on it and comfortable with it. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for this Giants Padres spot. You can imagine what I was looking for. The Giants have 80% of the tickets and 99% of the cash on them. Has there been a legit move? Now there is now being single digit cents. 75% of the tickets are on there and we don't have cash flow. So I moved on the Padres first 5. Minus 104. I like it. Take it away for us here. Jose Bouquet. We're all set. Take it away. Giants Padres.
Yep, I'm on it with you. I'm on you, Darvish, first 5. I'm surprised fucking Daby Cab's face hasn't popped up, and he's not on the screen right now on it as well. Yeah, all the money on the Giants, no line movement. You, Darvish, has already gone out there once, pitched. I just like the Padres here as well. And I think the Padres are going to be a good team this year. Hot take, but they've had some of the worst luck last year-wise. They just lost all these fucking one-run games, horrible vibes in the clubhouse. I think they'll have it's tough because I don't want to say they're going to have a better team this year because, talent-wise they're not, but I think they're going to have a better record for sure. That's for damn sure. And I think they'll be in the wild card hunt as well. So, Padres for me, first 5 money line. I got it at minus 110. Minus
104 for me. Same first 5 for Jose. And that's at minus 110. So Jose, the first 2 official spots on today's card for your Pirates team total over 3.5. And the Padres.
I'm going to add the Pirates money line too. Yeah, I'm on there with you. I got plus 114. So I'm on it with you as well. So double up on the Pirates.
I haven't bet it yet, but I will be doing that. Earl Sports says he's adding Padres first 5 to his card. Padres buy low season, 9-23 in 1-run games last year, looking for positive regression. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, come on, 9-23.
Yeah,
come on.
North End says hard to believe all the cash and tickets would be on the Giants. I think it's the Logan Webb mirage. And it's not a mirage. I shouldn't say that, right? But he has to be. You got to be really selective when to back him on the road. You can back him every start at home if you want.
And the Giants lineup's not that good. I just think a lot of people have a sour taste in their mouths from the Padres last year. So I think the Padres are for sure bet on.
Let's roll on. 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the St. Louis Cardinals 71-91, 36-45 on the road at the Los Angeles Dodgers, 162, 53-28 at home. We're at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Miles Michaelis on the hill here. He had a terrible season last year. 9-13, 4.78 ERA, 1 point. That's a little harsh. He's only had one good season, so maybe that was the outlier. 1.32 WHIP, 201 in a third innings. At least he ate up the innings, 137 Ks and 39 walks. and he had a very strong spring. Very strong spring.
Yeah.
He came into the offseason healthy. Look, I'm not saying I'm backing him here or anything like that. Going up against Tyler Glasnow, who's, we know the kind of monster he is. In Korea, he went 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, 4 walks in that 5-2 win over the Padres. TJ says likely 6 lefties in the lineup for the Dodgers. Watch out. Rocco Rogers on the Dodgers -1.5. Same with Doug on the Rogers -1.5. And Joe Yurkovich has his first spot. Angels team total over 2.5 at -145. Let's get into the. And then Nicholas Earl says Operation Fade Dodgers, St. Louis +198.
God damn it, Nick.
Operation Fade Dodgers is going to 1 +0.7 units. I can't wait to watch this, Earl. So keep that on Twitter. That's going to be a real fun follow. We all want to follow that and see how that works out, because I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean,
spoiler alert. The Dodgers are my team this year, as Jake Burns is laughing about there. They will not win the World Series. The Dodgers are my anti-team this year, just like the Rangers were last year. I think they're the 3rd best team in the National League, and I'm very excited to be fading them as well.
Well, it's
in certain aspects. I'm not betting them like against the money line every night.
I really want to see when Kershaw throws his 3,000th strikeout. That's the main thing I'm excited about.
Will that be next year?
No, it's this year. Isn't he like 50 away?
Well, no. I mean, is he going to pitch this year? Who knows?
Of course he's going to pitch this year. And of course he's going to pitch. So, Michaelis Glasnow, let's take a look at the spot here. We have the total at 8.5. It's -115 to the now -116 to the over. It opened up at 9. I didn't realize it had dropped to 8.5. It's not a real 8.5. At these books, it's juiced pretty heavy to the over. When we get into the money line here, we have. Oh, sorry, that's the first 5 money line. Apologies. Let me just quickly move back to full game. For this, we have the Dodgers sitting at -222. They opened up at -222, so there has been no movement here. And then when we get to the cash flow on this spot, you have 43% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the under. So, that's why it moved from 9 to 8.5. That's all clear. You have 16% of the tickets and 42% of the cash on the St. Louis Cardinals. Clearly it's sharp, but I don't have the balls for that. Respect Nicholas Earl, respect you, Jose, respect your takes on it. But I've got no action here. Take it away.
I'm on Cardinals team total over here, 3.5. Again, even money. It's one of those things. I don't trust Michaelis, obviously. That's why I'm taking team total here. But Glasnow can give up runs, and this is a very capable Cardinals lineup. They had a really shit year last year. They didn't make many changes, which was kind of shocking. Like Marmol, we all thought he was done, and then he ends up getting an extension. Kind of how the Cardinals do shit, but it's just really rare for the Cardinals to have back-to-back shitty seasons. And I think they're going to be a decent squad this year. I think Goldschmidt, Arenado are just playing good enough to bring that lineup up. Their young guys are good as well. I like Nolan Gourmand. Shout out to him. But yeah, I like that team total here, 3.5. I had it at even money here. It's very interesting. You mentioned the sharp money there on the Cardinals, and it's kind of gone down as well a little bit because, again, everyone comes in and says, let's bet the Dodgers, put them in the parlay, do this and this and that. But yeah, at 11-11 actually last night, it was 29% of the tickets and 99% of the money on the Cardinals. It was very interesting. But the thing is, the scary part is, Jimmy, is that the line still kind of moved towards the Dodgers in that aspect.
It hasn't moved at all at Pinnacle. Open at -222 right now, -222.
So I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to roll with the Cardinals. Team total 3.5, even money there. And here's the thing, Jimmy, I don't know where Fangraphs has this Dodgers bullpen ranked, but I don't think it's very good. I could easily see this being a team that trades for Kenley Jansen again, but I'm not very scared of the Dodgers bullpen on top of that too.
This bullpen is ranked 8th in Major League Baseball.
See, that's hilarious to me. But yeah, I'll take that team total over.
For those of you wondering who's on top, the Philadelphia Phillies have the number 1 ranked bullpen according to Fangraphs, and the Braves are number 2.
Can I tell you something in confidence, Jimmy?
Of course, there's only a few people watching, but sure.
I think the Phillies are the team that wins the World Series this year. And you know I fucking hate their shortstop. Fucking hate their shortstop. Still have not said his name since that day, Jimmy.
I hear you.
But
I
think
thought
so.
I was going to cash it all with the Phillies last year. They were my only future.
Yeah, I don't like saying it. Yeah, I don't like saying it. It feels weird, and that's why I said the Dodgers are the 3rd best team in the NL. You know, like I just think the Braves and the Phillies are both better, and maybe they don't win the fucking division the Phillies do, but for some reason they have the Braves number, and I think it's just because those and it's funny. Dave Dombrowski has been horrible at building bullpens for his entire career. It lost him a World Series in Detroit. He did it in spite of one in Boston. And he finally just decided, fuck it. We're just going to get guys that throw hard as hell. And it's been killing the Braves in the postseason. I think it plays. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Well, I like your bet. It's very enticing. I like your bet. It's a very enticing spot. What was the weather in LA? Sorry, I forgot. Don't think I mentioned it.
JP, let us know. Step outside and let us know what the weather's like today.
First pitch, 68 Fahrenheit, 9 miles per hour out in the pitcher's ballpark. But all right, let's roll on. We move on to 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Washington Nationals 71-91, 37-44 on the road at Cincinnati Reds, 82-80, 38-43 at home. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. I found this game very difficult. And that's because, I know that Frankie Montas had the PED issue. I know he only pitched an inning and a third last season due to shoulder injury, not Tommy John, shoulder injury. And he got healthy.
Is worse.
Sorry?
Which arguably is worse, the shoulder.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. You're not out as long. But no, I guess that's a fair statement. But he really, really wanted to start at the end of last season. And they wouldn't let him. They were just like, shut up. He'd be terrible.
Yeah, it's the Yankees. It was on the Yankees, right?
Yeah, Boone was like, just no, you're not.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's like this. You're not starting, and you're not going to wear that jersey for much longer. So sit down and shut up. So he had a completely healthy offseason, and he has so much to prove. He looked really strong in his last 2 spring training starts. Now we know what Josiah Gray is being like for everybody on the road. He's padded our accounts. 3.91 ERA last year. Still, the K to walk ratio is not where you want it. 143 Ks to 80 walks. But there's something about Frankie Montas. Maybe he's an emotional dude. This lineup for Cincinnati is real nice. It's a real nice lineup, and we know that this Washington lineup has got a long way to go. So let's take a look at the line history. Joe Yergevich says, what are these bullpen rankings here? Because he likes the over. I will give you these bullpen. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. One here. What the hell's going on? That's lineup. That's starting lineup. Sorry.
If you told me that the Reds bullpen was the 20th or 28th or whatever you said for the Orioles, I'd believe you there. And they're going to be like fucking ranked like 15th.
So the bullpen rankings here, according to Fangraphs for the Nationals and the Cincinnati Reds, we have Washington 16th. Not bad.
Wow.
I'm just looking at from a graph, so it might be 17th. I think it's 16th there. And then the Cincinnati bullpen is just behind. It's a very, very similar bullpen. So I think it's 16th and 18th, I believe. 16th and 18th. Paul Buddy's Nerfic says, so we talking over first 3 in Nats Reds. So let's take a look at the line history and hand it over to Jose for the analysis. We have the Reds right now minus 148, and I don't want to fade Gray this number with what I don't know from Montas. I have a hunch that Montas is going to be good this year, but I don't want to be betting on hunches. This total has gone up to 9.5. It opened up at 9. It moved to 9.5 at 9:48 this morning at Pinnacle. And then from a cash flow standpoint here, we have, sorry, let's get this up. We have 85% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on the Cincinnati Reds. The line's not moving. 62% of the tickets and 98% cash on the over. Clearly, the over is the sharp action. So I'm off. I'm off of this one. Take it away, Jose. Nationals, Reds.
Yeah, I was shocked, really, because, Jimmy, this is Great American Ballpark. I saw this number at a 9. Fucking 2 weeks from now, we're just going to see these numbers 10, 11, 12. I was
It's 55
shocked.
Fahrenheit, though.
Yeah. And I didn't bet the over, but I was surprised. It obviously has jumped up, and Frankie has had a good spring. 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs. 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned runs, and again 6 Ks, 1 walk, and 5 Ks, no walks in those 2. So I could see it. But Josiah Gray is one of the guys, is my guys as well, that I like backing here. You've talked about it. He's made us money before. I'm off. But I do admittedly kind of like the over in this spot. And Josiah Gray, by the way, has seen the Reds twice and has pitched at Great American. He did that in 2022, 6 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned on a home run, 9 Ks, 3 walks. Last year was at home, 5 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned on 2 home runs, 6 Ks, 4 walks there. So, I'll pass. If it goes over by a shitload, I'll be a little pissed off at myself. But it's just not a game I'm on. Keeping the volume low.
Well, it is time to bring on our first guest. Actually, no, because we had Sharpie for game 1. So it is for action on North American soil. I see him backstage, but I don't see his camera on. So
you just have to say Texas Rangers 3 times and click our shoes, and then he'll appear.
The man who is hitting at the highest level in college basketball, of any expert that I've had in my 6 years doing this publicly, is going after it in the same style in MLB this year. Please welcome to the show from Dallas, Texas, drafted pitcher, Major League Baseball, signed by Major League Baseball team, and our friend and colleague from Dallas, Texas, Mr. Dabra. Dabby, how are you?
Oh, I'm great, Jimmy. We got, the Sweet 16 opening day at the same time. I mean, what the hell, man? What more could we ask for? This is a beautiful day, man. It's a beautiful day outside. It's a beautiful day to gamble. I'm happy to be back here. I had a blast in San Antonio, but now we get back to business. I'm glad to see everybody in the chat. Saturated, JT, ready to make some money, man. That's what it is.
And Jose, my friend, we have skipped a game here.
Yes, you did. I thought that was the rearrange of the schedule, but don't worry about it. We can talk about it.
It's these guys. We got to talk about them.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
yeah.
So we're going to...
It's very funny you skipped your own team. I do that with the Red Sox often.
I didn't skip it at all. What do you mean? I remember I told you that I rearranged.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we rearranged the schedule, but yeah, I thought that was very funny.
Oh no, I want to talk. Jay, can we throw it up? I want to talk about this game so badly, or do we want to? Would it be easier if we move past it?
No. We can talk about Los Blue Jays right now.
Let's go.
Well, I have a bet on that game too, so I texted you.
That's where our guy Daby Cab gets started. 4:10 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays, 89-73, 46-35 on the road. That must be. I must have done that wrong. They couldn't have had a 46-35 road record last year. I must have written that in wrong. At Tampa Bay Rays, 99-63, 53-28 at home. We're at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. Jose Barrios, 11-12, 3.65 ERA, 1.19 WHIP, 189 2/3, 184 Ks, 52 walks last year, and he looked excellent in spring training. He looked ready to go. Markel says bum-ass Blue Jays. That's why Jimmy passed it. Look, I'm on the under 87.5. But I honestly don't know where Eflin's at. One spring training start. We're just supposed to say, oh, he doesn't lose at home, is what we're supposed to say, because, what we saw after he was signed by this brilliant management staff. He was excellent last year, 16-8, 3.50 ERA, 1.02 WHIP, 177 and 2/3, 186 Ks, 24 walks. Eldorado Custodian says, how many games to qualify for 60%? I just need a weekly guest. So Cabby's got more than enough action to qualify easily. He's got a ton of actions. So I just need a weekly guest.
The qualification number sounds hilarious.
No, but he's right. Jason Meyer's right. I mean, you can't get 60% going like, 20
10
and
and
12.
yeah, whatever.
20 and 12.
Let's go here. The next spot we're going to talk about is, of course, the lineups and the line history. So, we expect really big things from Varsho this year, and maybe that's a mistake, but we do expect a monstrous season from him. The problem at this point is at third base, we have Kiner Falefa, and at second base, we have Kevin Biggio. Now, they both can exceed our expectations, and they're going to have to. Now, how healthy is Springer going to be this year it's a real problem, but we think Vladdy's going to hit more home runs. We think Bouquett is going to hopefully be healthy all year, and if he is, he'll lead the American League in hits. You have Justin Turner batting fourth to bring some leadership and accountability with the stick. So I don't know exactly what these Rays are going to give you. Am I surprised that their season win total is at 84.5? Yes, I am. It doesn't make me want to bet the over. Yes, it does. Kelly McKinnon says he likes Biggio. I've always wanted him to stay in the lineup. Hunter Engelhart is on Jay's first five money line. Piker is on the Rays money line. And there's Scotty Rock in the house. Great to see you, Smoking Tree. I want to fade Eflin in this spot, and maybe it's a major mistake, and I wanted to talk it out. This wasn't a bet that I was going to come in with. But I just find, what are we just supposed to expect? He can have one start in spring training and just come in and dominate at home against the lineup, that has so much to prove. I mean, there's not a player in the Jays lineup that doesn't have so much to prove, except maybe Springer, who all we need him to be healthy. This total went from under 7.5 at +101 to under 7.5 at -110. So the market believes Eflin's just going to be great immediately. And then from a money line standpoint, we have these Jays sitting at +124. They opened up at +117. There's been a move towards the Tampa Bay Rays. Then when we get to the cash flow for this one, 62% of the tickets are on the over. We don't have any money line information, but we know that 31% of the tickets and 45% of the cash is on the Blue Jays. Yet there's been this line move to the Rays. I feel like I have enough action and don't need to force anything. Let's give the floor to our guy, Daby Cab. Best bet of the season, number one for you, Daby. Blue Jays, Rays, take it away.
So I tell you what, you guys were talking about the spring training. I'm not saying that it's like the end all be all, but you can't just ignore it, right? Like, I mean, that's showing kind of somebody's form. If somebody's off, it's usually going to be their off speed that they haven't found or anything like that. I'm not saying spring training is going to reflect how a pitcher does throughout the entire season, but it's definitely going to reflect what we're going to see a little bit of in the first game. Absolutely. I think that matters. I mean, what else do we have to go off of? You see what I'm saying? And I think Eflin, last season, I think he peaked. He's been good. He's been hovering around that 4 ERA. He's been a solid go-to guy. But I think last year was the best season he's going to have in the MLB. Honestly, I do. And you talked about only having one start in spring training. He's had 3 outings so far. He's got an 8.49 ERA through spring training. That's 11.2 innings pitched. Again, it's nothing to ride to the bank on, but I think it matters. And I think it's going to show here. As far as backing the Blue Jays, I can't get there with that, not as a side. But what I can do is I can take the first 5 over in this game. Both of these pitchers, Jimmy, I expect to give up a couple runs. I need a crooked number from one of them and maybe a run or two from the other, and we're going to get there. I got over 4. I couldn't find a 3.5 anywhere, and if it is, it's probably juiced to hell. So I took the over 4 first 5 here.
Over 4. Did you tweet it out?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, and what was the juice?
-108.
-108. If I gave you a free $500 bet on a first 5 side, would you be backing Barrios on the road in Tampa or Eflin at home?
I mean, I guess if it has to be a side, maybe the Blue Jays, but I almost said first 5 over. If you give me free $500, let's just win it with the bet that I like.
No, I feel you. I feel you. Jose Bouquett, the Toronto Blue Jays, the Tampa Bay Rays at Trop.
Yeah, I struggle with the AL East teams, as people could probably predict the time. So I'm off this game. I don't really have much to say. I don't like Jose Barrios. And Eflin is kind of meh. He only faced the Blue Jays once last year, shockingly enough. 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run. Obviously, that was at home, so you could expect that 6-3 win. And Barrios, 4-2 record with the as a Blue Jay against the Rays in his career. His last 3 starts, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run. But that was in a 20-1 victory, so you can kind of throw that out the window, I think. 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, pretty good there, and that was in a 6-3 win in his own right. And then and then there was one really bad one, 2 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned runs there, and that was in 2022. And you could probably say that was a different Jose Barrios. So I'm off. I hope you win, Daby, and I'll be watching this game thinking about you.
Yeah, and I want to say this too. One last thing I left out of here, Jimmy. When you got games like Jose just said that have 21 runs scored in them, it's hard to look at something like this. But these teams played 13 times last season, and they were averaging more than 12 runs per game. So just more to back that I support this over.
Now, these 2 bullpens are very, very highly thought of this year. We always know Tampa gets more out of their bullpens than we can imagine, but a ton of respect for these 2 bullpens. The Rays bullpen is ranked 7th in the league, according to FanGraphs. The Jays bullpen ranked 10th in the league, according to FanGraphs.
Crazy. I don't never believe in the Blue Jays bullpen, I guess. That's just nuts to me.
So first 5 over 4 at -108. If I had a free bet, I move on the Barrios first 5. I'm not going to do that here. First 5 over 4. Who then? Here, this is sort of asking, who is there a pitcher here that you think is more vulnerable than the other today and season long?
Eflin.
The first 5 money line on the Jays is nice. Bo Jackson saying that the Jays don't play well at the Trop, and then Bo wasn't the only one that mentioned that. We had other guys coming in talking about the issues the Jays have had, playing the Rays. We've got cappers here on the Rays money line. It's going to be a very interesting start here. Moose Money says, back on the prep. Best of luck to everyone. First 5 Toronto. Eflin struggled down the stretch, and although he was great at home, wasn't pitching well even at home. Okay, there you go. Daby Cab, first 5 over 4 at -108 is his first spot on the season. We move on to best bet number 2 for Daby Cab, 7:35 p.m. Eastern. The Chicago Cubs, 83-79, 38-43 on the road at the Texas Rangers, 90-72, 50-31 at home at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. Again, the Rangers have these specific guidelines for closing the roof during the regular season. There's not a site you can go to, as far as I know. I've tried for years, but it's simple. If at some point it's going to drop below 65 degrees or go above 80 degrees, the roof is closed. And so it's going to go under 65 degrees, by the 6th inning or so, 5th inning, Cap? So the roof, I expect to be closed here. Yeah. You have Justin Steele, 16-5, 3.06 ERA, 1.17 whip, 176 Ks and 173 in a third last year with just 36 walks. And he's coming off a very strong spring. You know who else had a monster spring? Is Nathan Eovaldi. Excellent spring. And I know he dealt with injuries last year, but he was money when he was healthy. So I moved on the first 5 under 4.5. I got that at -113. We'll take a look at what it's at now. Let's start with the full game money line here. Full game money line is the Texas Rangers and Nate Eovaldi at -114. They opened up at -110. We've had a 4-cent move towards them. From a total side of things, this full game total is sitting at 8.5 at -112. This opened up at 8.5. Then this morning it dropped to 8. Now it's back at 8.5. So this is exactly exactly to the cent where it opened. And I'm nervous. I'm always so nervous to look at what's happened with the first five. It might take a second to load up, but we've got the first five loading up to see the line history of this one. This is not moved. This is exactly. Now it had moved. There was a 3-cent move towards it, but about an hour and a half ago, it came right back. So makes me a little nervous. Let's take a look at the cash flow for this one. We have this game popping off 7:35 p.m. Eastern. 36% of the tickets and 50% of the cash is on the Chicago Cubs. And we have no information on the total, no ticket or cash flow. Daby Cab, best bet number 2, Cubbies, Rangers. Shall we?
Oh, there we go. We always notice that pitchers seem to have like a little bit of an advantage early on in the season to the hitters, right? Until the hitters get that timing down and get more adjusted, get their approaches back. But, you know, one thing that does stand out to me is there's also more walks early on in the season. And when walks go up, you know, hits don't have to be as high to score runs. Something to look at here. I'm not betting this total. You know, I'm a big first 5 over with the Rangers at home. Last season, I cashed on it. I expect to do the same here. Steele and Eovaldi aren't two pitchers that I want to get involved in with that, though. It sucks, man. Seeing the Rangers here with Eovaldi, it feels like the same thing as last season, though, and they were able to go and win it. We got Scherzer and DeGrom, you know, unable to pitch. Imagine the lineup if we had, you know, who should be starting here. But I digress. We're here where we're at. I'm not getting involved in the total, and I don't want to get involved in the side. What I'm going to do here, and I've gotten a lot of flack here. I've had people message me, oh, you're doing lefty on lefty. Man, shut up, okay? I'm taking Corey Seager over 1.5 bases. You know, he's the man. I mean, he's the fucking man. He's the best, bro. We're at home. It's game 1 of the season. I know it's lefty on lefty. Guess what he did last year, lefty on lefty? He hit 314, okay? Lefty on lefty. He doesn't have very many plate appearances against Steele. He's 3 for 2 with the double, lefty on lefty, okay? As a career hitter, he hits 275 versus lefties. Just absolutely outstanding, all right? I'm taking Seager over 1.5 bases. I tweeted it out, yesterday at plus 105. I think it's still even money. I got no problem with this bet here. I love it, man. We don't got to load up on sides and totals if we notice something like this.
I believe you really liked this look, Jose, on Seager in this spot. Why don't you touch on your belief in the Seager spot and talk to us about your plan here at Globe?
Yeah, so obviously this is a banner-raising day for the Rangers. They win the World Series. By the way, Daby Cab still says he's not a Rangers fan. He dropped a couple wheeze in there as well, but he says he's not a Rangers fan. I just want that to be just known. He's not a Rangers fan though. But yeah, no, Seager's amazing. He if he wasn't for Shohei Ohtani, he would have won MVP last year. He crushes lefties like Cab mentioned. I looked at the last game Steele pitched against the Rangers, and it was last year, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, 4 walks. Corey Seager still went 2 for 4 that day, so that's still cashing Cab's bet. And, it's very funny. I also, when Cab mentioned this, I was just like, okay, well, who are the top lefties, or who are the top righties and lefties, or against the righties and lefties, I should say. So just for everyone's, mental bank last year, and I'm going off weighted runs created plus, the top 5 people against lefties. Yandy Diaz, 204 weighted runs created plus, fucking insane. William Contreras on the Brewers, 190. Mookie Betts, Ryan Mountcastle, Jorge Soler. So those guys against lefties just smash. By the way, for you guys keeping track at home, Corey Seager is 138 weighted runs created plus against lefties. So it's not 204, but still very good. Against righties, who are those people that crush righties? Well, you probably guessed this as well. Shohei Ohtani, 196. Yordan Alvarez, 184. Corey Seager, 183. That just shows how ridiculous he was last year. Matt Olson, 178. Ronald Acuna, 174. Those people. And by the way, Zach Geloff, 7th on this list, 167. Only 202 plate appearances, but those are just some names to keep an eye out on this game. The Rangers were definitely a look that I had circled as well, but I didn't move on this game. Keeping the volume down, as they say. So Yeah, Rangers are nothing for me. I also think Justin Steele kind of regresses this year, truthfully. So
Yo, our guy Johnny Gunn's putting it out. Wyatt Langford set to make debut. People are higher than him than they are on Evan Carter. And I mean, Evan Carter showed out in the World Series. I mean, what do you got to do to have people excited about you, right? So
yeah, he's probably going to win the Rookie of the Year. Wyatt Lang. He was in the fucking College World Series like 8 months ago or something like that. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
The Texas Rangers bullpen coming into the season ranked 26th
So
in Major
bad.
League Baseball.
That's not the. That's why I thought they were gonna fucking fail this whole time, and then they took the page out of Alex Cora's book and just threw all their shit starters back there. It's a good team,
baby. Let's go.
It's a good team, but again, Daby is not a Rangers fan. Daby is not a Rangers fan. Just let's. Are you going to opening night, Daby, to see you get your ring?
I mean,
I'm sure you probably got a
down.
ring in there.
I'm not going to be there, but I would.
Daby Cab
man.
has moved on Corey Seager over 1.5 bases at plus 105. He's moved on the first 5 over 4 at minus 108 in Blue Jays Rays, and looking at the opportunity to go 60% in back-to-back sports is what Daby Cab is looking to do. I never had somebody do it once. Let's see if we can do it twice. Daby Cab. I'm on the first 5 under 4.
Once yet, Jimmy.
I think you're going to get there. Joe Yurkovich says, how do you handicap game 1 of 162 of a season? Well, I don't know. Spend a couple hours on it together with friends.
Handicap it well
In the chat. Get 250 people in a room together, like what we're doing. I mean, I know, I'm not saying it's easy, and we're going to see what our record is. As always, we'll have the transparency and accountability. So we'll see. Daby Cab, I will see you back in business here in college basketball. We have 3 games left on the MLB card, so that'll be in about 15 minutes.
All right, cool.
All right, great job. There he is, Daby Cab. He'll be back with us, capping the March Madness action. For Jose and I, we have 3 late night spots. We start at 10:07 p.m. Eastern. The Cleveland Guardians, 76 and 86, 34 and 47 on the road at the Oakland Athletics, 15 112, 26 and 55 at home. We're at Oakland Coliseum in Oakland, California.
Still not used to hearing Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, no doubt. 54 Fahrenheit, 7 mile per hour out in a pitcher's ballpark here. This is going to be long years for both squads, obviously, and it looks like we'll get a better year than we got last year from the A's, but I don't like this lineup. I mean, you can't have, I feel bad for, you can't have Laureano protecting Ramirez. That's the expected lineup right now. Maybe Josh Naylor can. Josh Naylor's going to have a monster season if he's going to do that. We have Shane Bieber going up against Alex Wood. Shane Bieber had an incredible spring. So, you know
why?
Why is that?
I mean, this is contract year. This is a huge year for Shane Bieber.
He, in his last 3 starts in spring, he allowed 1 earned run over 15 and a third innings.
Yep.
He only threw 128 innings last year. So Jose's got a very, very sharp point. Alex Wood had a good spring. And Alex Wood has a lot to prove. Let's take a look at the line history here, and we'll let Jose talk about his feelings for this A's lineup, because we talked about Giloff already, so we'll talk about it. So let's see I got the first 5 up. Let me get the full game, and let's get the money line up here as well. We'll talk about cash, and then we'll hand it over. From a money line standpoint, we have the Guardians at minus 143. I was taken aback by that. So there's been a move towards the Oakland A's from plus 141 to plus 132. Bieber looked so good that I was taken back by that. This total has gone from 7.5 to 7 at Pinnacle. It moved to 7 at 10:54 a.m. It's juiced to the over. It's plus money to the under, plus 103 to the under. And maybe that's the way to look at it. There's AOD in the house. Chase J asking the chat for his 2 or more base bettors. Who do y'all like? Betts, Soto, and De La Cruz, asking the chat here. From a cash flow standpoint, you have 82% of the tickets on the under. And as I said, Pinnacle's moved in that direction. Then on the money line, we have 85% of the tickets and 87% of cash on the Guardians, and the line moving towards the A's. That's not enticing, even though I tried to figure a way to back Bieber. Take it away for us here, Jose. Guardians, Athletics at Oakland Coliseum.
People ask for best bets or whatever bets you feel good about. This is my best bets of the day. I'm on the first 5 under here, under 4 at -125. First of all, let's just state the obvious. The Guardians suck dick at offense. They've sucked dick at offense for the last how many years since they made the World Series in 20 whatever it was now. I just don't believe in their offense to begin with. Last year against lefties, 28th or 29th, 83 weighted runs created plus. Alex Wood and almost all these pitchers in Oakland, all these veteran pitchers in Oakland, pitching to get off the team and get traded, go into a contender, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Alex Wood could be different because he is a West Coast guy, was on the Giants. I'm sure he has a family and wants to stay on the West Coast as well and all that shit. But I think he can pitch well here. His starts in spring training, like you mentioned, 4 1/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. One of them earned, 3 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run. Bieber dominated as well. Oakland's offense is not anything to really feel good about. And Shane Bieber, like I just said, in a contract year, probably going to get traded from this Guardians team. Massive year for him. On top of all this, Stephen Vogt, correct me if I'm wrong. I realize I didn't know my managers off the top of my head. But Stephen Vogt, manager of the Guardians, he's basically like a world famous A as well. The boys are going to be fired up for him. I'll say that. So that's going to be a little concerning for me. If I was betting the A's, but I'm on a first 5 under here. I think we get a quiet start to this game. And first 5 under 4 -125 for me.
Yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it. I get the look, expecting the Guardians to again have trouble with lefties. It makes sense. It makes sense. I know that trusting Alex Wood's not comfortable, but you can imagine that Bieber's going to pitch well. The market move towards the A's is telling you that Alex Wood's going to have a good start.
Yeah, and then you mentioned that there's 3.5s popping up as well for first 5s. And if I'm going to bet Alex Wood, it's going to be against this Guardians, offense. They're one of the worst against lefties. So if you're going to do it, then you're going to do it with here. And I just think Bieber, the one that I'm really scared about is truly Bieber against the A's. Like, I don't know what I'm going to get. And again, I'll keep saying it. I'll keep betting on guys on a contract year. Like, they need to pitch well for all their monies. And Shane Bieber in particular, a former Cy Young guy, has been doubted for the last 2 years because his velocity has dropped. I just think that Bieber is going to be is going to have a good year this year, and his trade deadline is going to be fun.
Yes, no, that's a good point. So Jose moving on the first 5 under 4 at -125. Mally Mal, our guy, OG, says Seattle and Boston game looking real underish. Let's roll into it. 10:10 p.m. Eastern. Jose Bouquet's Boston Red Sox. Nasty Nate's Boston Red Sox. Pikers, Boston Red Sox, 78-84 last year, 39-42 on the road. At the Seattle Mariners, 88-74, 45-36 at home. We're at T-Mobile Park, Seattle, Washington. It's going to be raining, but they'll close the roof. It's going to be cold, so they'll close the roof. It'll be fine. Brian Bayo against Luis Castillo. Bayo showed signs of being the ace. I wish, just don't mention Pedro. Why do people have to compare him to Pedro?
It's a change-up.
It's looking like he could be the ace. 157 innings, 132 Ks, and 45 walks. He went 4.24 ERA. He had a great spring. Last 2 starts, he allowed 2 earned runs over 10 1/3. Luis Castillo had a very strong spring. Last 3 starts, 14 1/3, 3 earned runs, 18 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Coming off a great season. 3.34 ERA, 1.10 whip, 219 strikeouts, and 197 innings. And the lineup, I'm going to let Jose talk about these Boston Red Sox. It's not the lineup he was hoping for, I imagine. The Mariners, on the other hand, seem like they're ready, as they have been over the last couple of years, to make, be a legit playoff team. We have the total at 7.5. It's -112 to the under. This opened up at 7, and it lasted. And this was on Tuesday. It lasted there for 59 minutes before it moved to 7.5, and it stayed there. That was the correct line coordinate. And it wasn't really a real 7. It was -119 to the over. Then from a money line standpoint here, we are sitting with the Mariners at minus 153. They opened up at minus 171. So we've had a big move to the Boston Red Sox. They opened up at plus 156. They're now at plus 141. Then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 39% of the tickets on the Boston Red Sox and 93% of the cash on them. That is a big bet coming in on Bayo. 78% of tickets on the over and 99% of cash. Made me very interested in the first 5 under. Jose, I'm all ears. Talk to us about this Boston Red Sox lineup and talk to us about your expectations in this spot. Why is 99% of the cash on the over? Why is 93% cash on the Red Sox?
Well, so the wind's blowing out, allegedly, according to RotoWire, but
they're going to
throw the roof.
They're playing Seattle.
Yeah,
so don't worry about the...
Exactly. So that's why I was like, is everyone betting it because of that? I don't know. Here's the thing. This is the most, just downtrodden, the worst it's been for quite a while to be a Red Sox fan. Ownership doesn't give a fuck. That was obviously made clear this offseason. And this is Alex Cora's last year under contract. And as I've said several times, he's going to go to the Dodgers and break my spirit. I don't know what to expect from this Red Sox team this year. I really don't, because you mentioned the lineup not being good. The lineup, I like the lineup. The lineup I'm perfectly fine with. It has always been, since day one, since I have been alive, the Red Sox have never been able to develop pitching. It has been just horrifying. And this year, they bring in Andrew Bailey. They bring in fucking Breslow. And that's just kind of been the whole offseason. Just fine pitching. They extend Bayo, which we all love, but it's just been fine pitching. And I don't know what to expect from any of the Red Sox pitchers. It is just one of those things. I've just let Jesus take the wheel. I don't know what to happen. I'm not going to keep my expectations high, because guys like Garrett Whitlock are going to be in the rotation. There's a guy like Tanner Houck are going to be in the rotation this year, when in an ideal world, they would have just been coming out of the bullpen, and this bullpen would have been disgusting. I have not made my traditional the Red Sox to win the World Series bet, because I do that every year. As many people know, that's not a future to me. That's just like, something I have to do. Because if the Red Sox win the World Series and I make no money on it, I'm going to be fucking furious at myself. But I can't back them here. And I'll say this. I think the Red Sox, and maybe this is just me, just kind of, whatever, just personal anecdotes here. Their line moves towards them so much. I seen this happen last year. It's like minus 170, and it'll come down to minus 150, and then they'll still get their fucking ass spanked because their team has just not been good in the last 3 years, whatever. So I can't get there with the Red Sox. As I've told everyone, Scout's honor, I am not betting the Red Sox this season. There will be a counter on screen. Days consecutively, I have not bet the Red Sox. Mark it down as 1 here today after this. I will not be betting the Red Sox. I am not on the Red Sox. I am not on the Mariners either, because I'll say this. Castillo, twice against the Red Sox, 5 innings, seven runs, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 home runs. Both of these were at Fenway. And then one time he fucking dominated them, but that was with Cincinnati. So that was, you can tell, it was 2022, I believe it was. 6 innings, 1 hit ball, no earned runs. Bayo also, by the way, has seen these Mariners twice in his own right, and the Red Sox have won both of these games in his pitch. 6 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, a 6-4 win, and then 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, and a 12-3 win for the Red Sox. I think their bullpen to start out will be good, but when the trade deadline comes, I can't confirm with everyone right now the Red Sox are going to be sellers. They will sell pieces on this team, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this call comes out. But I'm generally happy with the lineup here, Jimmy. I mean, Jarren Duran, I think, is going to be good. Rafael Devers, we all know. Trevor Story will decide my mood for the rest of my life. I love Tristan Casas to death. I would die for him right now. If there was a shooter trying to shoot him, I would dive in front of the bullet. Yoshida, I think, is been maligned for fucking ages now, and I think it's the stupidest thing ever. O'Neal, who the fuck knows? Rafael is going to be good, and Emmanuel Valdez is good. And then we're just waiting for Kyle Teal at catcher. So we'll see what happens there. But I think it's going to be an interesting game. I think the Red Sox are going to be a seller this year, and it's going to be a horrible year for them. I'm not on them here. And truthfully, I do love the Mariners, and I love everything they do. I love their pitching. They just need to find it offensively. So I'll end this long soliloquy with saying no action, but it's going to be a very interesting game, to say the least.
Why would the market be moving towards the Red Sox with Bayo's outs at 15.5 at a pick'em and 99% of the cash on the over?
That's I think it happens with the Red Sox more than any team in baseball. I really do. And maybe, again, it's just like, the Red Sox are a super public team that people just throw money at the Red Sox in whatever way. They're a plus money dog, kind of like how the Yankees were earlier today. People just want to bet the Red Sox on opening day. But I really think, I should do a bet. I should try to track this. But it's just like, oh my God, I just see it so often, and it makes it. And guys, like, you know me, Jim, I want to bet with a team that has the market moving in the direction. And last year that led me to bet the Red Sox many a time. And obviously that didn't work out for me very well. So we'll see what the fuck happens.
Bo nailed it there with that comment. That's a thing of absolute beauty right there. Okay, let's roll into our last game, Jose, and we have a surprise guest. He's going to be with us in college basketball. He has a best bet on our final game on this card. So without further ado, the star of Last Call, please welcome Monsieur Money, Mikey Money in the house. Mikey, how are you?
Fantastic, boys. I figured I'd break in with some news as well. Clemson has beat up on Arizona. That game's over. And we've got San Diego State hanging in there. They're trying to come out and win this game outright. So I figured I'd give some college basketball updates while we're talking talking some of the small ball here. Let's go, boys.
You are a good man. You are a good man. And we got a max bet from Smoking Tree. By the way, his favorite look in MLB is the Orioles -1.5. Scotty Rock is on the Huskies in our next segment. We're going to be rolling right into college basketball. So he is on the Huskies. And I'm going to go over some of the best bets from our chat because I put them all off the top of the show on the top of my worksheet. But let's move on to the first official pick from Mikey Money in this young baseball season, 10 p.m. Eastern. Thank you guys for joining us on opening day. This is our final game of 13 MLB games. This is game 27 that we've capped here on today's show. The Colorado Rockies, 59-103, 22-59 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks, 84-78, 43-28 at home. We're at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Kyle Freeland, he's had an interesting career, the Denver-born kid. I don't know, was last year a good season for him? A 5.03 ERA, 1.47 whip. He's had a spectacular spring. Does that mean he's going to have a good season? I never know really what Freeland is going to give you. 19 innings this spring, 5 earned runs, 16 strikeouts, and just 3 walks. He looked very good going up against Zach Gallen, and we saw what Zach could do last year. 210 innings, 220 strikeouts, a horse, just an absolute beast. 3.47 ERA, 1.12 whip. He was spectacular. This Arizona team is a monster. This Rockies team looks terrible. I mean, Blackman and Chris Bryant won 2. What year is this? Let's get into the line history here for this one, and then hear Mikey Money's best bet. We have Gallen sitting at -210 right now. They opened up at -228. So there's been a real legit move to Colorado Rockies. They've gone from +206 to +190 again. These lines have been out for 52 or 53 hours. When we get to the total in this one, this total is sitting at 8.5, juice to the under. Open up at -105, now -108. So we've got a 3-cent move to the under. And then when we get to the cash flow, we know that 73% of the tickets are on the under. We don't have any cash information. And money line, we know that there's sharp action all over the Rockies. The books are paying attention. Only 15% of the tickets are on the Rockies, and 85% of the cash is. Take it away for us, Mikey Money, your first official bet here of the season on Betting with the Bag. Floor is yours.
Giddy up. Let's go. It's time to get to the show, baby. We got these boys rolling. And I look at this game. First of all, this is basically borderline preseason. These guys play 1,082 games this season. Things don't really heat up until the month of June. We know there's like 16 parts to the baseball season as well. So, looking at some of those preseason numbers, it's cute. It gives you if you want to feel good about something and you want to base it off of that, so be it. But you got to look at some of these guys' averages and kind of what they do over the course of their career. I heard you talking earlier, Jimmy. You're like, he had a good season. You're like, well, had he really? I mean, it's only one good season over the course of this guy's career. And that's very much the way I kind of try to attack this first part of 16 in the Major League Baseball season here. But I do look at these games, and I think for anybody that's looking at trying to go dog hunting here to start the MLB season off, the numbers when these teams are home favorites over a -160 are winning at an 80% clip. So bear that in mind. You might be able to find that diamond in the rough, but majority of the time you're going to see these big favorites. Opening day, big ceremonies, big celebrations, much to do about nothing because they got 1,082 games to go in the season. But as we look at this one here, I thought, you know what? I think there's a great opportunity. When we look at not preseason, but we look at last year's stats and kind of the way these two things shook out, what a great opportunity to try to take advantage of where I think a soft market lies here. And not the -210, clearly not soft. I don't want to get into trying to figure out -1.5s, albeit the Dodgers probably are the better -1.5 team across the card today. But that being said, I had to look at these two starting pitchers. We've got Gallen, we've got Freeland. And what do we know about the way these teams kind of perform against the lefty-righty conundrum that is baseball right now? And the Rockies, frankly, soft hitting as soft hitting gets, striking out almost 26% of the time last season against right-handed pitchers, right? So we got a team that's soft. They can't go out there and hit righties. Then we look on the other side, and we got a lefty rolling in here with Kyle Freeland. What's going on out there when it comes to Arizona? One of the worst hitting teams against lefties all last year. Don't let the numbers fool you. 3.15 OBA, that certainly looks great, but bottom 10 in the league when it comes to this opportunity against southpaws. And for me, I see the numbers moving. This number looked to me like some of the early lines. I don't know if that was a month ago or 2 weeks ago. I saw 9s on their way down. And right now I see the 8.5 at -105. I'm going to the under in this game. Low scoring affair, kicking things off here. These two teams are garbage when it comes to hitting opportunities against the other. Then I was looking at some of the deeper stats. It's a little early to start looking at RBIs and trying to figure out who's going to be the hot hand. I mean, certainly, Christian Walker's a guy, Eugenio Suarez. There's a Corbin Carroll, Cutter Marte. This Arizona team can certainly get hot, but number of at-bats against these guys and the RBI numbers down over the course of, what do we got, 20, 37, 46 games. We've got, maybe 4 RBIs averaging across the span for these two teams when they play against these pitchers. So low-scoring game for me, short, sweet, to the point, and I think this is going to be a great opportunity for us to cash the -105. First official play. I'm betting with the bag for me, Arizona. I'm going with this under 8.5.
Can I ask you a question? What led you away from the first 5? Colorado with the second worst bullpen in the league. Is it because it's going to be their best pieces of the bullpen if the game stays under as you expect it? What led you to the full game and not the first 5?
Yeah, as we get later in the season, I'll start seeing some of these numbers that make me feel more confident around these first 5s. I was definitely with Daby on his Toronto first 5 over. When you look at guys like Barrios as a pitcher, when he's a dog, his last 15 games, I believe, are the number that have gone over the total. Very comfortable isolating that matchup, but because I want to get the longevity of this game here, what if it's 5-0 to start this thing off? Because, Freeland goes out there and takes a big shit. And, I want to just take advantage of the full hop here, knowing that the averages with this spot here, with the numbers, the 3.15 OBA scares me a little bit from that side of things, but give these guys time, especially the Colorado Rockies. What are they going to do the more time they have? They're going to fail. So I want to stretch this thing out, the whole stretch of this thing, and try to take advantage, at least early in the season. We'll reevaluate it. I'm certainly a big first 5 guy when it comes to the sides and isolating these pitchers. But I want to take these bad teams with bad hitting numbers, and I want to give them as much time as they can to go show us who they really are. And that's bad when it comes to hitting in these matchups.
Mikey Money on the under 8.5 at -105 for his first official pick of the young baseball season. Jose Bouquett. Rockies, Diamondbacks, our final game of 13. Take it away.
First, obviously.
Cost you $10 if you want to park.
Do it.
But Jose, how much?
Yeah.
Obviously.
As bad as the massage at the poker table, but hey, it's all good. It's all good.
The massage was great. I watched all that and it was great.
Look how serious Jimmy's face got there. He's like,
I was being massaged by a woman.
Don't show that fucking clip.
Toss you $10 if you want to park.
Do it.
But Jose,
Jesus.
Yeah.
We held together for so long. We looked so good and so professional for so long. Oh man, that's
Don't
funny.
mistake Jose for a DIYer, that's for sure.
Oh man. Well, it wasn't level either. Now maybe you can regroup and.
Fuck. That was good. All right, so Diamondbacks.
If Mikey Money hadn't have come on, then no one would have known that your background failed.
Well, yeah, probably. But also, Mikey's been a curse for me. So I every time I see Mikey on screen, I get scared again.
I like to isolate Jose at his weekest moments. You know, that's
That was magic. Okay, Jose, try and
Yeah,
don't think about your craftsmanship.
Yeah, no, there's no craftsmanship there. But I'll tell you, Zach Gallen 6-1 in his career against the Rockies. I didn't want to fade him here. I do like the Diamondbacks in here, but I just don't want to fade him. I like the under here as well. Like you said, Mikey, I'm not on it, keeping my volume low. But I will say shout out to the Diamondbacks for signing Montgomery. It's a good signing for them. I think they'll be a dangerous team. I think they'll actually make the playoffs again. So it'll be interesting.
I'm interested in the under because I'm interested in the first 5. I might wait on this and not move it after the show, but I think that Freeland's always been the one guy who could pitch at home, but he had a really strong spring. Are we so scared of what the Diamondbacks can do to lefties is the question. Bacon says the lipstick on a pig play of the day is Rockies' first 5. Wow. Rockies' first
big balls.
5. Getting after it.
Let's review all action, and then we will get into NCAA basketball. Mikey, you can just stick with us. Jose, excellent job. The first game, first slate of the year. Jose, it was great to watch you.
I wish we would have ended like 10 minutes earlier so my set would have survived, but
that was perfect. That was absolutely perfect here.
I got startled.
Let's review all action. I'd like to review action from our cappers in the chat. Viper and B starting with the Orioles -1. Morgan Spooner starting with Royals money line. Justin McKelvey's on the over 8.5 in the Astros game. Joe T's best bets are Cards Dodgers over 9 and Twins Royals over 8. Jay Smooth is on Mitch Keller under 4.5 strikeouts at +105. Big Ragu joined us. He's on Miami first 5 -0.5 at even money in Miami full game -1.5 at +160. Says Luzardo is the guy with all the injuries going forward. The Fish have to patch the rotation. Soler gone. Still a very dangerous offense. Moose money gave us Detroit, Chicago White Sox first. Oh, sorry, 5. Okay, I don't know. It's he's on Gray 2.5 walks. I'm gonna have to. It's not written perfectly. It's hard to figure out. Julian Cesario, Yankees +125, Jays +110, and his money line 2-teamers Dodgers, Orioles. Tone Miggins gave us Giants money line, Drury homer at +650, and Rengifo homer at +1100. So that's from our cappers in the chat. Cover Kings also on the Orioles first 5 -0.5 of -130. Darren Turner moving on the Orioles. When it comes to our action, the only future bet I made this year, and it's. I'm trying to get away from them. We know that the VIG is ridiculous on these futures. Under 87.5 at even money for the Blue Jays win total. That's it. I talked myself off of the Orioles action. The first spot on the board. So this is going to be, I have 2 bets made, but these are the additions. I'm going to move on the first 5 under in Tigers, White Sox. I'm going to move on the Minnesota Twins money line. I have some interest in the Astros. I was a little worried at that point, but it seemed like my action really kind of slowed down. Then Jose gets his card started with the Pirates team total over 3.5. He's also added the Pirates money line at +114. I'll make sure that I'll just put Jose there, and that's what
I might have to buy another flag here for the background as well. I need a Jolly Roger, don't I? Fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe if my set stays together.
But the Venezuela flag is nice. Pirates money line I want to join you with. Then I am on the Padres first 5. Jose joined me. We're both on the Padres first 5, backing Darvish.
Can't believe Dabby's not on that as well.
Dabby's
Dabby Darvish. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
it's Dabby
What
Darvish.
the fuck? What the hell, Dabby?
Jose's on the Cardinals, team total over 3.5 at plus 100. I really like that spot. I'm interested in it. Nationals, Reds, we had no action. Then we have Daby Cab on the first 5 over 4 in Jays Rays. He's on Corey Seager over 1.5 bases in Cubs Rangers, and that's the second. So the 2 bets that I'd made coming in were the first 5 under 4.5 in Cubs Rangers at minus 113, and the other bet that I'd already made coming in was the Padres first 5 at minus 104. Then we have Jose on the first 5 under 4 at minus 125 in Guardians A's. Mikey Money on the under 8.5 in Rockies Diamondbacks. And that, my friends, is our show for Major League Baseball. And they do want to know best bet. And Jose, you gave it to me and I meant to write it down. Jose, what was your best bet again?
The Guardians A's first 5 under 4. My best bet. You can also use that as friends and family for those who participate in such events.
All right. I love it. Get that cash. Jose, spectacular job. We do it again tomorrow, but you, my friend, do it every single day. Say Hey Plays of the Day will be on Saturdays and Sundays. You'll see Jose with Mikey Money on Last Call on Mondays. And then on Tuesdays, Jose will be with Low Shack in the Bag. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, he'll be right here on Betting with the Bag. Great job.
Yep, I'm also going to Medicate Monday with Dabby and the lads as well. So
yeah.
That'll be nice. So yes, Dabby, I'm joining you guys. You guys can make fun of me all you guys want when I bet my bums over there, but it's going to be a good time. 2-0 on the young season. Why can't we just go, 7-0 to start the season, huh? Why can't we just go 5-0 today? It'd be great.
Nice things. Let's
Why
go.
not us?
Why not us? Why can't our set stay up the whole time? Who knows?
We watched you build it. That's part of it.
That's true.
Jose, and there you go. Jose, you want to drop a last word, anything like that? Any last words for the season?
God bless us, Jesus. This is going to be a long, long season, gentlemen. 162 of these wing-wangs for each team starting today. This is where we make our money. This is where adulthood and manhood and boyhood and womanhood all separate each other right now. Minus 40 units cannot happen again, Jimmy. I'm paying rent now. You know what happens if you can't pay rent? You end up on the corner selling ass, trying to figure out where you're going to take your next meal. And that can't happen, Jimmy. As you say, the stakes are high.
They are.
We need to succeed. And if I don't succeed, you'll find me at the corner of Hausman and fucking UTSA with my skirt hiked up high enough for you guys to see that I'm selling ass. And maybe it'll look a little something like this.
Cost you $10 if you want to park.
Do it.
But Jose, how much?
All right. Let's get to work. College basketball calling our names. We have a 4-headed monster here. 2 more guests rolling with us here in college basketball. Let's bring Mr. 60%, and it's higher than that, on the screen right now. You already heard his best bets in MLB. It's time to talk college basketball. Please welcome back Daby Cab to the show. Daby Cab, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Ready to roll through these games. Excited. I said it, man. We're going to make some money today.
I believe we are too. JPZ saying Tar Heels to get us rolling. Let's bring on our next guest, coming to us from Arizona by way of California, star of Nerd Talk. Please welcome Mr. Dave Rogers to the show. Dave, how are you, my friend?
I ran across the room when I heard someone talking about selling ass, so I wanted to get on and see that, but I guess I missed it.
Well, if he has a poor start to the season, it will be easy to find. It will be easy.
Boyhood and womenhood. What the fuck was he talking about?
That was it was a very interesting monologue that we will clip. Don't worry about that. We will clip. Let's get right to work here. West Region Sweet 16. We start at 7:09 p.m. Let me get all of this ready to go. We have a monster spot opening up. We should also shout out our friend Julian Cesario. He is in first place in the Pub Sports Radio bracket contest, and he has done it and made it look very easy. We have the number 6 seed Clemson Tigers 23-11 versus the number 2 seed Arizona Wildcats 27-8, and they're at crypto.com arena, Los Angeles, California. When I was just writing this in, like to set up my worksheet, I thought immediately about, who is looking at Kobe's locker, like who's thinking about the players that got to play in this arena, and what a magical opportunity it is for both Clemson and Arizona, as well as Alabama and North Carolina. Clemson took out New Mexico with ease, 77-56, and then they beat Baylor 72-64. There was a lot of people that didn't believe in this Clemson Tiger team. I was one of them, and they have handled their business. I had New Mexico beating them right off the hop, and they destroyed them. That's in the bracket contest. For Arizona, a pretty easy start with Long Beach, pretty easy. Then Dayton. They did not make that Dayton game easy, and Dayton looked good in that spot. Let's set up the line history and the cash flow, and then go around the table. We're going to use Bet Online openers. They're the first to the market, although my bookie is working hard on being first to the market. Shout out to both those books. Both those books we have links for on our website, with a 50% bonus at MyBookie and 100% bonus over at Bet Online, up to $1,000, and it doesn't have to be Bitcoin. We have Arizona sitting here at -7. -7. They opened up at -7. It was juiced to Arizona at the time. This got to 7.5 last night at 9:19 p.m. This morning it's come back to 7. So at this point, we have a 5-cent move on Bet Online, at Bet Online, I should say, 5-cent move towards Clemson. From a total side of things, we are sitting here. Oh, sorry, it's going to take a second to load. My bad. While that's happening, here we go. We are sitting here with a 152. This line opened up at 152, but it cut up there. It went up to 153.5. It was at 153.5 this morning at quarter to noon out east, and then it's come back to the 152. It's come back to the no movement. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, sorry, I moved back because I was thinking about moving on that Rocky spot. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 54% of the tickets and 51% of the cash on Clemson, expecting Clemson to keep it close. For Arizona and Clemson's total, 62% of tickets and 87% cash is on the under. We're going to go around the horn, and we're going to switch it each time. So we'll start with Dave, then go to Mikey, and then we'll go to Cab, then we'll go from Mikey to Cab, and then Cab will start it off. So Dave Rogers, game number 1, Clemson, Arizona. Take it away.
Yeah, I've thought, and I've said it on shows and to friends and everyone else, that Arizona is a Final Four team. And by the way, Sweet 16 time, it's time to get square. It's time to put away all of these 1-point and 2-point bracket deals where you're trying to guess who the underdog is. Now the cream rises to the top. That's why we saw UConn and Texas and Miami last year, and SDSU and FAU slipped in. But year after year, you see these teams, and they do well, and they smash from here on out. I think that's what happens. Clemson can score. That's fine. PJ Hall's fine. That's great. But Arizona's a team of thoroughbreds. I mean, Caleb Love's the real deal, averages 18 points a game. He's an NBA player. Omar Bello averages a double-double down south near the net, 7-footer. He's going to give PJ Hall hell. And the team's just built different. They're big and fast, and they're hard to match up against. Of the 18 guys on the roster, 8 of them are foreign players. Most of them are European. Omar Bello's from Mali. But either way, this shows, and they're underclassmen. This shows you how this team and how this program recruits. They want offense. They want fast. They want, young and strong. And that's what they're going to get from those European guys. So it's a Sweet 16. It's time to get square. I'm not worried about 7 points. Like I said, Clemson's done fine, but now we separate the, like Jose said, the men from the women and the boys and all that. And I think after this game, Clemson will be selling some ass. So Arizona cover.
Arizona full game, not messing with the first half.
No.
Full game for Dave Rogers, -7 and -108 for Arizona.
And you saw what happened last in the Dayton game where they played with their food. They went out to a big run, then they kind of stepped off the gas, and then they said, "Okay, we're going to crush you." And they end up covering by 0.5 point. But I'm not going to mess around with this half a point deal. Or half game. I'm going to go for the whole deal, whole game.
Yeah. Alec Dirks also has a Zona UNC money line parlay for him, and he's got Illinois money line. I'll keep highlighting the chat for the action in the chat. We want to know who you guys are on. Mikey Money, Dave Rogers has got us started with Arizona at -7. Your plan?
Because it seemed to me like the favorites have been gunning. I saw the double-digit favorites are like 17-2, just covering big-time spreads out there. And we've seen a lot of these favorites. The public slaying. This is the most public tournament that they've ever had in March Madness. The win rate, the ROI, was over 22% for the public in these spots as well. Now, I do agree. This is going to be where some of that cream rises to the top, but I do believe there's some spots where there's going to be too many points out there. And I think this is one of those cases. Historically, we see, what does Arizona like to do? They do like to push pace. Absolutely. 9th ranked adjusted offense out there. They're averaging 120.7 points every 100 possessions out there. But don't hate on Clemson. I hated on Clemson all year. I paid the price for it. They're 24th out there in adjusted offense, 117.5 points per 100 possessions. And when you look at pace, though, the thing that's going to happen here is they're going to have to try to slow them boys down in Arizona. You can't let them go out there and get 3 crazy. 2 of the shittiest teams left in the tournament. And I think this is relevant because I don't expect NC State to move forward. Not sure that Clemson's going to win this game, but because it's been so fucking chalky, I'm looking at Clemson in this spot. When Clemson's a dog, as long as it's not a as a dog, when they're not a double-digit favorite the last game out, they're 7-0 against the spread. They've been a dog every game this tournament. They've obviously won outright every game this tournament. Then we've got top seeders. Talk about these upsets where some of these dogs can start to come back and pay maybe the sharper bettors there. The Pac-12, when you're the top 2 seeds in the Pac-12, you're 25-9 straight up. But against the number, you're 7-16 against the spread as well. I think it's a big moment for these boys in Clemson. I started looking at the shakeup of how these conferences play out here. We got this NC State team. I think they go night-night. We'll get to that shortly. But as far as kind of teams that, should be able to go out there and get some pay in the ACC, I think it's Clemson. The 7's a great number. I'm also going to this under. I know everyone's talking pace. There's a lot of people saying this game's going to get blown over the number. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've heard anybody say it's going to go under the number. But for Clemson to be alive to cover this thing and hang in the game, they're going to have to try to slow that vigorous pace down out there. And we've got another spot out there for Pac-12 teams. When you're in the top 5 ranking, the under's 4-11 in those spots. By the way, they're 3-12 straight up in those spots as well. So I'm not saying Clemson's a live dog, but don't hate on Clemson. Don't hate on some defense out there. Arizona loves to get them threes going as long as they can slow that down a little bit. I'm going to go with this under as well. So I see, let's see here. What do I see? I see
152.5 are out there at -108.
Perfect.
Okay. So we have Mikey Money on the Clemson +7. I'll find the best juice as well as the under 152.5. And I'll find the best juice on that as well. Dave Rogers and Mikey Money going heads up. Daby Cab, can you break the deadlock?
Yeah, for sure, man. Clemson's not that good. Look, I talk about teams being 4 deep. Clemson's not 4 deep. They're not 5 deep. They're not 4 deep. They're 3 deep. And they're not that deep with those 3, okay? Look, I get it. PJ Hall, he's an outstanding player. But you go down further, on the season, you got Chase Hunter, who was averaging 13 points per game. He's put up 20 points the last couple games. I do not expect him to keep doing that. I do not think Clemson will be able to slow down Arizona. I saw somebody in the chat ask who's going to cover PJ Hall. It's simple. Ballo down low is going to cover Hall. And if he does get out on the perimeter, you'd put Ballo on Shefflin, and he'll be able to shut him down. Also, I just think this is a tough spot where you've got too much depth for Arizona. I took the first half with Arizona at 3.5. I like the full game also, but I'm only going to be on the first half here. So that's where I'm at.
Arizona first half for Daby Cab. Arizona first half. I will line shop for that as well. I'll be doing the line shopping, and then I'll review everybody's action. But right now, game 1, West Region Suite 16. We have Dave Rogers on Arizona -7, -108. Mikey Money on Clemson +7 at -108. Oh, did you tweet out Arizona first half?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. What did you get?
Hold on. Let me pull up my bets real quick. I got you.
No worries. You can let me know when we break down the next spot.
-109.
-109.
Yeah, it's gotten better. So there you go.
-109. And then Mikey Money also on that under 152.5. That is Clemson, Arizona. That one pops off at 7:09 p.m. Eastern. Next up for us, 7:39 p.m. Eastern, we have Smoking Tree, Scotty Rock. His max play is on UConn minus 11.5. Now, that goes right up against Billy Friedrich's Pig Milk play of the day. That's 14-7 plus 7.79 units. That is San Diego State plus 11.5. Let's get into this spot here. Aztecs 26-10 versus the number 1 seed UConn Huskies 33-3. We're at TD Garden in Boston. Billy Friedrich says San Diego State going to keep this close. The Aztecs have looked well. I was on UAB and then I live bet them as well when we were at Pubapalooza. The Yale spot was just a stomping by San Diego State. Now, you know, the argument that they haven't played really tough teams. I mean, same thing with UConn. Now they've looked dominant, you know, taking out Stetson and Northwestern. They've looked dominant. So is this their first test? Jay Peasy says, seems like a lot of points. The Chilla says Aztecs are getting dialed in. Give me the points plus 12. So and Joe T's best bet in NCAA basketball is the over 136.5 here in San Diego State, Connecticut. Let me make sure I got that copied and pasted. Let's go into the line history here for this one. That total that our guy Joe T is on is available as we speak. Now, Pinnacle has moved it to 137. That's minus 102 to the over, but other books have this at 136.5. Remember, this opened up at 135.5 at Pinnacle. It opened up, I believe, at 136 at Bet Online. Let me double check that. It did open up at 136. So there's only been a half-point move at Pinnacle while we've seen a half-point move at Bet Online while we've seen a 1.5 move over at Pinnacle. From a spread scenario here, we have 12s now on the board. There's a 12 at Bovada, and there is a 12 at Pinnacle. Now, if you want UConn with the 12, that's minus 12 at minus 101. So it is a semi 11.5 here. Over at Pinnacle, this opened up. Sorry, get this up here. This opened up at minus 10.5. It opened up at minus 10.5 3 days ago, and it lasted there for 7 hours before it started moving to 11. Of course, 11.5, and now 12. So a constant march in the Huskies' direction. When we get into the cash flow for this one, you have 46% of the tickets and 46% of the cash on the over, and you have 75% of tickets and 76% of cash on the UConn Huskies. Here we go. Mikey Money, you start this one off. Take it away. Aztecs, Huskies. This is the East Region Sweet 16.
I could have 10 fucking plays on this game. This one is probably the most exciting matchup out there. Let me start by saying, first of all, I told you guys in Pubapalooza, part of a networking group that talked about San Diego State being a Final Four team. So how they're going to get there, they're going to have to run through this UConn team. There's a rematch opportunity, right? These teams played, rematch. They got busted up by 17 points the last time they squared off head-to-head. But then you've got to look at the other factors as well. Who gets hot at the right time? And I just talked about that public crushing March Madness. Well, everyone sees UConn. They're just smoking teams right now. You're on the tracks and the UConn train's coming through. You got to get run over or get out of the way. And I think this is a great spot where it is too many points out there. You've got that revenge narrative flying around this thing like crazy. And by the way, if we want to talk about some numbers, when you've got a team that lost in the NCAA tournament and they're in a rematch spot, a revenge opportunity the following year in the NCAA tournament, what happens? Doesn't happen that often. But they covered the spread 3 times out of the last 4 times. It has happened 3-1 on this spot. I like San Diego State. I'm going to double dipper too, because I think this is one of those spots where they got to keep it close early. If they get busted up and they're knocked out of this thing, I don't see a 25-point comeback in the realm there. But I do feel like this is a great opportunity. I also was looking at this thing on the over front as well. For anybody that's thinking, hey, UConn could go out there and cover this game and get the job done. If they win the game, UConn, when they're winning games, has gone 15-0 to the over in their last stretch as well. But for me, I'm going to take the side. I like this San Diego State side. Plus 12s are minus 115. And we've got the first half at plus 7.5 at a minus 110. So lay it down for me. Give me this dog. We're barking today. This is a great spot, I think, for these boys to go out there. I'm going to probably end up even getting on that money line out there, but I've got them tied to a bunch of brackets as well. So I don't want to get too cute with it when it comes to giving you guys the plays that I would advocate putting your money on, but plus 550 is just hard for me to overlook. But give me the 7.5 and the 12.
And I can get that plus. Yeah. What's that, Debbie?
Oh, sorry, it's clearing my throat, man. My bad.
Oh, okay, my bad. The plus 12 we can get you at minus 110. 110 right now at Will Hill, minus 111 at Pinnacle. So minus 110 for the, and then I will line shop for the first half. Daby Cab, Aztecs, Huskies in Boston.
Out of our 4 games today, this is the only one that I didn't bet, so I don't want to go for a long time. I got to agree with Mike on this one. I really like the first half, and I like what he said. If they're going to be in this game, they got to keep it close. I'd look San Diego early. UConn's just been on a tear. They've covered 8 of their last 9 games. Both of these teams have outstanding defenses. The only difference is one of them plays offense, and that's UConn. However, San Diego State's offense didn't look terrible last game. They rely on those second chance opportunities because, they're only 301st shooting from 3-point range. So they really struggle from deep. And that's ultimately the reason why I'm not going to bet this, is because if UConn starts hitting some shots from deep, I just don't see how San Diego State keeps up.
I hear you. And we're getting a lot of love from San Diego State backers here in the chat. Michael Buena's come in on San Diego State first half plus 7.5. By the way, the best juice I can get you on that 7.5 is minus 112. Were you able to get it minus 110, Mike?
Let me look.
Okay, let me know. Let's move on.
Minus 110 at Bet Rivers.
Okay, perfect. Let's move on to Dave Rogers, Aztecs, Huskies. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm with Cab. This is the one game of today I didn't bet. I do think it's too many points, although UConn and UConn to me, I do my bracket and I leave it be. UConn is the best team in the country to me. They're the team that wins everything. I think they go back to back. I've never in my whole life of watching college basketball, I think this is the best team to go back to back. Definitely better than that Florida team that did it the last time. But I have no bets in it because I can see it going either way. The one bet I do lean is the over. And I'm not into big revenge spots. I mean, I've talked about this before on the show. Something you want and something you can do are two different things. You can be as angry as you want, and you can want the revenge spot all you want. But when you're the inferior team going up against UConn, more talent, better coached, they're going to lose the game. Does San Diego State cover as a dog? Probably. I'm just not betting it.
We have action. A best bet from Smoking Tree is UConn minus 11.5. Best bet from Billy Friedrich with San Diego State plus 11.5. Best bet from Joseph Thompson, San Diego State, Connecticut over 136.5. And of our panel, the only person to make moves on it, Mikey Money on San Diego State first half plus 7.5, minus 110, and full game plus 12 at minus 110. We roll on 9:39 p.m. Eastern, West Region Sweet 16. The Alabama Crimson Tide 23-11 versus the number 1 seed North Carolina Tar Heels 29-7. Crypto.com arena. What a night at Crypto. I thought that Alabama Crimson Tide's defense would get the best of them. I had Grand Canyon knocking them out in my brackets last round. They let teams stay close, teams that shouldn't, because they don't play defense. Will that blow up in their face against the Tar Heel team that's locked in right now? Beat Wagner by 28 and took care of Michigan State by 16, just slowly, strangled them to death. Let's take a look at the line history and hand it over. Daby Cab's going to be opening this one up. We have a very high total. BetOnline has this at 173.5 right now. That's exactly where it opened. There's been no movement. There's been a 3-cent move to the over. From a spread scenario, we are sitting here with a -2. Oh, sorry, that's first half, of course. I was like, what the hell's going on? -4.5 at -112. This opened up at -4. We have a half-point move towards the Tar Heels. Then let's get to the cash flow here. Red Girl in the house. Shout out to Red Girl. She is leaning to the under. Barbarito says slamming the full game over in Bama UNC. And Sammy Colmer says roll motherfucking Tide. Tori Coker on Alabama. Red Girl on North Carolina. JT on North Carolina. And then Doug, North Carolina, first half -2.5. So here we go cash-wise. 84% of the tickets and 88% of the cash is on North Carolina. We know they're always going to be a public team in these tournaments. 67% of the tickets and 68% of cash is on the over, and the line is not moving. And Dan Kelly talking about that Florida team with Joakim Noah and Corey Brewer and Al Horford, and of course Billy Donovan running the show there. That was a fun ride they went on. Here we go. Daby Cab, Crimson Tide, Tar Heels. Take it away.
It's always one of those things where we never want to be public, but come on, let's talk about Alabama right now. I know that Grand Canyon was a dog that a lot of people, yourself included, Jimmy, had going far. And I understand they had the players, they had the potential. I get it, but it's still fucking Grand Canyon. All right. And right now, if you look at Alabama, what they've done to get to the Sweet 16, they haven't done anything to impress me. And they didn't impress me against Tennessee at the end of the season. They didn't impress how they finished the season. Alabama's got shooters. I get it. So does North Carolina. The one thing that North Carolina does that Alabama doesn't do is North Carolina plays defense. I mean, and RJ Davis is going to relish the opportunity to push the pace with Alabama here. He's somebody that absolutely loves to get up and down the court. He's going to handle it well. I think Ingram's going to be a mismatch for Alabama. I don't think Alabama has the personnel to match up here against UNC, especially interior. The strength of the Tar Heels down low. You're obviously Bouquett, but then I touched on him. Ingram, he's just a strong player. He can shoot from the perimeter, but he's also he's great at the rim. They're going to put a lot of pressure on Alabama. Grant Nelson is going to have trouble with it. The edge just goes to UNC here for the factor that they play defense. Both these teams are going to hit their free throws, hit some of their shots, but at the end of the game, I like North Carolina. I didn't bother with the first half here. I got the Tar Heels full game. I got it -4. I tweeted it out at -115.
UNC -4 at -115 for Daby Cab. Let's hear what Dave Rogers has to say about Game 2 at Crypto, West Region Sweet 16, Crimson Tide, Tar Heels.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Cab. I think North Carolina wins this game. I don't know how close the game is going to be, but one thing is, I'm going back to the square plays. We're being square as hell today. Alabama's first in scoring in the nation and 348th in defense. And obviously that's leading to all of these high scoring games. They're also 5th in pace of play. So we've seen these overs, and that seems like that's the play everyone wants to go to. People might want to try to fade it because of a big number, but let's look at sort of the game script in places where Bama games were predictably going to go over. They played Florida 3 times, another top 10 pace of play. The average score in those games, or average points, was 191 points in those games. Arkansas, top 50, 180 points. Charleston, we forgot last year. Charleston was a lot quicker last year. They're still quick in the top 100. 205 points in that game. Grand Canyon, even though they have that dude, I forget his name, something Foster, he's an NBA player. He's an NBA caliber player. He's the only guy that can do it. Grand Canyon, they weren't those dudes. They weren't the run and shoot. It was going to be a slower game. Anyone that was on the under in that game, kudos to you. I just think this game is going to be an over. UNC's 81.8 points per game. That's 16th in the country, 59th in pace of play, 73.6 possessions per game. I know this is a big number. Just look at Alabama, look at what they did all season, then look at how many points UNC's been scoring the past, 5 to 7 games. I think we go over here, and it's probably my most confident play of the day. I got it at 173.5.
Over 173.5 right now. We have a 174 at Heritage at -108, so they've climbed it up. There's an over 173 at -117 at Pinnacle. Over 173.5 at -110 for Dave Rogers. Mikey, the floor is yours. Crimson Tide, Tar Heels.
Great numbers from the boys. Wouldn't expect anything else. You look at the matchup and kind of who these teams have played. That's kind of the road that I'm taking here and the path I'm looking at with this game. Alabama did some great things. They've kind of homegrown themselves, though. Not a lot going on when it comes to the transfer portal. I know Daby mentioned Ingram and kind of what he's been doing out there aside Bouquett there, guy that transferred in from Stanford. You get these big teams that go out there and they essentially are acquiring stronger talent to get better, to move deeper in the tournaments. Pretty basic stuff out there when you look at it. But, everyone's seen what Alabama does. They're averaging 72.9 points a game. Their overs are 25-9 to the over. On the other side of things, these guys talked about UNC and the pace that they run as well. Crushing it, getting the job done, and beating up good teams. That Michigan State game, I'll tell you what, I was on Michigan State. I was on the FUNC train there, but Michigan State got cracked in the mouth early, and they just could never recover from it. It's like a fighter that breaks his fist right off the gate, and he's just got to finish out the thing and hope to get a judge's decision. That's not going to happen here. I think UNC is going to go out there and they're going to bust these boys up. Yeah, Grand Canyon, College of Charleston. That's cute. These are boys versus men's situations out there. And to me, it's a UNC spot. Alabama, when they're in the dog roll on short rest, 0-7 against the spread going back to 2022. Also, I hate to have to go head-to-head with my guy Dave here, but I guess I don't have to, but I'm choosing to. First glance is when I look at these numbers, I think these teams score. They score a ton. But I think that transition defense and the way that North Carolina kind of locks things down and forces teams to get uncomfortable. If Bama gets hot with shooting, I'm toast on the under. I don't expect Bama to get hot with shooting. I think they're going to have to try to keep that pace because every time NC gets the ball, they're going to go out there and score. That's going to force Bama to have to get funky with what they're doing out there. If I got to pick a spot where I'm going to try to fade the public, 67% of the bets, 68% of the cash on the over. It opened at 175. It's dropped a 1.5 to 173.5. I'm going to rock that under as well, 173.5. I got 4.5 on UNC. And it's sitting at minus 108. And then I'm going to take the 173.5 on the under.
Under 173.5 at minus 107. We can get you at 4.5 at minus 107 as well. Chase J says, is there anyone on Bama? Says, as a diehard North Carolina fan, I'm scared. Someone reassure me, please. At this point, we have not had. Oh yeah, Sammy Calmer, and Tori Coker. So that I can understand. I can understand the feeling there.
I know everyone else is different, but I don't give a shit what other people are on. I don't care if they're with me. I don't care if they're against me. I don't care. And I think sometimes spending time worrying about that instead of the game is troublesome.
So you wouldn't be concerned if there was
just a general question, right? When we see everybody's on one side, those are some. I think that's.
I know, but it's the same thing. Like, look, if you three were all against me on this game, I'm not trying to be rude, but I wouldn't give a shit. You two are both on the same side as me. Jimmy didn't make it. I don't care. I'm still where I'm at. That's all I'm saying.
No, I feel you. But I think that, if we pulled up, action and you saw 99% or 98%, as we've seen at times, on the side that you're on, it's very uncomforting.
Not in this tournament. You look at Baylor the first game. You look at Texas A&M when I was on 99% of the money with them. There's more, usually you're right. I get it. But in this tournament, and I think who said the favorites? Was it Dave when it started talking, or Mike's talking about the favorites?
Yeah, they're crushing it. They're crushing it at a higher rate. The second highest rate in college basketball tournament after the first round was 2.5%. These guys were winning at 22%. I mean, it's ROI wise, 2.5% to 20. The public's feasting. And I think, we expected that with some of these kind of mismatches. You got to think about the way these tournaments open up. You get, these teams that can draw talent in. You get your Colgates, right? They got some donors. They can go out there and give a couple guys a couple $1 million instead of going to a junior college. They're going to roll out there and they're going to play a subpar Division I program, and try to use that as the stepping stone to get to a UNC. But then we get to these spots here, and I think these numbers make sense for a reason. So it's tricky, but I think the public's been eating early, and I think 99% was fine when they're crushing it, but now it's going to be time to get serious.
Troy Torrence says sometimes it don't matter. Says public gets hammered, but for me, as long as I see the line move, I don't mind it. Let's roll on to the final spot on the board here. 10:09 p.m. Eastern. We have the East Region Sweet 16. This game is going to be absolutely spectacular. Not saying the other ones won't, but this is the one I'm most excited about watching. The number 3 seed Illinois fighting Illini 28-8 versus the number 2 seed Iowa State Cyclones 29-7. TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. I've got it's pretty easy to have the 2 and the 3 seed at this, it's Sweet 16 spot, which I have, and I think I'm sure most of America does. These are 2 very good basketball teams who have looked very good in this tournament, and I think that Iowa State has faced tougher competition. The Illini got through Morehead State, took care of them by 16, and then got through Duquesne by 26, and the Cyclones took care of South Dakota State, 82-65, and then took care of the Cougars. And I've got Iowa State. This is I've got them winning the region. It's not comfortable. I need someone to knock out UConn. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. Our final spot on the board before a 2-game NBA slate. We have Troy Torrance joining us. This total is at 146.5. It opened up at 145.5 at BetOnline. We have a 1-point move to the over. And then from a spread scenario, we are sitting here with, let me move back to BetOnline. We're sitting here with Iowa State, a -1.5, a -113. Man, there's been a 0.5-point move towards the Illini, who are more than capable of taking care of business here. Cash-wise, we have 57% of tickets and 77% of cash on the Illini. It feels like the Illini are the sharp side here. Wow. 52% of tickets and 66% of cash is on the over. We have Dave Rogers starting this one off. Take it away, East Region, Sweet 16, Illini Cyclones.
I'd agree. This is probably the most interesting matchup of the Sweet 16. You've got a fast-paced offensive team in Illinois, who's one of the best in the country with offensive efficiency rating. And then you've got Iowa State, who has one of the best defenses in the country. Iowa State's been shut down. If you look at how many, their opponents' points per game, I just don't think they faced a team like Illinois. Dad was talking about 3 deep or 4 deep or whatever. I think this 3 is dangerous. I don't know why they didn't do better in some of the losses they had, but they've got Terrence Shannon Jr., which is an NBA talent for sure. When he's double teamed and they're singling on him, they've got Marcus Damask. And then they have this 6'10 guy, Coleman Hawkins, which kind of sits back quietly, but he's not Joker. I'm not putting the comparison to Joker as a whole. But I am going to compare him to a point center or a point power forward, because he dribbles the ball down, and if both those other guys are getting attention, he can shoot a 3. He can dish it out, and that's why this team, this Illinois team, is scoring a lot of points. Now, when you look at Iowa State, they're scoring 75.5 points per game, and this, by the way, this total is one of the highest. I think it might be the highest that Iowa State's had this season, just because their defense is so good. I think it's too low at 145.5, 146, 147, somewhere in there. Iowa State, like I said, they score 75 points themselves per game. And I know that their defense is really good. I just think it squeaks over this number. I think it's too low. We're going to stick with the square ass bets, the favorites, the overs. We're going with the over.
The over for Dave Rogers to get us rolling. I will line shop and find the best line. Mikey Money, Illini Cyclones.
Well, I talk about teams that are trying to build themselves through strength. And obviously last year, Iowa State couldn't be feeling pretty good about the situation, getting down by Pittsburgh in that first round. So, not necessarily a revenge spot, but the rebound spot. And what do out there in the offseason? They go out and they bring in the UNLV guard. What's his name? Keyshawn Gilbert. And they've got themselves a team that can go 4 deep, to Daby Cab's point out there. They've got guys that can go out there and score. They're just running and gunning at a 76 point a game average, and their defense is phenomenal right now. And they're probably if not one of then they're right there in the top 5 best defenses that's left in this tournament. So you've got some great offensive efficiency with Terrence Shannon, big Terrence Shannon guy. It was on him early in the season. I was also fading away on everybody that was trying to shade on Illinois. When Shannon left, they couldn't figure out what numbers to put on him. They just didn't know how instrumental he was to that Illinois program. And there was some great money to be made. But, spoiler alert, I got Iowa State beating Houston in the finals. I think that's very much a situation where we've got the revenge and the rematch spot. Houston certainly is another opportunity to go out there and take down Iowa State, but they can't get there if they don't finish this one. Not a big fan of the Big Ten in the first place. And I like the way Iowa State's improved their game, their team all around. Their defense has only gotten better. I don't want to overreact to that Houston shutdown, but wasn't Houston number 1 in the nation at that point? And everyone was expecting them to bust them up. And I think they were 5-point dogs. They came out there and they busted them up. I think it was a 9-point finish. So at the end of the day, for me, this is a great opportunity to fade away on this Big Ten. Buck Terrence Shannon. I get what he's been doing, and it's definitely remarkable. Dave's absolutely right. NBA level talent. The guy's just a big dude, but in this case here, I think we've got a team that's more battle tested in terms of the competition and who they've played. A lot more going for them. They've improved their roster from last year, which was already a pretty good team. And I think they're going to be on their way to dominate this thing. I don't know what the hell I'm missing with this number, because this just seems, maybe it's that virtually too good to be true spot right now. But I see Iowa State, and I see -1.5 at -108. So, you know what? I take a -110 just on the money line. Just give me Iowa State to win this game. Bet Rivers -110.
Yeah, it's -115 at Pinnacle. So that is the minus 110 is the best line out there that I know of. Iowa State money line for Mikey Money. Daby Cab, East Region Sweet 16, the fourth of the final of the big 4 games today. Take it away, Daby. Illini Cyclones.
It's so interesting, man, because I have the utmost respect for, all of these people that we do this with, Mike, Troy, and, saying Iowa State minus 1.5 looks too good to be true. It's just crazy because, like I said, I have so much respect for you guys. I'd make this line Illinois minus 2.5. You know why? They're a better basketball team. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know that right now. Look, I know Illinois' holes on defense. Okay, they have holes on defense. I get it. But Dave touched on it. You cannot trap this team. You cannot double team them. You cannot isolate them in the corner. They spread the court better than any basketball team left, maybe other than Alabama, but I don't trust Alabama down low. Okay, Illinois, I do trust down low. I trust Illinois outside. I trust them down low. I trust them at every facet shooting the ball on the court. I trust multiple players. I talk about being 4 deep. I got 4 players on this team that I trust. And you look across on the other side with Iowa State, Lipsey's their best player, putting up 16 points per game. He's been great. But he's no Terrence Shannon. I just think Illinois is a better basketball team across the board. I like Illinois to take this game. I think this is a classic tale of defense versus offense. And I'll be honest, I usually like defense, but Illinois, they're shooting the ball at 56% right now in this tournament, 40% from 3. I'm just going to say it again. The way they spread the court, good luck playing defense against them. And, when you make all your fucking shots, you're going to give up more points. It's just kind of how it goes.
Daby, let me ask you a question on that front. Which win for Illinois was more impressive, Morehead State or Duquesne? It's rhetorical, Daby. I don't care.
Those don't have anything to do with
Iowa State, Washington State, San Diego State, Houston, or South Dakota State, rather. Houston, Baylor. I mean, this division's loaded. This conference is loaded for bear.
Not one of those teams that you just mentioned has the offense that Illinois has. Not one.
They sure showed it scoring 85 points against Morehead State.
Not one. Not one has the offense they have. Not one.
I love the breakdown. I love it. And
I'm on Illinois first half, if I didn't say. Plus half.
Oh, first half. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry. I already penciled you in for the full game money line. My bad. I should have looked. Yes, you have first half plus a half at minus 110. What is keeping you off of full game, Daby?
It's the if I have a team that I think should be the favorite and you're giving me points with them in the first half, it's where I bet, man. My volume is where it is because it helps me win. So, I'm getting a point or half a point in the first half with the team. I could see it being tied or up by a few points. I love it.
On that front, I was just going to ask, if you get the plus a half, wouldn't the money? I mean, you think it's going to be tied? Wouldn't the money line make more sense at plus 1?
You would be shocked if you saw how many times these games are tied when I get a half a point.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's I second that. It's nonstop. It's wild. It's so the plus a half on first halves can be very, very, very helpful. So I second. If you're getting with the regular vig, I second that.
Respect that, boys. Just curious.
Let's review all action from our squad here. Pub Sports Radio. We have Dave Rogers, Mikey Money, and Daby Cab rolling with us. Game 1, Dave's on Arizona -7. Daby Cab's on Arizona first half -3.5. And Mikey is on the other side +7 at -108 and the under 152.5 at -108. Then Mikey Money is on San Diego State first half +7.5 -110, and he's double dipped with the +12 at -110 as well. In that spot, Dave Rogers and Daby Cab stayed off of it. We have them all involved in the next 2 games. At 9:39 p.m., Daby Cab's on North Carolina -4 at -115. You must follow Daby Cab on X. Completely selfless, just wants us to beat the books and puts out all his action there. Mikey Money on North Carolina -4.5 at -107, which is the line that's available right now. And the full game under 173.5 at -107 for Mikey Money. And that's going up against Dave Rogers over 173.5 at -110. I like this segment a lot because I don't like the yes, I agree, and yes, and I agree. Yeah. I don't. It's just it doesn't make for good content. You guys go. In the war, we're on the same side. We don't need to be on the same side in an individual battle. Illinois first half +0.5 for Daby Cab. Mikey Money on Iowa State full game -110, and Dave Rogers on the over 146.5 at -110. Excellent work, fellas. Let's go around the horn. Daby Cab, let the chat know where to find you. I know that we roll with you each and every day with all you guys, but let them know where to find you. And also, is what's next for you? Is it the Saturday live stream after the Jeff Nadu show?
Well, I'll be back here with you tomorrow, I think, Jimmy.
So, of course. Yes,
yeah.
Of course. When I talk about, we have MLB, and of course, we need your best bet action. So, absolutely. And you know what? I think I have more for you as well. So, but then Saturday, have you guys picked the game?
Have not picked a game. We got to look. Are we allowed to make it match the tournament games? I haven't talked. I don't know when UFC goes off. We'll be here though. We'll be here all about the hoops on Saturday, like Jimmy said. I will tweet it out on Twitter. That's where you can follow me, or on X, Daby Cab. But just here, Pub Sports Radio, and I'll be here. Don't worry about me. I'm worried about you guys in the chat. Thank you guys for showing up, man. Everybody out there, hit the like button. Jimmy doesn't ask for it. Fucking do it. Hit the button. It's simple. Jimmy,
I love it, Daby. You're the man. Mikey Money, last call. What's on schedule tonight?
Oh, man, we got C-Mac rolling on up in the shop tonight. We're going to go out there and bust them up. We busted them up yesterday. Shout out to that 6-1 player prop parlay that we smashed. We had a great night, 2-0 in the NHL. We came off that big night the night before. Montreal, Canadiens, Le Habitas. Let's go, baby. Let's keep it rolling. Going to be a lot of fun tonight. We got ourselves a great card. Tons of NHL fired up. Look, learn your guys' breakdown earlier. Can't wait to jump in. We got 2 games in the NBA, but then we'll come back and we'll beat up some more college hoops. We'll talk baseball as well. All good stuff, man. Appreciate you having me. Shout out, Dave. Good seeing you. And Troy Torrence, I see him back there as well. Love being, the head-to-head makes it a lot more fun with us. We got our action on it as well, but there's always a side little enjoyment when you're competing with your buddy and you find out, and maybe you get one, maybe you lose one, but it makes it a little bit more fun as well. So appreciate you guys, man. Respect everything you guys are doing. And I'll see you guys soon.
There he is, Mikey Money. Dave Rogers, Nerd Talk, Wednesday through Friday on the Picks from Dave YouTube channel, and you follow him on X at Picks from Dave. What's going on Nerd Talk tonight?
Yeah, so we have a big day in sports today. I have more plays today than I think I've had in 12 months. It's crazy, but I love it. We are having a scheduling change for Nerd Talk, and we can go over there if you want to come on the show tonight. We can talk about it, but we do have a show tonight and tomorrow, obviously covering the Sweet 16. And we're starting to do free pick videos again. But either way, Jimmy, it's been a blast this season with you. Hopefully we can win tonight. And I like the heads up thing too. Mike and I are against each other all the time anyways, and we work outside of the confines of the show. So we already know, but we have a mutual respect, and people have different capping angles, and that's the beauty of this community we have. So thanks, you guys. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to Ramon backstage. Thanks, Jimmy. And we'll see you soon.
I love it. There he is, Dave Rogers. So that means that we are through 31 games on today's show with 2 more left. A couple of beauties in NBA, and we have just the man to lead us to the cash, my co-host in Bankroll Blitz during the NFL season, and an excellent capper on the court, whether it be NBA or NCAA basketball. Please come to us from Chicago. We got Mr. Troy Torrence on the show for NBA. Troy, how are you, my man?
Doing good, man. Hey, that was pretty interesting, very compelling content that I just came off of. I mean, if you're as competitive as me, you love being head-to-head because that just adds a little bit more incentive for that game. But after the game, it's all, shake hands. It's all shit and giggles. Never holding a grudge against anybody for being on the other side. And it means so much more meeting you guys face to face. I'm dead ass. Like it's something else to sit there with guys you've capped with or watched cap for years, meet them face to face, have a drink, have a smoke, watch some games and sweat it out. It's fucking beautiful, that experience.
It sure was. And you were a big part of why it was. Troy, let's get right to work in the association. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we get rolling. The Boston Celtics in a Rabenga spot here, 57-15, 25-12 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks, 33-39, 19-17 at home. We're at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get right into the line history and the cash flow, and then we'll set the table here for Troy. We have, and we're going to go back to Pinnacle for line moves. We have Boston -16 at -109. Let's get the expected injury information here right off the hop. We know that the Hawks are on the second half of the back-to-back, and the question could easily be, are they just going to let this one go? Now, they are trying to get into they are trying to get into the play-in spot. Whether or not that is capable, or they are capable of that, we will find out here shortly. So let's pull up the expected stuff. So DeJounte Murray, a game time decision. Will he be in there? You got Krejci, Bogdanovich, Hunter, and Capella good to go. For the Celtics, you have Drew. Drew is a game time decision. Horford is a game time decision. That is our situation here. So we have these Celtics. Celtics opened up minus 17.5 at Pinnacle. They're now minus 16. So we've had a 1.5 move towards the Atlanta Hawks. And then from a total side of things, we are sitting here. Oh, sorry. Let me get this up here. Sorry, I didn't have it set up with two different pages, but here we go. We have at Bet Online, it's opened up at 227. Now it's 226.5. It's 226.5 at Pinnacle as well, opening up at 227.5 there. So it's a point drop. When we get to the cash flow here in NBA, we have the sorry, that was the wrong one. Sorry, I'm a little looking at too many numbers today. We have 78% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Boston Celtics. 78 and 90, and yet we've had the 1.5 move towards the Atlanta Hawks. For the total, we have 86% of tickets and 87% of cash on the over, and yet this is moving towards the under. Von Polo says he's drunk at the game. Respect. Von Polo's at the Orioles game right now. Shout out to our guy Von Polo, coming to us from Charm City. Game 1, about 8 minutes away from first pitch. Shout out to our guy Von Polo. So Boston 4-1 over their past 5, playing at the 22nd fastest pace in the league, 94.8 possessions a game, 49.1 from the field and 40% from 3. This team's been shooting wonderfully all year. Atlanta 3-2 over the past 5, playing their best basketball of the year, 96.4 possessions a game, that's 18th fastest, 49.2 from the field and 38.5 from 3. They've slowed their pace down drastically without Ice Tray. They played better defense. Here we go, and there's Topset. Our guy says, I'm back. Jim was having health issues. Let's get back to it. Man, Topset, I'm so sorry to hear that, and it's so wonderful to see you, man. I'm going to copy and paste that, and I will reach out today. It's wonderful to see you, Topset. We love you, man. You're a huge part of the Low Bag fam. The Celtics had their 9-game winning streak snapped in that shock 120-118 loss at Atlanta on Monday. It's a very unfair situation here. The Hawks come back from a 30-point deficit. It's the biggest comeback in Hawks history. It's the biggest comeback in the NBA this season. Atlanta's on the second half of a back-to-back after winning their third straight game, 120-106 at home versus the Blazers last night. So while the Celtics were chilling in Atlanta, the Hawks had to go out there and, get on the floor and beat a weak Blazers team. And I gave you guys the starting lineup, and we know what DeJounte is doing. He's the head of the snake, but Garrison Matthews puts up a season-high 21 against Portland. Krejci went for 16 against Boston. Trae Young right now has missed 16 games. He's supposedly healing okay, but there's no timetable for his return. So Jalen Johnson with the right ankle sprain, Sadiq Bey, of course, with a torn left ACL, and Okongwu still out with a sprained left toe. What Boston has done this year is unbelievable. Best offensive rating in the NBA, second in defensive rating, a 110.7. So best offense, second best defense. Last season, the Celtics became the third team in NBA history to finish in the top 3 in both offensive and defensive rating. This is a special basketball team. Are you surprised that there's been a 1.5 move, Troy, or do you think that 17.5 to 16, that the line is just too big? Take it away. The floor is yours. Celtics at Hawks.
Yeah, I think Dan Kelly points it out. Dan Kelly's talking about this unique situation in the chat. I think it's very unique. You got Nasty Nate, of course, you know what you're getting from him. C Smash. Hey, I hope to see those protein bars and protein shakes in the mail here soon. Saturate is going to hold a grudge against me. And Topset. Every time I see Topset's name in the chat, I think, man, I'd much rather have Middleset. Should you change your name to Middleset? Because it makes me feel way better when I'm sitting at the table. But my ROI in this unique situation, this is even more unique than most situations, because you got that the Celtics are playing the same team in the back-to-back spots off a loss. The Hawks had this middling game against Portland. So it's even a little bit more unique. But my ROI in these situations are terrible. I got crushed last night betting one. Cavs Hornets. I had an under, I had the under in that game. I went contrary to what happened in the prior game. I was on the over in game one. I bet the under in game two, thinking I was slick. And sure enough, I sure as hell wasn't. I got crushed. And right here, I mean, you look at this number, look at this situation, you think Celtics bounce back. They blew a 30-point lead in that last game versus this team. They got to be hungry. The line functionality, I know they're on a back-to-back in Atlanta, so you adjust the line a few, but not this much. I mean, this line went flying towards Boston. The books are very concerned about the Boston side, in my opinion, but the database says differently. And this is not accounting for the back-to-back situations at all, but when you got a home dog of 4 possessions or more, since January 1, they're 11-4 ATS. There's no situations that happened before January 1 in my database that only goes back to December. 11-4 ATS at 73%. And the market is extremely inefficient in this category. The market is only 4-11 ATS. So the way the line moves has been very counterproductive. And if it moves towards the road team or towards the home team, it's a 9-2 spot. It's just, there's huge drastic swings. The market is extremely inefficient in this price range, but the home dog is cashed. And the 4 possession number is very key because road favorites, between 2 and 3 possessions are very profitable. Basically between 6 and 12, very profitable road favorites. When you get past that number, they just haven't turned out to be. And with you got 2 counter narratives, going head up with each other, I just really struggle to find action in this game, Jimmy. And I think I would be more upset if I bet it and lost than if I bet it and won. Then I would be happy if I bet it and won. So I think I'm good. I got a lot of action tonight. I'm gonna let this one go.
I feel you, and I think that I would really want to know about DeJounte Murray. He's got to be there. DeJounte's got to be there, and I mean, you could almost see the Hawks sort of waving the white flag a little bit, saying this is an unfair situation that the NBA put us in. So I can see that. Pull this, pull that. Krejci 3 threes around plus 560 last time I checked. Saturated on Boston first half minus 9.5 is the only way to play the Celtics for him. And I do think that makes sense. And also, I would have some interest in the first quarter. But the Hawks are playing pretty sharp right now. If DeJounte is in, I would probably pull that here. So no move for us in game 1 of this 2-game slate. Let's get into the second game, 8 p.m. Eastern. I absolutely. Christopher Tatum has a question for you that we'll close the segment on. Absolutely, Christopher Tatum, my guy. Milwaukee Bucks 46-26, 17-18 on the road at the New Orleans Pelicans, 44-28, 20-14 at home. We're at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. Big shout out to Topset, who's been dealing with some health issues and hasn't been able to rock with us. Immediately becoming a gold member as he's back in business. You're just a quality friend, and thank you for your support, my man. Viper MB says he's on the Milwaukee Bucks money line. Doug says Bucks -2 at -110 for 2 units. I'm very interested in this basketball game. You have 2 teams that are, coming off winning streaks being snapped, small ones, 2 gamers, but in very different situations, and are both likely upset. And I'm extremely interested. I do feel like we'll get a sense of how these 2 teams are going to handle the playoffs, even though they don't have a natural rivalry. And we're not talking about teams in the same conference. This is a big game for both squads. Topset says, I like both teams catching points live. That's something that Dan Kelly does so well. Milwaukee 3-2 over their past 5, playing at the 9th fastest pace in the league, 98.88 possessions a game, shooting the ball nicely, 49.4 from the field and 41.1 from 3. The Pelicans 3-2 as well, a little bit slower pace, 20th in the NBA, 95.4 possessions a game, 50.2 from the field, and a little weaker from 3 though, 36.4% from 3. Doug says the refs completely fucked the Bucks against his Lakers. It was a wild basketball game. Let's get into the line history and also figure out exactly what's going to happen here. Middleton, Beverly, and Giannis are Antetokounmpo game time decisions. Very important information here. We know what's up with the Pelicans. No Ingram, no BI, and no Grand Theft, no Alvarado. So no Alvarado, no BI. It's clear there's no game time decision issues. We know what the Pelicans are doing. We don't know what the Bucks are doing. And with the Cavs losing to the Hornets, the pressure is off them a little bit. And Dan talked about that 5-game Western trip that the Cavs still have to go on. I'm not talking about the battle for the division. Nobody cares about that anymore. I'm just talking about this placement in the conference because it's tight there. It's second and third. Let's get into this line history. We have the total opening up at 223. It's now at 224.5. We've gone up 1.5. And let's get into the spread. This spread opened up at -2, dropped down to 1. This was one all afternoon. We've had a half-point move towards the Bucks, back towards the Bucks, a 1.5. Maybe that's detailing what's went down in the shoot around here. Bucks had their 2-game winning streak snapped in that 128-124 double overtime loss at home to the Lakers on Tuesday. 19-point lead squandered in the fourth quarter. Absolutely wild against a team that was missing LBJ. Giannis did his job. He went for a triple-double, 29, 21 rebounds. That's a season high for him, and 11 assists. Dame went for 27. So they had a 94-75 lead after a Dame jumper with 8:25 left in the fourth quarter. And then a 26-7 run by the Lakers forced overtime, and Dame eventually fouled out. And second and fourth, I guess because of that loss and the Knicks win, I'm guessing, Dan. So the Pelicans also had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 119-112 loss at home to OKC on Tuesday. By the way, that was the worst home loss in Raptors franchise history that the Knicks delivered yesterday. I had a bunch of friends at the game, and it's sad ass shit. Kelly Olynyk, he goes to amateur night on Tuesday night at Yuck Yucks. Hangs out and loses badly on Wednesday. I mean, I don't if I'm watching it, I don't want to see them out. Whatever. That's a different point. So the Pelicans were the opposite. They overcome this 20-point third quarter deficit. They take a 5-point lead in the fourth quarter and then completely fade down the stretch. It was not pretty. Zion went for 29 and 10 on Tuesday, and nobody scored a point in the final 3 minutes and 11 seconds for the Pelicanos. They went 0 for 5 from the field down the stretch with a turnover. Dan Kelly says, should you say we missed on? Yes, Dan, sadly. There's my guy Rez Mob in the house. Mally Mal says Pelicanos are trash. This is game 2 of a 6-game homestand. And you guys know I love tracking these homestands closely. Game 2 of a 6-game homestand for the Pelicanos. Take it away for us, Troy. Bucks, Pelicans.
So it's interesting. I'm on this show once a week, and it's been on Friday twice. It's been on a Thursday once, but every time it's with a very similar situation with this Pelicans team. And like you just hit it on the head. They came storming back against OKC. I had the Pelicans money line last game. Absolutely put the clamps down in the second half, which is something I love about this team. And they just weren't able to get it done. But I think they showed a lot of strength to come back in that game without a guy like Brandon Ingram. And, Jose Alvarado went out late in that game, but, still they became a little thinner at the end of that game. This first matchup they played this season, Milwaukee was laying 3.5. They won by 24. And now they're, 1.5 point road favorites. I think with this Bucks team, I watched this Bucks team playing. There's clear issues with this defense. It makes me think back to prior years with the Bucks where they've been very successful on the defensive side, with PJ Tucker and Drew Holiday on defense. And now you trade those guys out for Malik Beasley and Damian Lillard. And if you ask me, Brook Lopez, he's losing his step. Something doesn't look right with him defensively from what he used to be. And I cannot trust this Bucks team. I've tried to trust this Bucks team for months now. Right out of the All-Star break, they came out the gates hot, but this definitely fizzled out defensively, especially probably because it's, you adjust for strength of schedule to some extent, but I do not trust this Bucks team at all. The last 2 games against LA have just told me so much about the genetics of this team. They were up 19 with 8 minutes. They couldn't win the game. They were up 6 with 1:30 left when they were in LA, and they couldn't win that game. And I talked about this before on the show. I look at this Pelicans team. I do see a true contender. They're efficient on offense because they score in the paint and they score from the perimeter. That's exactly what you want to do as a championship caliber team, in the paint, at the rim or from 3. They have clutch scoring from 3 different guys. And defensively, I don't see a team that's better. I guess you could say the Timberwolves. So I'd say they're top 2 in the NBA defensively. And every time, what I talked about when I first opened up this segment on this game, Pelicans at home off a loss. I have to go through it just because it's It's so impressive what this team does off a home loss. Pelicans at home off a home loss this season. The Jazz, they beat them by 30. The Hornets by 20. The Jazz by 7. The Grizzlies, they lost that one. So there's one loss on the record. But they did cover the first half in that game. T-Wolves by 14. 76ers with Embiid by 10. Kings by 36. Mavs by 20. And most recently, the two games that I backed on this show, the Pacers, they crushed them by 27. And the Clippers, they beat them by 12. And they were up by 20 plus points in that game as well. Point of the story is they covered all of those games, all 12 of those games. They covered the first half spread. And I think that this team's been an absolute wagon in the first half, right next to Boston in terms of profitability. So, yeah, I'm definitely moving on this Pelicans team first half. And just some numbers that I pulled from the database. Home teams between +1.5 and -1.5. And the market's moving their direction now. Prior to this is way pre-flop. We'll see what happens right before the game, right? We're talking about hours before the game. This is based on closing numbers. Home teams between +1.5, -1.5. Market moved the direction. They're 13-8 ATS. That's 62%. But if the total's less than 230, they're 6-1 ATS. Bucks coming off a double OT loss, and it's their first game on the road. Bucks in their first game on the road this season. Since my database goes back into December, 1-6 ATS. Their only cover is recently against the Hornets. Bucks on the road, market moving towards the home team. 1-6 ATS, another 1-6 ATS spot. I think the Pelicans need this game more. I think they're going to be the more motivated team, and they've been incredible at home off a loss. I took them first half and full game. I did put a unit on both, and now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely should probably load up a little bit more in the first half just to balance it out a little bit, because I think you're finding more EV in the first half than the full game.
Did you take the +0.5 and the +1.5, or were you money line?
Money line, both at -105. I tweeted it out as well.
All right, let's lock in Troy. Pelicans first half -105.
That's a great look, Saturated. I see Saturated talk about Zion assists. I was telling my boy about Zion double-double last game against the Thunder. Didn't move on it. He had 10 assists by the third quarter. I think his assist opportunities are through the roof. Point Zion is a real thing. I would encourage any people that want to bet Zion Williamson assists.
So, do you think with the Cavaliers slipping and the Knicks injury issues that the Bucks have any concern that the Knicks will overtake that second seed? The second seed is, not that appealing. You're going to get the winner of that first play-in. At this point, that's probably the Miami Heat, although that can change. I would much rather play the Pacers. I shouldn't say much rather, but I would rather play the Pacers than the Heat. So do you think the Bucks they don't care if the Knicks overtake them?
I agree with you. I feel like that I was looking at the same stuff yesterday, and if you look at the Knicks schedule too, though, with that theory in mind, the Knicks schedule to finish the season is extremely difficult. I think they have the hardest schedule remaining out of any of the teams. So, I agree with you. I would personally not want to play who we think is going to be the Miami Heat, especially what happened to the Bucks last year.
And the Pelicans are a game up on the 6th seed. They're a game and a half up on the 7th seed. The Pelicans could play the Clippers or the Thunder, and we've already seen what the Thunder can do. I imagine that they would prefer to play the Clippers at this point, especially with what we've seen down the stretch. So I think it's fair to say that the Pelicans have more motivation.
And don't look too far down. They could end up in the play-in game, Jimmy. The Pelicans are only a game up, game and a half from being in the play-in game. You got the Kings, the Suns, and I think they have matchups against both those teams towards the end of the season. Yeah, they do. They have Phoenix twice on their schedule. So I really do believe the Pelicans are going to be more motivated to win this game.
Yeah, and this is the beginning of a road trip, as you spoke of, for the Bucks. So they have the Hawks on. Saturday, and then they have the Wizards up next.
Yep.
Very
First game on the road. In any sequence, no matter how many games they spent at home, 1-6 ATS in their last 7. Only cover against the Hornets. Late. I think they were down on the money line in the first half of that game as well.
I like it. Troy Torrance double up spot in game 2 of the NBA schedule tonight. Pelicans first half -105, full game -105. Troy, thank you for making time for us today. A slight NBA card, but still opportunities to get that cash. Please follow our guy Troy on X at Troy Torrance 11. And Troy, thank you, my guy, for rocking with us.
We got my guy who asked about the Chicago Cubs. So.
Oh yes, but they don't know. Also, tell them about Jose jumping back in with us. I love it. Tell them also about what you did last year for your dad with the $1,000 free bet.
Yeah, so we signed my dad up for a book. He's a massive Cub fan, and that's exactly how I gauge how good the Cubs are going to be in any given season. Free flop, because as the season goes on, I get into it. I have an idea of what they're going to be, but right now, I base it all off my dad's sentiment, which is very, very good for the Cubs. Last year, we put $1,000 free bet on the Cubs team total over, which they took care of pretty easily, and he was very excited about that. So we're doing something similar this year. I forgot what the number is. Actually, I think he bet the Cubs to make the playoffs at slight plus money. I believe the Cubs are going to be a very dangerous team this year. I think they have to make some moves at the pitch. They need one more, I think, standout pitcher to kind of lock them in. I don't know if I can trust Smiley anymore. Like, I love betting on Smiley, but goddamn, he was a travesty towards the end of last season. So I do think the Cubs are a very dangerous team.
83.5 is the win total right now at 365 juice to the over.
It was 76.5 last season.
Yeah.
So that's a huge improvement. I wonder what the biggest improvement year over year is from a team total standpoint.
That's
like whose number went up the most?
Well, it would be the Orioles this year, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Were they at 76.5 last year? I mean, Von Polo would know, he's at the game right now, but I believe they were at 76.5 last year, and well, it's off the board now. So
I don't think Von Polo's in the state of mind to be able to tell us, though. Unfortunately,
well, I like it. I want him to be having fun there at the game.
By the way, Jimmy, Troy probably didn't tell you about how I just mentally emasculate him in cornhole. I'm worried that story is going to keep getting buried by Troy.
I played 20 games of cornhole. You can count on one finger how many I lost.
Well, we don't want anyone to know the final action.
I know, that's why I didn't. That's why I kind of.
But Jose squeaked it out, man.
But how about the poker? I mean, can I talk about that?
Yeah, of course.
Sure, yeah.
I sold the bag because of a bunch of people putting pressure on me, getting pressure from a bunch of guys at a table. Hey, let's chop the pot. Well, I didn't think at the time I would have to settle for second place. Just that little number 2 next to my name, not the 1. Should have stuck around and hammered those kids. There's no low baggers left. I was the last low bagger standing.
You should have, because you would be the defending champion like I was rolling into that tournament. It's a good feeling.
Hey, and you know what? I would have let you cash on that guy you hated at the poker table in the cash game, and we would have got Denny's at 7 a.m.
Oh my God! That's when you guys went to Denny's. Jesus.
Yeah, we went after because I played at that cash game there, and I did pretty well. Not great. I got up. I left plus 140, so it was just fine. It was extremely enjoyable being in San Antonio. Why don't you just stick with us here, Troy, as we just put a bow on today's show. Let's review all action. Game 1 is underway, and NHL. For me, I moved on the Capitals. I'm very interested in the under. I've got to get my MLB action in because all the next games pop off in about 55 minutes. Penguins puck line, something I'm going to look at here as I close up shop. And the Jets. I know there's been a big line towards Vegas, but I'm very interested in the Jets. You know what? I'm going to bet the Jets. I can explain the line move of Vegas playing very well right now, and the Jets losers of 4 straight. I thought they looked good in that Oilers game, so I'm going to move on that. I'm interested in the under in Rangers, Colorado. Got to make that decision. And I'm interested in fading the knuckleheads with the Stars. I know Gogster and
Mike Trout just pulled out his fucking gigantic dong. Oh,
and you,
man.
Well, I know you were very interested in following the sharp action there. So then Sorry about the yelling in the background. Then in MLB, what I got to move on here, and I've got to figure it out. Is the first 5 under in the Detroit White Sox game. Moving on to Twins. I'm interested in the Astros. I got to bet the Pirates money line. Those are all spots I haven't bet yet. I've bet the Padres first 5, so my first action pops off in 50 minutes. Jose's on the Cardinals team total over 3.5. Jose is also on the Pirates team total over 3.5 and the Pirates money line. Then when we move on to Cab's first 5 over 4 and Blue Jays Rays, he's on Seager over 1.5 bases at plus 105. I moved on the first 5 under 4.5 in Cubs Rangers. Jose's on the first 5 under 4 at minus 125 in Cleveland Oakland. Mikey Money is on the under 8.5. That's his best bet in Colorado Arizona. Then college basketball, Dave Rogers, Arizona -7. Clemson +7 for Mikey Money in the under 152.5, and Daby Cab on Arizona first half. Then in that San Diego State game, only Mikey moved on it. San Diego State first half +7.5 and full game +12. Then Alabama, North Carolina -4 for Cab, North Carolina -4.5 for Mikey Money, and heads up on the total. Dave on the over, Mikey Money on the under. Then Dave on the over 146.5 in Illinois, Iowa State, Mikey Money on Iowa State money line, and Cab on Illinois first half +0.5. So here we go. Shit's about to get real sweaty.
So Jimmy, you're on the Cubs game first 5 under.
First 5 under 4.5, yes. -113.
If you had to take a side, who would you take? Cubs or Rangers? You too, Jose.
I'd be on Team Rangers. Like I said, they're bringing in the banner for the rings. Everyone's getting the rings.
That's not a good thing. That doesn't help you.
Bad thing.
Yeah.
I think it helps in baseball personally. I think it gets the fans into it at the very least and brings back that playoff atmosphere. I think Nathan Eovaldi is one of those guys that does it. And since it's such a long season, you got to get excited for certain things, and I think that's one of those things that does it. And
nobody realizes it's a long season right now.
Thank you, Troy. I appreciate it. But I think Justin Steele also regresses as well this year. I think he steps back a little bit.
Don't you talk about my guy like that?
What a spring he had.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
What a spring Justin had. I mean, he looks so locked in. I love when the young guys are locked in spring training. It's a real sign for me. I really only care about pitchers under 20, 26 and under 27 and under. I really only care about them in the spring. I've got action to get in, so I've got to sit here and I've got to lock in. This is what I've been finding is more and more difficult as the stakes have become higher. I've got all this action that's popping off, and then we've got so much prep work to do, and I'm going to have to be a dad between 5 and 8. It's a real tricky run, man. And then you get the kids down at 8, and then I go downstairs and I've got so much action going on, and I've got a cap, and it's just, the
insomnia. You know how you built your mental toughness? Doing that, man. Trying to cap while your action's fucking going on. It's
hard.
ridiculous.
It's so hard. It's so hard. Yeah.
And
it's also because you want to get your live action in, and good God.
Oh, the live action. I can't even no more. I gotta stop betting live fucking shit. I gotta stop. But hey, Jimmy, real quick.
Yeah.
For you, if you had to take the Cubs, you're taking them first 5 or full game.
Let's go back to the expectation.
I personally would rather have full game because the Rangers bullpen is just such a shit bag.
The questions with the Rangers bullpen, I would take the Cubs full game.
Yeah.
Because I could see this so easily being 1-1, 2-2 after 5.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, maybe I'll split it and take the under too. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
The stakes, good God, are they high? And this is just this was always the toughest 2 weeks of the year for me because you guys know how important NHL and NBA are to me. Then you have the end of March Madness mixed with baseball coming on. This was always the 2 weeks that were just deadly.
And we're coming off of Palooza, so
the body's not where it's not pristine.
Yeah, no, and some of us have to make videos for Palooza still, so it's definitely the grinder period for sure.
Yeah. Thank you guys. First off, thank you to all the cappers that were on screen here, putting in their hard work and putting in their angles and being tracked. So there's no fucking around, being tracked for every single pick that comes out here. Thank you for you guys, but the main thank you is to all of you in the chat. Nothing without you. Nasty Nate says Pub Blues is still going on. Viper MB, Christopher Comentini, Julian Cesario, if it ain't foreign, it born. Justin McKelvey, Saturated, Bo Jackson, Jay Peasy, Johnny Guns, DC Capper, Rodney Barton, Mally Mao, Old E. So many of you guys that are just so important to all of us. Polo this, Polo that. We had Elio back in business, Topset, Dan Kelly, Katie Wynn, all you guys. Thank you. I wish I could give you all a shout out. You all deserve it. Res Mob, all of you guys. Christopher Tatum, thank you guys for your support. Dan Kelly. Troy, we've never seen you drop a leche. I need to see you leche us out of here. Bless our action with.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I'm just I think you probably did one time, but let's see it again. Troy, Jose, thank you for all your hard work. Great job capping the card, Troy. And then, of course, to Gogster, Dave Rogers, Mikey Money, and Daby Cab. On behalf of all of us, Jeff Slaughter, all of us, thank you for your support. Now it's time to sweat, dude. Now it's time to sweat.
The sweat begins now. Boys, Jimmy spoke to the chat. Everybody in the chat. Best damn community in the industry, Pub Sports Radio. Now it's time to get out there, get that cash, and leche los bookmakers.
Oh, you're right. Now I remember it.